Chapter 324. He 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 he. That laughter sounded like a person covering his mouth and trying his best to hold back his laughter in the crowd. The embarrassed Archduchess was instantly stunned. Who is it? The Northlanders, who were already feeling restless amidst the indescribable conflict, turned their heads to look for the source of the laughter. They soon found their target. Not far from Viscount Ian, a teenager sat on a chair with his arms on his knees and his chin propped up. He looked at the people and things in the hall with interest and chuckled softly. Many people saw his face clearly. Many people's expressions changed when they saw the emblem on his robe. Northlander? The teenager with the 9-pointed star emblem chuckled softly. From time to time he imitated the Archduchess' tone and said, "Are you guys coming? Are you guys coming?" Ha 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 ha, with a mocking gaze. He looked at the Northland men in the hall from afar. He looked back with an indifferent expression. "Are you guys coming?" Ha ha. The teenager's delighted laughter continued to spread. It made many people's faces turn extremely livid, and he also attracted many hostile gazes. Even the Archduchess guards beside him looked at him indignantly. F***ck. Damn it! Some of the vassals cursed in low voices from the corners of the hall. Ian widened his eyes and stared at the teenager with the 9-pointed star emblem. He watched as he rocked back and forth with laughter, and saw the undisguised contempt on his face. It was as if he could not react to it. The Archduchess also stared blankly at the teenager who was laughing at her. She subconsciously retracted her arm that was holding the ring, and subconsciously pressed it against her chest. Her expression was blank, as if she was a helpless and lost person. Finally, a heavy muffled sound rose with a loud bang. Asterisk thud. Asterisk like a heavy hammer, it shattered the oppressive atmosphere. A majestic roar exploded on the ground. Enough! Thales's laughter died down. The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned their gazes in the direction of the Archduchess, and they were all stunned. It's him. Thales calmed his muscles, which were stiff from laughing, and thought of something. The one who interrupted him was one of the 6 counts, the usually taciturn one-armed count. I think his name is... The one-armed count raised his head. His eyes were cold, and his body exuded the bravery of a veteran. He turned to the Archduchess on the steps. "My lady, I don't know you," the one-armed count said softly. His tone was cold. "Pardon me, but I don't expect much from you when I met you 6 years ago or when I came to attend the hearing today." His words echoed on both sides of the hall, containing a kind of majesty that made people involuntarily turn to look at him. "King Nuvan is dead, and we have to rely on a little girl from now on?" Humph. Saroma's expression froze. The one-armed count's eyes were fixed on the Archduchess, completely ignoring the gaze of Earl Hurst, who was beside him. But a few seconds later, he spoke again. "But I still remember the day we ascended Fort Liberté. I led the vanguard and rushed to the front line against the pouring kerosene. I lost an arm because of it." The one-armed count raised his left upper arm, which was only left with half. With a profound gaze, he said in a deep voice. But in return, the warriors of the Carcagel family were one step ahead of Prince Soria's White Blade Guards. They were the first to plant the black dragon flag on top of Fort Liberté's city wall. Saroma was slightly stunned. "Fort Liberté? It's been 20 years. My broken arm still hurts." The one-armed count turned his head abruptly and looked at the vassals in the hall. "But I have never regretted it." Beside him, Earl Hurst opened his mouth in surprise. "It's been 6 years." The one-armed count's voice made many people straighten their backs. Perhaps many of us have forgotten that we are nobles and vassals, but we are also Northlanders. We are still far from degenerating to the state we once hated the most. The other 5 earls frowned one after another. Thales looked at the count, listened to his words, and smiled. "With the honor of the Carcagel family as my witness." The one-armed count turned to the Archduchess coldly. His steely voice struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. "Since you have given the order, my lady, we will respond." Saroma trembled violently. Count Carcagel's expression was cold, but he raised his remaining right arm without hesitation. "I promise that every man of age in Hunt County and Origami County will pick up a weapon. For the honor of your family, for the dignity of Dragoncloud City, for your late grandfather, and for the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, we will send troops to the west. Only the sound of the vassals inhaling could be heard in the hall. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the Count's right arm struck his chest fiercely. Northlander Khan Karkagel, the one-armed Count's resolute voice exploded in the air. I fight for you. His voice reverberated between the stone walls and shook the hall. The other 5 Counts did not seem to have reacted to the situation. The other vassals were also discussing among themselves. But Saroma stared at the one-armed Count in a daze. Her gaze gradually became lively again. He, Count Karkagel. Saroma could not hide the excitement in her eyes. She stuttered, but she was quickly interrupted. I'm sorry, ma'am. Before the shock from Karkagel faded away, another hesitant male voice spoke. The golden-bearded Count Hurst sighed and said, Please understand the Counts. They hope that you can lower yourself to marry into a local family like us. That's because we are the ones who truly stand on the same side as you. Hurst, who was in his 30s, was the youngest among the Counts. He raised his eyes and stared at Saroma with sincerity and slight pain. He stared at the Archduchess, who pressed the ring tightly against her chest. The people of Dragoncloud City are the ones who truly care about you. Saroma moved slightly. My lady, I also want you to know. Hurst stared at his lady with a complicated expression. The people who can bring you glory are definitely not just outsiders from the city of faraway prayers. Saroma could not get over her shock. She stuttered, Hurst. Asterisk thud. Asterisk without waiting for her to speak. Hurst thumped his chest with a resolute expression. The entire Flatiron County will respond to your call, Count Hurst said loudly with a solemn expression. Your Grace, the Hurst family will fight for you. Saroma stared blankly at the second Count who spoke. A few seconds later, she snapped out of her daze. Thank you, Count Hurst. Saroma tried hard to hide her excited expression. I will remember this. Hurst did not speak. He only bowed deeply with a resolute expression. Beside him, Count Cotterson coughed softly. What you said was very reasonable, my lady. Dragoncloud City's glory and victory can only be defended and won by us. Count Cotterson stared at Ian in disdain. So let this conceited clown from the city of faraway prayers go to hell. He sneered and said, Prepare the place and supplies. We, Dragoncloud City, are going to save you, whether you King want to or not. Ian blinked and revealed a helpless, embarrassed expression. Cotterson turned his head and looked at Saroma expressionlessly. Count Cotterson's voice was flat, but there was no hesitation. So, Phelan Castle will follow your orders and go to war. We will fight for you, my lady. Saroma calmed down. She smiled and nodded slightly. Count Cotterson. Thales looked at Saroma from afar and exhaled. If that's the case. Accident. I've pretty much ruled it out. Humph. Count Liner cut in. His words were as unpleasant and harsh as ever. You know, my lady, there's no need to make the atmosphere so solemn and tragic. It feels like we're going to hold your funeral in the next second. Ian snickered without any sense of propriety. It's the same for Wild Woodland. The Liner family will fight for you. Count Liner's eyes flashed. He glanced at the insensible air of the city of faraway prayers and said coldly, That's all. Saroma smiled awkwardly. Thank you, Count Liner. After the 4 counts, the vassals turned their gazes to the last 2 people, who were also the most important ones. As usual, the Leespan family will stand beside the Walton family. Regent Leespan was as gentle and polite as ever. Wherever you look, we will follow. Saroma put on her usual trusting expression. Seal. At this moment. Ha 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 ha. Across from Leespan, Count Nazir did not bother to hide his exaggerated laughter. He slammed his chair so hard that it creaked. I see. The Archduchess and the Count stared at him, puzzled and nervous. But Nazir's laughter soon died down. The old Count stared at Saroma quietly. For the first time, recognition appeared in his eyes. Well done, my lady. Nazir nodded slowly and looked at Ian with a profound gaze. Not a bad move, young Lord Rockney from the city of faraway prayers. I just realized it now. Saroma was slightly stunned. Huh. Ian sat back on his chair indifferently. His expression was still that hateful disdain. The observant Thales sighed. This old man. He probably saw through it a long time ago. Nazir sighed. I showed you the cruel side of the world, my lady, and you immediately returned the favor. Saroma was a little surprised. She anxiously replied, Count Nazir, I didn't. Nazir raised his hand and cut her off. That's enough, my lady. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. The old count sighed and looked at his old colleague. Isn't that right, Seal? I guess you didn't expect it either? Li Span only cast a cold glance at his old acquaintance. Humph, old man full of nonsense. The regent displayed a rare indifference. Just shut up and send your troops. Nazir opened his mouth and laughed loudly again. Ha ha ha. The old count spread his hands and looked at the Archduchess with a rather sentimental expression. Then the Nazir family of Rubble Hill and Harding County will also respond to your summons and follow your flag to the west. Halt, Nazir, he said with a smile. Fight for you. As he said this, the Archduchess suppressed the last bit of nervousness in her heart. Thank you, Count Nazir. Be careful. Saroma. Nazir put away his smile and sighed. The road ahead of you is full of traps, and we, Dragon Cloud City, are your best weapon and final reliance. Saroma stared at the old count in a daze. She pursed her lips, as if she had understood something. Thank you for your reminder, Count Nazir. Nazir fixed his gaze on Saroma. But I will still pay attention to your marriage. The old count curled up the corners of his lips. Don't think of me as a good person so quickly, my lady. Saroma snickered. But what made Thales shudder was that when no one was paying attention, Count Nazir actually glanced at him, intentionally or otherwise. It made the prince anxious. Soon, as the 6 counts expressed their stance one by one, the other 17 vassals also reacted. Their expressions gradually changed from puzzlement to determination. As they whispered to each other, their opinions slowly came to a consensus. Finally, the vassals raised their heads in unison and thumped their chests. The Banner family will respond to your summons and head to the Alliance of Freedom, my lady. The Hudson family of Sunset Snow River will fight for Dragon Cloud City. The declaration of the 6 vassals was like the first wave. What followed was another wave. The vassals on both sides of the hall expressed their stance one by one. They would respond to the summons and head to the Alliance of Freedom. The Still family will immediately start mobilizing. 1,000 soldiers of the Dillion family will be on standby. The Hudson family of Spear City will be loyal to you. Saroma sat back in her seat. After her nervousness and excitement, her small face was flushed red. Thales looked at her quietly. He let go of the stone in his heart and smiled. Very good. Saroma. You succeeded. We succeeded. The voices rose and fell in the hall. Thales and Ian looked at each other and sighed in relief. All right, Dragon Cloud City will send troops to the City of Faraway Prayers, Thales said in a low voice. With this powerful reinforcement, you can end the war against the Alliance of Freedom in a short time. And at least before the war ends and we decide who is stronger in our fight against the king, your little girlfriend won't have to worry about being forced into marriage or being kicked off the throne halfway. Ian patted his chest. He looked like he had just seen a ghost after a big battle. How about it? My plan is not bad, right? A part of it is due to the Northlanders' sense of honor. Thales released his palm, which had fingernail marks on it. But a bigger part of it is probably due to their disgust towards you, suitor from outside. Of course, there was also a part of it. It stemmed from the fear that Dragon Cloud City might be controlled by an outsider, and the power in their hands might be interfered with by outsiders. Thank you for the compliment. Ian smiled smugly. Yes, it's actually not that complicated. Thales sighed. It was just like the so-called self-defeating lesson they had in the Old Crow a few weeks ago. At the beginning of the kingdom's establishment, Constellation's northern invasion brought the divided and warring Extet together, which facilitated the unification of the strongest country in the Western Peninsula. During the Bloody Year, Extet's large-scale invasion to the south caused the tottering Constellation to fight desperately. Amid suspicion and blood, they re-established their royal family and continued the kingdom. Thales looked at the vassals in the hall and said quietly, one of the ways to bring divided groups and forces of power together is to stimulate them strongly from the outside. For example, when he thought of this, Thales glanced at Ian Rockney, the heir of the City of Faraway Prayers. Anyway, I'm here to be a bad guy. I don't expect to get a wife. The Viscount flashed a mischievous smile, which immediately turned into a sympathetic one. He patted Thale's shoulder. You, on the other hand, TSK. So pitiful. Thale's expression froze. What? Regent Lisbon's voice rang. Then we will discuss the specifics of sending troops with the City of Faraway Prayers. The prince coughed unnaturally. Before Ian said anything strange again, he changed the topic. You know, I just thought of an interesting point. Ian raised his eyebrows. Once the vassals are stubborn and refuse to send troops, Thale sighed. Maybe you can really get a fiancé from Dragon Cloud City? The prince's gaze was a little solemn. Then won't you be happier? At that moment, it was as if someone had snapped a string between the two teenagers. The atmosphere between them became tense. The Viscount was silent for a second before he revealed his usual smile. Ha ha. Although Ian was smiling, his eyes were slowly focusing. Oh, then you misunderstood my sincerity. Thales narrowed his eyes. That's good. She's not a bargaining chip that you can easily use. Ian clicked his tongue. But I'm also very curious. If the plan doesn't succeed, and the conflict between the Archduchess and the vassals can't be resolved, what will you do? Elope with her? This time, it was Thales who raised his eyebrows. Hey, about that. The prince shrugged. You know, a long time ago, a friend from Camus Union told me that even if it's a business deal that's in the bag, you must leave a backup plan. Ian furrowed his brows. Thales exhaled. Extet, or rather, Dragon Cloud City's politics are really straightforward. At least, Northlanders are Northlanders, after all. Thales glanced at the seats of the 6 counts. Everyone put their bargaining chips and attitudes on the table, which made things much simpler. Unlike. At this moment, the side door of the Hall of Heroes suddenly opened. A noble dressed in the City of Faraway Prayers walked in with an anxious expression. Many of the vassals, who were quietly listening to Regent Lisbon's arrangements, noticed this. The noble walked to the seats of the diplomat group from the City of Faraway Prayers, took out a letter, and handed it to the knight sitting at the first seat, the Raven of Death, Nate Monty. Monty immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. He tore open the letter, and his expression changed drastically. Hey! Thales frowned. He nudged Ian. What's going on? That's the messenger in charge of transmitting military intelligence. Ian also watched the scene over there with a solemn expression. Judging by his expression, there's been a change in the war. War. Thales was shocked. The Alliance of Freedom? Ian nodded uneasily. Where else could it be? More and more people in the hall noticed the newcomer. In the next second, Monty's expression changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly. This made everyone in the hall, who was discussing whether to send troops, pause. Sorry for the interruption. The Raven of Death waved his hand at the astonished Regent Lisban in a rather rude manner. He then looked at Ian with a solemn expression and strode forward. Nicholas, who was on the stairs, watched his old friend's actions. His pupils shrank. Monty was a scout, and he carried out the most dangerous missions during wartime. Something that can make him lose his composure like this? Not much. Under the puzzled gazes of the Archduchess and the many vassals, Monty strode over to Ian, who did not know what was going on. He handed over the letter and said coldly and loudly, "You need to read this immediately and explain to Dragon Cloud City." When he said this, Monty's cold gaze swept over Thales. Thales shuddered. The feeling of being watched rose in his heart again. The prince smiled awkwardly, raised his hands, and took a step back. All right, I won't read it. But things were not that simple. No. Ian read the letter in his hand and raised his head with a pale face. This is... Monty nodded expressionlessly. His gaze, like that of a hunter, never left Thales. It was as if he wanted to skin him alive. Ralph sensed that the situation was not right. He took a step closer to the prince. The other vassals in the hall exchanged puzzled glances. Lisban coughed. Ian put down the letter with trembling hands. Thales only then noticed that he was already drenched in cold sweat. Ian raised his eyes and looked at the seated Archduchess. Then he turned to Thales in panic. You know? His gaze was very complicated. There was suspicion, anger, and even conflict in it. The puzzled Thales raised his eyebrows. Know what? Ian took a deep breath and shook his head, as if he wanted to wake himself up. If you don't know. The air of the city of faraway prayers gritted his teeth. All right, Monty, I will tell the Archduchess later. Asterisk slap. Asterisk his shoulder was immediately seized by the Raven of Death. Ian shuddered and looked up at Monty in shock. Now is not the time for you to be willful, Ian. Monty's voice was very gloomy, and there was a sternness that allowed no refusal. Dragon Cloud City has just promised to send troops, so they must know. This is not something that can be hidden from the public. Ian hesitated. But Monty did not waste any more words. He snatched the letter from Ian's hand without any hesitation. All right, then I'll do it. Wait. Without waiting for Ian to speak, Monty pushed the bewildered Ian down from his seat. The latter's struggle was completely futile against the knight. From the beginning to the end, Thales watched the scene in the city of faraway prayers in shock and bewilderment. Monty's gaze still made him feel fearful. What's wrong? That letter, what exactly is? At this moment, Regent Lisbon's voice traveled into their ears from afar. Lord Monty, we have heard of your reputation for a long time. However, this is Heroic Spirit Palace's Hall of Heroes. The regent attracted everyone's attention. He asked faintly, Is there anything we need to know? Monty glanced at Thales again, then turned around abruptly to face the hall. Yes. The brunette knight raised the letter in his hand and said coldly, An urgent military intelligence just came from the city of faraway prayers. Count Nazir's gaze froze. Military intelligence? Monty nodded and strode forward. Thales noticed that Ian was clenching his fists tightly. His gaze moved back and forth between him and the Archduchess. A few days ago, we detected a third army in the desert to the south of the city of faraway prayers. The Raven of Death's expression was horrified, as if he saw the day before the bitter cold winter coming. 4,000 to 5,000 light cavaliers, maybe more. We are certain that they are our enemies, and they are here for the Alliance of Freedom. The hall instantly fell silent. Thales also frowned. For the Alliance of Freedom? Wait, 20 years ago, Camus Union and White Mountain supported the Alliance of Freedom, which means... But the suzerains who were familiar with military affairs immediately grasped the main point. Cavaliers in the desert? 5,000? Count Carcagel was shocked. He slammed his remaining right arm on the chair. How is this possible? Monty snorted coldly. Not only that, they are all elites. They are skilled in galloping, and they come and go like the wind. They are eyeing us covetously between the city of faraway prayers and Fort Liberté. Almost all the vassals furrowed their brows. The Archduchess looked at her regent with a bewildered expression. It is impossible for the desert bandits, Baron Bone tribe, and orcs to have cavaliers of this scale. The direction from Camus Union is not right. The Golden Passage does not have such a force. Lisban, who was familiar with the geography, looked at Monty with a solemn expression. Where did these cavaliers come from? The Raven of Death exhaled and clenched his teeth. His expression was ferocious. This is what I want to say. Monty raised the letter and said through gritted teeth. They should have come from the southeast and crossed a part of the desert. The vassals were all shocked. Thales frowned and quickly recalled the geography of the continent. To the west of the city of faraway prayers is the Alliance of Freedom, and to the south is the Great Desert. If the cavaliers who appeared in the desert came from the southeast... Wait, southeast? Crossed a part of the desert? Isn't that? But before he could straighten out his thoughts, Monty snorted angrily with a fierce expression. The flags of those cavaliers are blue with white edges. Silver cross double stars. At that moment, Thales clearly felt his heart tremble. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the hall fell silent for a moment. In the next second, Regent Lisban, who had always been steady, could no longer maintain his image. He shuddered and cried out to Monty. What? In a split second, the gazes of the Archduchess and the vassals in the hall, the gazes of the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group and the guards of Heroic Spirit Palace instinctively turned to Monty. They turned to the only guest who did not fit in with the hall. Monty's next words sounded faintly in Thales' ears, as if they came from the horizon. That's right, things are already very clear. The powerful support behind the Alliance of Freedom, including the mastermind behind their rebellion against Extet, the Raven of Death said faintly, Constellation. At that moment, he faced countless shocked, puzzled and hostile gazes. The dumbfounded, absent-minded, and stiff Prince of Constellation could only hear his own heart beating. Chapter 325. After a brief silence, the Hall of Heroes burst into an uproar. What? That means. But that boy clearly. But no one's emotions could compare to what Thales Jadestar felt at that moment. At that moment, the prince almost lost control of his body. Then, the sin of Hell's river surged into his body uninvited. To him, the whole world seemed to have stopped at that moment. Only his thoughts spun quickly. Constellation. The Alliance of Freedom supporter? With the help of the mysterious power of eradication, Thales, who was drenched in cold sweat, tried his best to control his breathing to make sure that he did not lose his composure. Countless questions rose in his mind. What's going on? What's going on? In other words, at the head of the hall, the golden-bearded Count Hurst furrowed his eyebrows and looked angrily at Monty, who brought the news. The cowards of the Alliance of Freedom. The reason why they have the confidence to tear up the agreement is because they have the support of the Empire? The Raven of Death shrugged and said in a gloomy tone, "It's obvious." The indignant discussions in the hall rose to another level. What's going on? F***CK the Empire. Are they crazy? Their only heir is still. Is it an all-out war? Then what's our next step? Are we still going to the city of faraway prayers? Thales took a deep breath with a dazed expression. Constellation, the Alliance of Freedom, extet. Regardless of whether it was the information he obtained under Heroic Spirit Palace's strict surveillance, the news put Ray, whom he had not seen for years, or the news he obtained from Dragoncloud City, there was not a single clue that pointed to this answer. He did not receive any hints. Just like the dragon's blood 6 years ago. To him, this was truly an accident. How interesting. Count Liner, who had always been expressionless, did not hide his terrible emotions this time. His face was contorted as he stared at Thales. On the surface, you sent your son to Dragoncloud City, but behind the scenes, you are still tirelessly making moves? Liner sneered maliciously and said, as expected of the heir of the Empire. As for us, we thought that we had the safest bargaining chip. We thought that the Constellations would behave themselves, but in the end, we were played like fools. Just like the previous war. Isn't that so, little prince? The atmosphere in the hall became more and more solemn. With a stiff expression, Thales raised his head with great difficulty and responded to the various surprised or angry expressions in the hall. Lisbon's doubts, Nicholas' gritted teeth, Nazir's contemplative look, and even Monty's unsettling hunter's gaze seemed to be much gentler compared to them. And the Archduchess' disbelieving and helpless gaze. No. Thelma. Hey you Jadestar. Count Cotter's son stood up abruptly and glared angrily at the stiffened prince in the corner. What the F***CK do you know about the Alliance of Freedom and your crazy father's army? Did you guys plan this? Thales clenched his fists. The beads of sweat on his forehead became denser and denser. No. I don't know anything. Everything. But before the words left his mouth, the prince clenched his teeth. No. Now was not the time to panic, nor was it the time to cry injustice. Just as I thought, the accident happened. What I needed to do was to deal with it and minimize the damage. Calm down. Thales. Calm down. Hey. Cotter's son said angrily. Are you mute? His voice represented the rage in the Northlanders' hearts at that moment, and it echoed in the hall. The prince raised his head abruptly, but he saw a panicked and helpless gaze in Saroma's eyes. The Archduchess subconsciously looked at Thales, then at the equally solemn Lisban. She looked helpless. Seeing how fearless he is, perhaps Dragoncloud City is too kind to him. Count Liner clenched his fists, and terrifying cracking sounds came from his knuckles. He said softly, perhaps we should return to the Northlanders' tradition. Do something a little more forceful? Thales did not answer. The Northlanders' gazes on the Prince of Constellation became fiercer and fiercer, including the Archduchess guards who protected him. In this atmosphere, even the equally shocked Ralph subconsciously pressed down on his arm. Under everyone's gazes, the second prince could only try his best to remain calm and maintain the most basic of thoughts. He did not even have time to care about Ian, who was also sweating profusely and constantly tugging at his sleeves. If that's the case, something is wrong. Very wrong. The Alliance of Freedom's rebellion, the City of Faraway Prayer's war problem, Dragoncloud City's power storm, Black Sand Region's respite. All of them actually originate from these different targets, different motives, different actions, but they all converged in the same place. Where is the connection? Where is the truth that the clues point to? Where is the key to the matter? In the face of the prince's silence, Count Kotor-san seemed to become more and more impatient. He suddenly took a step forward. Not cooperating? Kotor-san revealed a ferocious expression that had never been seen before. He gestured at Thales with his lips, gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Very well, then tear him apart, until he opens his mouth." This sentence seemed to ignite the already explosive atmosphere. That's right. Many of the vassals of Dragon Cloud City also gritted their teeth in anger. One after another, they stood up and let out a tidal wave of agreement. F***ck him. How dare he toy with us? Then he will pay the price. Show the Northlanders' attitude. Nicholas wanted to maintain order, but he was powerless. Ralph stood nervously behind Thales. In the face of the Northlanders' anger, he seemed ready to stake everything on one throw at any moment. What should we do? This was his sign language. But the main character of the matter, Thales, did not move. He seemed to have restrained all his emotions and held back all his reactions. Like a stone statue, he sat stiffly on the spot, ignoring the curses and insults that came like a raging wave. Like a stone statue. Son of AB*TCH from the Empire. Nail him to the city gate. Let the Constellations have a taste of torture, hypocritical cowards. The waves of voices continued. Like a never-ending torrent, they slammed against the reef again and again. They were merciless, cruel, shocking, and terrifying. Thales, who was at the center of the waves, only remained silent. It was as if the world had nothing to do with him. The chaotic hall was filled with anger and hatred. Then, a sharp and out-of-control female voice tore through the noisy curses and malicious words like a rainbow that cut through the dark clouds. It resounded fiercely in the Hall of Heroes. Enough! Thales shuddered. Everyone was shocked. They subconsciously turned their heads to look at the highest seat. There, the young Archduchess had left her seat at some point in time. She clenched her fists and waved them by her side. She gritted her teeth, and her face was contorted. At that moment, Saroma Walton was like a desperate lioness guarding a pride of lions. She roared rather hysterically, "This is the Hall of Heroes. All of you, shut the F***ck up. Shut up." The Archduchess' voice echoed among the pillars. The vassals' curses instantly subsided. The hall returned to silence. Only the young lady's rapid and trembling breathing could be heard in front of the highest seat. Everyone stared blankly at the Archduchess, who had lost control of her emotions. They watched as she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes red, and her gaze swept across the hall angrily. It was as if they had gotten to know their suzerain again. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Monty, the Raven of Death, stared at Saroma, whose mouth opened and closed, unable to calm down for a long time. He sighed with emotion in a soft voice. Even if she's a lady, she's still a Walton. Thales, on the other hand, had his mouth slightly agape. He stared at the agitated young lady from afar. His emotions were complicated. Saroma. No. At this moment you should be. What the F***ck is this? Ian whispered in exasperation behind Thales. About the Alliance of Freedom, you said. Didn't you hear what the Archduchess said? However, this time, Thales only shook his head coldly. Shut up. Ian was stunned. Finally, a steady cough broke the silence. Sit back down, Kotor-san, and everyone else. The regent's stern voice rang out. Whether it is temperamental or bullying the weak, they are all acts of cowards. The Northlanders are not despicable to that extent. Count Leesban stood in front of Kotor-san and said flatly, "We will decide how to deal with this matter after discussing it with the lady. Since it has already happened, no matter how we punish him, it will be useless. Before that, Prince Thales is still our guest." The regent's words made Kotor-san frown. He's right, the old Count Nazir agreed coldly. It's just a piece of military intelligence. Look at how anxious all of you are. If King Nuvan was still here. The words of the two powerful vassals calmed the irritation and anger in the hall. The vassals returned to their seats one after another, but the gazes directed at Thales did not decrease in the slightest. Thales closed his eyes, but his brain spun faster and faster. Unexpected. If it comes to that. My lady, Lisban turned around and gently hinted at Saroma. Saroma took a deep breath and restrained herself from losing her composure just now. With an unpleasant expression, she sat down with Nicholas' help. She glanced at Thales. The expression in her eyes was hard to read. Lord Monty. After Count Lisban restored order in the hall, he turned to the indifferent Raven of Death. Are you sure that the city of faraway prayers is Constellation's army? The regent asked steadily. Is there a possibility that someone else is in disguise? Like Camus Union? You know what I used to do, right? Monty scratched the back of his head and gestured at Nicholas, who was on the stairs. What do you think is the possibility that we got the wrong target? The vassals frowned together. 5,000 light cavaliers. It's impossible for them to be local nobles. It can only be. Count Liner looked at Monty with scrutiny and suspicion. Did you fight? Monty shook his head. Over the past few days, that group of Constellations did not even get close to Fort Liberté. They only watched from afar and continuously sent out roaming cavaliers to investigate. The Raven of Death looked at the letter in his hand and clicked his tongue. The distance between Blade Fang's camp and Fort Liberté. God knows how they replenished their supplies in the desert. When they heard this, many of the nobles were slightly stunned. Roaming, patrolling, avoiding battle, and stabbing the enemy in the back at the critical moment. The one who spoke was Count Nazir. The old man rubbed his chin and his gaze moved slightly. Doesn't this tactic sound familiar? For example, 18 years ago? The hall was silent again. Many people lowered their heads. Count Cotterson closed his eyes and sighed. F***CK. Thales thought of something. Are Sonia Cecere and her guards still in Broken Dragon Fortress? Where did they get 5,000 cavaliers, even if they're all light cavaliers, to stuff them into the desert? The youngest Count Hurst furrowed his brows and subconsciously turned his head to look for that figure. It's impossible for there to be no news of such a large-scale mobilization of soldiers. What about the secret room? Madame Calchon, you're... Hurst realized that he had said the wrong thing, and he stopped himself in time. A few seconds later, Monty snorted softly. Whether it's the fortress or the secret room, you should ask the king. Black Sand region knows best. The vassals in the hall fell silent again. That's right. The throne is no longer in Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City. The secret room, which only serves Extet, is naturally the same. Everyone felt dejected. This is Dragon Cloud City after King Nuvan passed away. When he heard this, Count Lisban heaved a long sigh. This is no longer important. What's important is that if Constellation is involved. The regent stared at the bleak Archduchess with a solemn expression. Then our next expedition to the west. The vassals' discussions rose in the hall again. Count Liner sneered. Think about it. When we are attacking the city, there are 5,000 people in the desert in the south watching us calmly, waiting to attack us at any time. And behind them, there might be the entire constellation. Count Liner sneered. 20 years ago, even if we had 3 archdukes working together, because of the intervention of the White Elves and Camus Union, the war still dragged on for nearly a year. He narrowed his eyes, as if he was remembering that year. Guess how long Constellation can drag on for? 2 years. 3 years. The king must be very happy to see this. The diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers looked at each other. Their expressions were unpleasant. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more oppressive. Thales ignored the hostile gazes that swept at him from time to time, and quickly rearranged the information he knew. Things will not be that simple, nor will they be that complicated. It's just that the chessboard needs to be elevated a little. I originally thought that this was a storm between Extet and the Alliance of Freedom, or even within Extet. The Alliance of Freedom fought for independence, Black Sand region fought for survival, the city of faraway prayers fought for their own interests, Dragon Cloud City fought for the balance of power, and the other archdukes longed to watch the king weaken and Dragon Cloud City split. And now, Constellation has to be added to the mix. Then in this storm, where is Constellation's greatest interest? This is just an optimistic situation. Count Cotterson counted with his fingers, as if he was talking to himself as he calculated the numbers. If the other side is really Constellation, which has turned out in full force after the bloody year. Worse still, if we include the White Elves, who suffered losses in the previous war, and the 4 northern cities of Camus Union, who made bets based on the situation. And we only have Dragon Cloud City and the City of Faraway Prayers. Count Nazir watched him calculate the chips and let out a long sigh. He said the words that made many Northlanders feel indignant. When was the last time Xdet lost a war? No one spoke. Thud. The one-armed Count Cockagel punched the arm of his chair, causing a dull thud. His ghastly pale face told of his current mood. The vassals clenched their fists. The situation has become complicated. Count Lisbon's expression did not change as he said flatly. Nazir nodded. It was rare for 2 old friends and old rivals to agree on the same thing. Thales was still thinking quickly. One after another, guesses surfaced in his mind. If the plan to dispatch troops remains unchanged, we will need to readjust the deployment of our military forces, including the quality of the soldiers we recruit. The old count's tone was solemn. Our enemies are the Alliance of Freedom and Constellation. The difference between these two is not insignificant. You mean retreat? Lisbon's words traveled into his ears steadily. I did not say that. After all, the lady has already made a promise, and this concerns the honor of Dragon Cloud City and the Walton family, Count Nazir said solemnly. But if we still want to dispatch troops to fight, we cannot deal with it carelessly like we did before. After all, the opponent we are facing is our old enemy of nearly 700 years. The shield of the Western Peninsula, the descendant of the Empire. No one spoke again. Only the Raven of Death shook his head and exhaled. The heir of the City of Faraway Prayers, Ian Rockney, widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked at Thales, then at Saroma on the stairs. How can this be? On the Archduchess' seat, Saroma looked stunned. At this moment. No. Count Liner raised his head and attracted the attention of the entire hall. The problem is actually very simple. The Count, whose expression was cold and whose words were as sharp as knives, looked at Thales again and said profoundly, We do not need to send more troops, nor do we need to hesitate. Thales' scalp tensed. It's here. This is what I'm most worried about after everything happened. Many people moved slightly. Constellation has an army that is here to stir up trouble. And we have their heir. Count Liner said coldly, Prince Thales Jadestar, right? A name that has never appeared in the Jadestar family tree. At that moment, Thales felt the gazes on him become even colder. Count Hurst was stunned. You mean? Count Liner sighed. Chop off one of his hands and send it to Eternal Star City. Tell his crazy father to retreat immediately. Problem solved. At that moment, the Archduchess turned her head abruptly and stared at Thales in disbelief. But Thales was still unmoved. So the Archduchess anxiously looked at her regent, but Count Lisban only shook his head slightly, signaling for her to calm down. The Northlanders quietened down and looked at Thales with increasingly strange gazes. Among them, Monty, the Raven of Death, flashed him a strange smile. He still looked like a hunter looking at his prey. Thales sighed. Hey, enough is enough. Finally, Count Hurst could not help but say, This is not in line with the Northlanders' way of doing things. The ignorant era where the Iron Blood King dug out his heart and drank wine has passed for more than 3,000 years. Count Liner shook his head. This is his use. Thank the gods, after wasting 6 years of food, this precious hostage is finally put to use. Thales clenched his fists. Wait a minute, that's the Iron Hand King who executed 300 nobles in one night. It is said that the lunatic watched the entire execution without blinking. Count Cotterson snorted coldly and disrespectfully. If he really has a heart of stone like the rumors, and refuses to retreat even after this. Count Liner laughed. Enough, all of you. Count Hurst snorted impatiently. Release him in exchange for a retreat, or just kill him to show our attitude. We are dissatisfied with the Constellations, so we torture a child to vent our anger? What is this all about? Count Liner sneered. This is not venting our anger. Besides, we are releasing him. There was a cold glare in his eyes. It's just that we are releasing him in installments. Count Hurst furrowed his brows. Installments? If one letter is not convincing enough, then 2, 3, 4. Anyway, aside from his palms, he also has arms, legs, feet, eyes, nose, ears. Count Liner's cold words echoed in Thales' ears. Every time he writes a letter, we will release a part of the prince in installments. Until King Kessel retreats. Or he dies. Chapter 326. The hall fell into silence once again. Thales closed his eyes, as if he was tormented by his own fate. But no one knew that at the moment Count Liner made his cruel suggestion, the second prince of Constellation finally figured out one thing. Connect, he said in his heart. The fight in Black Sand region, Constellation's interference, the Alliance of Freedom's rebellion, the war in the City of Faraway Prayers, the storm in Dragon Cloud City. Most of the things were connected. They all pointed to a key point. That was... Thales clenched his fists. Is it really as I thought? But if that's the case... At this moment, a clear female voice rang in his ears. No! This made the nervous Thales open his eyes and snap out of his daze. He raised his head in shock and looked at the Archduchess throne at the highest point. Many other vassals did the same. No! A clear and decisive voice echoed in the hall. It was Saroma. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and looked conflicted. Her gaze kept moving between the vassals. Count Liner, who had threatened to release Thales in installments, was slightly stunned. My lady? Saroma stared at Thales in a daze. But after a few breaths, she seemed to have made up her mind. She turned her head and took a deep breath. Everyone, 6 years ago, before the king and the 4 archdukes, I made a promise in the name of the Archduchess. The Archduchess seemed to be a little stuttering and nervous, a stark contrast to her previous unyielding attitude. But she still tried hard to suppress her trembling and said anxiously, I promised, Thales. Thales will be Dragon Cloud City's guest. I will be responsible for his safety. In Dragon Cloud City, before my eyes. The young girl's face was taut, and she shouted with all her might. He won't, and he shouldn't be hurt. Once she said this, the vassals had different reactions. Among them, the 6 counts had the most complicated expressions. Promise? The Archduchess. Thales stared at Saroma, who was forcing herself to remain calm. He felt anxious and fearful. Saroma. You. Be responsible for his safety? Count Liner seemed to be very dissatisfied with this sentence. His eyebrows were almost raised. Forgive me for being blunt, my lady, but what about our safety? What about the safety of those warriors who risked their lives to fight for your honor? The vassals seemed to resonate with Count Liner's words. They all nodded and grunted in response. Count Nazir looked at the Archduchess with a strange expression. He seemed to be hesitating about something. Count Liner said in an overbearing manner, That's right. And where do you put these? Saroma's face turned pale. Don't tell me that in your heart, this Prince of Constellation is more. Lisban saw that the situation was not right and decisively reprimanded. Liner! Liner snorted angrily. He turned his head around and looked at Thales with hostility again. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became very awkward. No one wanted to speak. Beside Thales, Ian looked at the situation in the hall and exhaled heavily. The Viscount knocked on the seat of his chair in dissatisfaction, venting his dissatisfaction with the unexpected situation. Damn it! This was probably the only time he looked like a Northlander. Thales only lowered his head and listened quietly. He did not pay attention to the argument in the hall. After a few seconds, the embarrassed Archduchess seemed to have adjusted her emotions. I will negotiate with Constellation, she said softly. But before that, my guests will not be harmed in any way. The Archduchess raised her head and gritted her teeth. This is our bottom line. The vassals frowned. Thales sighed. This is bad. Saroma, no. If you insist on this, negotiate. This time, the person who spoke was Monty from the City of Faraway Prayers. It will take about a month to travel from Dragon Cloud City to Eternal Star City. Monty crossed his arms and stood in the middle of the hall. He ignored the strange expressions of the nobles on both sides and said coldly, And the military situation is urgent. You can wait, but my subordinates and comrades can't. Moreover, we cannot turn this war that we must win into a permanent burden and let the real enemy succeed. He did not clearly state who the real enemy was. Saroma was instantly speechless. The vassals began to discuss among themselves again. Ian frowned and wanted to say something, but under Monty's fierce gaze, He did not speak in the end. The pressure was back on Thales. The mean Count caught her son snorted softly and sneered. Very reasonable. So. He shrugged and turned to Liner. The simplest way is to send our attitude along with the letter. Are you sure that chopping off only one hand will work? Count Liner smiled back at him. Thales sighed. We're back to this topic again. Someone must let them know that Northlanders do what they say. But they were interrupted by the Archduchess once again. No! Saroma clenched her teeth. Beads of sweat could be seen on her forehead, as if she was going through a very intense struggle. It's not that simple. The vassals showed puzzled gazes again. The young lady glanced at Thales. The anxiety and nervousness in her eyes did not decrease in the slightest. The Archduchess panted and tried hard to convince the men in the hall. I remember that King Kessel once promised that anyone who endangers Prince Thales' safety will become Constellation's eternal enemy. His head will be the condition for the next king of Constellation to be crowned. We must be cautious. This sentence seemed to have quite an effect. At least, the vassals who had been glaring at Thales and speaking rudely stopped talking and began to think about more problems. Thales was the only one who looked at the Archduchess with a complicated expression. He felt rather upset. She's protecting me. Even if this will endanger the little bit of popularity she built up with great difficulty today. She's protecting me. But Saroma. Finally, Count Lisban broke the awkward atmosphere. My lady's considerations are reasonable. The former Prime Minister and current regent, who had worked diligently for Dragon Cloud City for decades, coughed. Lisban raised his gaze and swept his gaze across every vassal. If that king is really cold-blooded and does not care about the kingdom's future or his son's life, then no matter how many times we release this prince, the result will be the same. In the end, we will be the ones who will be forced into a dead end. Is Dragon Cloud City really prepared to take the prince's head and become the target of public criticism? The hall fell into silence again. The Archduchess cast a grateful glance at Lisban. That's right, Seal. I mean it. Lisban only nodded mildly. This made the other counts frown and cast dissatisfied glances at the regent. But the girl still breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Thales doesn't have to. But then she was slightly startled. Thales was staring at her from afar. The Prince of Constellation sighed. With a hesitant expression. He shook his head gently at her. No, Saroma. Don't. Thales thought quietly. Saroma was stunned in her seat as she watched the prince's actions. She remembered what Thales said earlier. Promise me, Saroma. On the next day of the council hearing, no matter what happens, don't do anything stupid. She looked at Thales, who shook his head helplessly. She could not help but bite her lower lip. Don't care about others. Don't care about anything else. Don't hesitate or hesitate. In that case. You, Thales, are you the other people you mentioned? The girl thought bitterly. In the corner of the hall, Thales was still shaking his head gently. Just choose the path that suits you and the Archduchess the most. That's enough. I will solve the rest of the problems. Saroma struggled to look at Thales. But Thales, the current you, can't even protect yourself. Oh, my lady. This time, the one who spoke was Monty. The vanguard of the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group deliberately raised his eyebrows. But didn't you summon the vassals to Dragon Cloud City precisely to restore your father's glory and boldness and to prove that you are a qualified ruler? The Raven of Death clicked his tongue and said, And now, in the face of the Empire's empty threats, you are backing down and afraid. Were all those words about protecting the family's honor just for fun? Dissatisfied discussions immediately rose in the hall. The vassals' expressions became much more unpleasant. Saroma clenched her teeth again. Her face was tense. Show some respect, Raven of Death, the golden-bearded Count Hurst reprimanded in displeasure. You once served in the White Blade Guards and received King Nuven's kindness. There is no reason for you to make things difficult for his granddaughter. Speaking of this, you must know that I left the White Blade Guards in Dragon Cloud City for more than 10 years. Monty shook his head at the Archduchess with a mocking expression. He did not hide his disdainful tone at all. Compared to the past, all of you are really old and much more sentimental. I even suspect. Nicholas' expression changed while he stood beside the Archduchess. He said in a deep and unquestionable tone, Shut up, Monty. When he heard his old superior's words, Monty immediately stopped talking. He snorted softly and did not speak again. Thales could not help but size up the raven of death with his fierce gaze. Something is not right. He once again felt that something was not right about this visitor from the city of faraway prayers. But what exactly is wrong? At this moment, Count Carcagel, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly raised his head. Then let's bring him along, the one-armed count said fiercely. Bring him to the west. Everyone in the hall, including the Archduchess, Thales, and Ian, was shocked. The surprise lasted for a few seconds. Count Lisban frowned and said, Bring him along? Do you mean? The one-armed count nodded and said coldly, We will march with this prince to solve the problem of the Alliance of Freedom. We will bring him along to attack the city, bring him along to fight, bring him along to kill the enemy. We will leave the problem to the Constellations opposite Fort Liberté, who are holding the double cross-shaped stars flag. The Archduchess trembled and cried out involuntarily, What? The vassals' gazes were cast on Thales. Thales was shocked. His expression changed slightly. We will let the possible enemies on the battlefield know that their prince is in our hands, Carcagel said coldly. If they do not want to see any tragedies or accidents happen, then it is best for them to know their place. Wait for us to get rid of those cowards in Fort Liberté. The moment he finished speaking, it was as if the hall was covered with a layer of ice. Ha! Monty laughed out loud. I like this idea. Things that cannot be solved at the negotiation table, of course, must be solved on the battlefield. Saroma revealed a look of disbelief. She subconsciously glanced at Thales, then at Carcagel. Lisban and Nazir glanced at each other, each deep in thought. Perhaps this is a good idea, the old Count Nazir said faintly a few seconds later. Indeed, my lady, your promise back then is very important. It is also best for Prince Thales' safety not to be destroyed in our hands. Compared to an awkward negotiation that involves all parties and the outcome is unknown, bringing the prince to the front line as a bargaining chip is more effective. Count Lisban, who was listening by the side, sighed. On the other side, Count Liner's expression was still calm, but his words were sharp. He looked at Saroma's panicked expression and chuckled. Very reasonable. If Prince Thales were to meet with an accident because of his battle with the Constellations, what would happen to him? The responsibility will not be on our side. Thales closed his eyes again and exhaled. When the vassals agreed to send troops, there was a moment when he thought that they had already won. However, accidents always come suddenly. The Archduchess widened her eyes and subconsciously shook her head. How are you going to deal with him? Upon hearing the Archduchess' words, the counts frowned. Carcagel's deep voice seemed to have some kind of power that made people shudder. If the other party restrains themselves, then we will act as usual. We will take him for a walk. The hall was silent for a moment. Saroma gulped. The Archduchess' voice rang again. What if the other party does not restrain themselves? Count Liner sneered, while Count Cotterson shrugged. Then we will do what we should do, Carcagel said coldly. As long as we conquer Fort Liberté, everything will be over. What we should do? Thales lowered his head in silence and did not speak. What should I do? If I want to solve the current predicament, I must pay a corresponding price. The problem is, do I have to take that step? That is. Count Hurst stared at the Archduchess' expression. His golden beard trembled and he frowned. I think it is feasible. Saroma clenched her teeth. Seal, she said to the last count with great difficulty. Do you agree as well? My lady. Regent Lisban looked at the young girl with a serious expression. This is the best method for now. Countless people will rush to the battlefield for you, so you must consider their lives for the sake of the war. No problem. Ian appeared at this moment. His eyes brightened. He coughed softly and smiled again. The city of faraway prayers will welcome your highness' presence. Thales clenched his fists. He raised his head and looked at Saroma nervously, waiting for her response. Saroma also looked back at him hesitantly. Their gazes met in the air. Thales sighed and shook his head gently. No, Saroma. Don't do this because of... A few seconds later, the Archduchess' expression became firm again. She looked at Thales and shook her head too. Thales' heart trembled. He understood her response. No.
No.
The Archduchess raised her head abruptly. Thales, he must stay in Dragon Cloud City. Stay in Heroic Spirit Palace. Saroma's expression was firm as she said resolutely, "And I promise that I will personally write a letter to King Kessel and remind him that his heir is still with us. I will use all means to ensure that Constellation will not pose a threat to our war." Thales closed his eyes. The vassals' expressions changed at the same time. They stared at their female ruler with unfamiliar and dissatisfied gazes. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to have returned to the time before Ian proposed. Thales heaved a long sigh. "Saroma, if you do this will make our previous efforts." "Hey!" Thales opened his eyes gently. He gestured at Ralph behind him. "Go." The Phantom Wind follower was slightly stunned. He nervously looked at the various hostile gazes in the hall, but still bowed slightly and left with his back against the wall. Thales exhaled. In the end it still came to this. His fists were trembling. "Well, my lady, your relationship with him and this Prince of Constellation is quite good." Monty sneered. "Just like the rumors say." These words were like pouring oil on the fire, making the atmosphere in the hall even more solemn and solemn. Leespan saw that the atmosphere in the hall was becoming more and more off. He quickly coughed and interrupted the Raven of Death. "My lady, I don't like to say this, but someone interrupted the regent even faster. For the sake of the gods, you have said no many times about this matter." Across from Leespan, Count Nazir frowned and spoke slowly. "As the ruler, my lady, of course you have the right to say no and force us to carry out your will." The old count enunciated each word, as though he cherished every word in his words. "But please remember, every time you say it, you have to pay a price. It's just that some of the prices are visible and visible, while some are invisible." Under the Archduchess' shocked gaze, Count Nazir said flatly, "Unless you have the ability to fool your people again and again, otherwise, if you pay too many of these prices, one day, they will accumulate into a huge debt that even someone as noble as you cannot repay." Saroma gathered her hands under her sleeves. Her expression was unpleasant. "Count Nazir." Nazir did not give the young girl a chance to speak. Instead, he spoke his words one by one. Among the 6 counts, Nazir's words were not as soothing as Lisbon's, not as gentle and polite as Count Hurst's, not as ear-piercing as Count Liner's, not as harsh and unpleasant as Cotterson's, and not as shocking and powerful as Carcagel's, but they seemed to contain a special power that could not be rejected. They could not help but be moved. "And those we are talking about, my lady. Those are the soldiers of Dragon Cloud City," Nazir said softly. "The decision we make here concerns their lives. Do you really understand the price of saying no here?" Saroma was stunned. "Those are the sons of countless mothers, the husbands of countless wives, and the fathers of countless daughters." The old count spoke very slowly, but every word he said made the vassals consciously listen to him quietly. These Northlanders, all left their homeland in response to your summons and rushed to other places." Saroma's breathing became chaotic. She stared at Nazir in a daze. She felt as if there was a heavy stone weighing 1,000 pounds pressing down on her from the air. Nazir raised his head gently and said slowly, "And no matter what the reason is, you should not disregard your people who are loyal to you for an outsider, a hostage of an enemy country. And the price of doing so?" He stared at the Archduchess with a piercing gaze. "Perhaps it will make your people and all those who are willing to fight for you bitterly disappointed. Then they will disregard you and their ruler." Once he said this, the gazes of the vassals on Saroma instantly changed. Saroma, on the other hand, stared at the count in a daze. She was drenched in cold sweat, and her lips trembled. Old Count Nazir sighed slowly. "Until one day, the accumulated debts of these prices exceed the grace you and your family have given us, and exceed our loyalty to you and your family. At that time, no one will be willing to fight for you anymore. Isn't that so?" The hall became quiet. No one spoke anymore. In the corner, Thales closed his eyes expressionlessly and shook his head slowly. Chapter 327. The young lady was obviously anxious. Saroma's breathing became faster and faster. She subconsciously shook her head. "But Count, no." But her hesitation only lasted for a few seconds. The Archduchess raised her head again and spoke in a firm tone. "Count Nazir, you don't understand." Her words were somewhat incoherent, but the unyielding attitude in them made Leespan frown. If it weren't for Prince Thales' help, there would be no me, and there would be no Dragon Cloud City today. Thales was shocked. The moment she finished speaking, the entire hall seemed to have turned cold. Count Lisban heaved a heavy sigh, while Nazir's expression was extremely unpleasant. The other counts were not willing to give in. More and more Northlanders turned to Thales again. But the gazes that gathered on him became more and more ominous. Silly girl. Ian put his hand on his forehead in annoyance. He nudged Thales and whispered, "Yes, perhaps she can protect you from war. But if she has to sacrifice her prestige and power for this, and lose the support of all of Dragon Cloud City, then what is the point of everything we do today?" Thales did not answer. He just chased all the unnecessary emotions out of his mind and quietly looked at the Archduchess, who refused to back down. "Madam, Lady Saroma Walton, you said." Old Count Nazir called her by her full name and narrowed his eyes. "Without him, we wouldn't be here today?" Nazir softly repeated Saroma's words. Saroma took a deep breath. Her face was pale. "Yes, all of you may not know, but Seal knows very well." But the next moment, Count Nazir widened his eyes and suddenly raised his voice. "Indeed." His sonorous voice shook the hall. The old count stood up from his seat. The vassals' expressions changed simultaneously. Saroma was stunned by the count's sudden outburst. Nazir's expression was tense. His tone was stern, causing people to forget his age. "Do you think we don't know? 6 years ago, from Archduke Poffert's conspiracy, to the calamities entering the city, to King Nuvan's death and King Chapman's coronation. Yes, I know what role those despicable constellations played in that tragedy." Discussions rose in the Hall of Heroes again. Saroma stared at him in a daze. "Count Nazir." Count Nazir stared coldly at Saroma, then at Thales. Madame Kalshan explained it very clearly. What came with the Prince of Constellation was the disaster that caused Dragon Cloud City to collapse and the earth to shatter. It is us who are in such dire straits today. Lisban was about to say something to soothe his cheeks, but when he heard this, he could not help but be stunned. "Kalshan." The regent sighed. "It seems like you are not as contemptuous of Black Sand Region's hand as you said." "Old friend." Nazir snorted coldly. The old count cast a sharp gaze that did not match his age, sending a chill through the hearts of those who came into contact with it. "It's been 6 years, and the disasters brought about by this ominous prince have never stopped." Nazir paced around slowly and said to the slightly panicked Archduchess, "It's been 6 years. As a so-called hostage, he can't be easily touched, used or harmed, but he's still in heroic Spirit Palace, living and eating with you." Saroma was speechless. "But that's not important anymore. I don't care how many pieces that prince will be chopped into. Because what I can't stand the most is not those unpleasant rumors, nor is it the prince's misdeeds in Dragon Cloud City." Nazir stared at the Archduchess sharply, then at Thales. His expression was extremely solemn. "It's what I saw today. You, the dignified Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, actually allowed him to so easily influence your decision, and allowed him to be so deeply involved in Dragon Cloud City's internal affairs?" In the hall, the sounds of discussions among the vassals rose again. Quite a number of people cast their gazes on Thales again. And the prince only lowered his head gently, ignoring Ian's quiet grumbles beside him. "This makes me very uncomfortable. Even Lisban's autocracy did not make me so angry." Lisban stared at his old friend with a steely expression. "I hate saying this, but..." Nazir gritted his teeth, and there was a hint of resentment in his words that was not there before. Dragon Cloud City has had enough. Whether it's the disaster that year, or the current predicament. Whether it's Black Sand Region or Constellations. Whether it's by your side, or far away on the battlefield of the Alliance of Freedom. Saroma stared at him blankly, not knowing how to answer. Sounds of praise rose in the hall. Pairs of gazes were directed at Thales, and they were filled with hostility. Cotterson and Count Liner looked at each other. Hurst and Count Carcagel lowered their heads without saying a word, while Regent Lisban furrowed his brows. After a long silence, Nazir coughed loudly a few times. "I'm sorry, I overstepped my authority." Nazir's voice became softer, as though he had returned to the appearance of an old and clumsy count. "But if you are still so naive..." He shook his head with a sorrowful look in his eyes. "Especially when Constellation is involved, please forgive me for reconsidering my decision to send troops." Perhaps Dragon Cloud City should also stay away from these matters, even if it will damage your reputation. Please understand that we did not respond to the enlistment to satisfy the willfulness of a child who wants to protect his childhood playmate. These merciless words instantly plunged the entire hall into a cold winter. Count Xiaofan clenched his fists tightly and stared at the Archduchess hesitantly. Count Hurst wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Count Liner and Cotterson exchanged glances. Their meaning was unclear. The breathing of the vassals slowly became disordered. Please make a decision, the decision a wise archduke should make, Nazir said faintly and sat down again. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the girl who sat at the highest point in the Hall of Heroes, perhaps the highest point in Dragon Cloud City. Saroma trembled slightly and stared at Nazir in disbelief. No! She struggled internally, and her eyes slowly turned red. Naive? Willful? She muttered. Protecting my childhood playmate? She raised her arms as though she wanted to grab onto something, but in the end, she could only place them weakly on the chair. The girl stared at Thales with a sorrowful gaze. But Thales did not respond to her. A few seconds later, she turned her gaze back to Nazir and stared at the Count's pained and unhappy expression. The decision a wise archduke should make? Her expression slowly turned into one of anger. It's easy for you to say, Count Nazir. The girl's breathing gradually quickened. You weren't there, Nazir. A puzzled look appeared on Count Nazir's face. Saroma took a deep breath. 6 years ago, when the disaster happened. You weren't there, she said with great difficulty. Count Nazir listened to the Archduchess' words and frowned. Beside the prince, the Viscount of the city of faraway prayers tugged at his sleeves angrily. Did you see her expression? I don't think it's good. Thales nodded expressionlessly. He suddenly had a premonition of what Saroma was going to say. An inexplicable emotion broke through the seal of the Sin of Hell's river and surged into his heart. My lady, Count Nazir sighed. You are now King Nuvan. Saroma raised her head and interrupted him loudly. When King Nuvan unfortunately passed away. This name made many of the vassals' hearts clench. Many of them thought of His Majesty and lowered their heads. That blood calamity, when Shield District was destroyed, when the Queen of the Sky descended. During those times, all of you weren't there. With a mournful expression, Saroma slowly curled up the corners of her lips. More than that. Also when King Nuvan took Alex away from him. When he put that ring on my hand. When I was captured by that monster. When Lupa appeared and surrounded us, it was as if he was a child. The vassals stared at the girl. Doubt and puzzlement slowly crept into their hearts. My lady. Xiaofan coughed and reminded her softly. Perhaps you should reconsider. But Saroma ignored what he was saying. How do you know? How do you know? So you don't know. The girl gritted her teeth fiercely. At that time, the one who was truly by my side. It's him who saved my life. And gave me a different life. At this moment, Thales, who was at the center of the storm, slowly curled up the corners of his lips. The words of the girl and Nazir made him recall what happened in the past. Those things he would never forget. He watched the Archduchess' struggling and hesitant expression from afar and sighed softly. Saroma puffed out her chest and held onto the arm of the chair. The anger in her eyes slowly turned into relief. The expression on her face also changed from indignation to indifference. Nazir, she said flatly, do you think that Dragon Cloud City lacks a true Archduchess? Nazir's gaze became solemn. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Do you think that with an Archduchess as your leader, it is inappropriate for us to send troops? Lisbon's breathing became faster and faster. He stared at the Archduchess in surprise. Saroma exhaled and said coldly, All right, I can do as you say. Choose a husband from the vassal families and give birth to an heir. Even if you get married tomorrow, it will not be a problem. If this can be exchanged for your expedition and your cooperation, then I will do it. The Archduchess flashed a forlorn smile. She heaved a sigh of relief, as if she had just let go of a burden. The Count's expressions changed one after another. Count Lisbon's expression changed drastically. What? As if someone had poured boiling water into the hall, the vassals immediately cried out in surprise. What's going on? Ian did not seem to be able to react. He pulled Thales in a daze. She. However, in the midst of the surprise and shock, Thale's expression remained calm. He only stared at the girl in silence. That little rascal. It was as if nothing had happened. But Thales, he is a friend who has gone through trials and tribulations with me. Saroma's cold and arrogant voice was like a beacon in the night. It ignored all distractions and spread out clearly in the midst of the clamor. As long as he is in Dragon Cloud City, he will not be harmed. And I will not treat him as a sacrificial chess piece and send him to the front lines just because I am wary of Constellation. She cast a warning glance at Koto-san and Count Liner. The two counts turned their faces away with unnatural expressions. Monty, the Raven of Death, who was watching from the side, had a solemn expression. However, there was something else in his gaze as he stared at the Archduchess. This is my promise, and it is also a favor I owe him. Saroma glanced at Thales. There was an indescribable emotion hidden in her eyes. A favor that is worth repaying with a lifetime. The voices of the vassals became louder and louder. The Count's expressions turned ashen at the same time. Count Hurst even turned his head away with an angry snort. Thales stared back at her quietly. A second later, the prince flashed a faint smile. It was the same smile he had all those years ago. He completely ignored Nicholas' angry glare from beside the Archduchess. As if she had received encouragement, Saroma's expression became lively. The Archduchess raised her head proudly and looked at the entire hall. Everyone, what do you think of this deal? Count Nazir stared at her in a daze. He seemed to be shocked by the girl's determination and was speechless for a long time. My lady! Count Liesban could not take it anymore and shouted, Enough of being willful! Do you know what you're saying? Saroma slowly turned her head and looked at the regent who had accompanied and taken care of her for more than 6 years. She is losing this game, losing her bargaining chip as an archduchess. Below the hall, Ian stared at the prince with a complicated expression. There was no lack of resentment in his voice. She is making all our efforts for her go to waste. Just to protect you? I really don't understand. Ian snorted coldly. Thales shuddered slightly. He slowly turned his head. No. Thales said coldly and interrupted Ian. She did not lose. In the face of Ian's puzzled gaze, Thales took a deep breath and tugged at his collar, brushing past the symbol of the 9-pointed star. I can't lose either. At the same time, everyone was either shocked or furious as they waited for the Archduchess's response. It was an important decision that might decide the future politics of Dragon Cloud City. The young Archduchess' hands trembled more and more violently, but her gaze became more and more resolute. Of course I know what I'm talking about, Seal. Thank you. Saroma said coldly, but I am a Northlander, and Northlanders never forget favors. Even if it comes at the cost of my life. At that moment, all the Northlanders fixed their gazes on their ruler, but everyone's expression was solemn. In the corner, Thales pressed his hand against the pocket on his abdomen. There was a pair of old black-rimmed glasses hidden there. The prince stared at the stone carving of the cloud dragon's spear at the top of the hall with a determined expression. At least with me around she won't lose, he said flatly to Ian, who was beside him. Ian was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Ian seemed to have figured something out. He became nervous. Thales, what are you going to do? The corners of Thales' lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. As I said, Thales seemed to be a little sentimental, he chuckled and said, a backup plan. In the hall, the Archduchess stared coldly at Count Nazir and opened her mouth gently. Instead of sitting in this position with guilt in your heart in the future, when you think about today. However, before Saroma could finish her words, ha 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 ha, a loud, undisguised laughter rang out in the Hall of Heroes out of nowhere. It interrupted the Archduchess' emotional words. It also broke the solemn atmosphere. Saroma, who was about to speak, was instantly stunned. Ha 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 ha. The laughter continued. Many of the vassals were also stunned. Liesban frowned, Nazir turned his head in surprise, and more nobles turned their gazes in displeasure, looking for the idiot who had no respect and did not pay attention to the occasion. Ha 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 ha. The laughter went back and forth, echoing without restraint. It seemed like something really funny had happened. Saroma and the other vassals frowned together and looked in the direction of the laughter. The Archduchess was stunned. The others, including Ian, were also stunned. They stared in disbelief at the person who continued to laugh. The people of Dragon Cloud City did not react. They let the laughter continue for a while. But the laughter continued. Ha 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 ha. Then, the captain of the Archduchess Guards, the Star Killer Nicholas, who was in charge of maintaining order, shouted angrily. Shut up! The Star Killer's roar drowned out the laughter and echoed in the hall. Finally, the second Prince of Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar, who had been laughing heartily and rocking back and forth, stopped. Slowly he drew back his upraised head. Thales did not care about the angry gazes of the others. He leisurely and contentedly straightened his back on the chair. It was as if this was just an outing. And in the eyes of the Northlanders in the hall, the teenager was narrowing his eyes. With the most disdainful expression, he glared coldly at everyone who stared at him. Young Prince, the Star Killer said angrily, shut up or I'll have someone invite you out now. Save it, Star Killer. Can't you see? Thales snorted coldly and glared at Ian, who was trying to pull him back. In this hall, your roar is the same as the Archduchess' prestige. It's useless. Nicholas was stunned. Then, he showed a resentful expression. Thales seemed to be amused by himself. He slowly stood up and laughed again. Ha 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 ha. Although his shoulders kept trembling, there was no smile in his eyes. They were even cold. Saroma stared blankly at Thales, who was behaving abnormally. She did not know why. None of the Northlanders seemed to understand the prince's sense of humor. They stared at the presumptuous prince in unison. Their gazes were malicious, and the sound of their fists cracking and teeth gnashing could be heard incessantly. We are discussing how to save, or take away, your life. And you think it's funny, don't you? Count Cotterson looked sideways and stared at Thales coldly. The Empire? When he heard this, Thales did not stop laughing. Instead, he laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the prince's laughter, the Northlanders' expressions became increasingly unpleasant. Have you heard of that story? Thales, who was laughing so hard that he could not straighten his back, waved his hand and finally managed to speak smoothly. A fisherman and a woodcutter sat under a tree and had lunch. They were poor and had never tasted beef, so they thought of a way. They imagined the black bread in their hands as beef. Ha ha ha. Thales laughed so hard that his face was contorted. He clutched his abdomen and said while laughing, Then they discussed, Hey, look at the piece of beef in my hands. Should I bite it horizontally or vertically? His words echoed in the hall with his laughter, and it also made the Northlanders increasingly unable to suppress their anger. Ha 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 ha. Count Leespan and Count Nazir looked at each other in surprise. They had a tacit understanding that this was not Thales' doing. Saroma stared blankly at Thales as he walked out of his seat. She was speechless. Count Cotterson could not take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and glared at Thales. What the F***ck are you talking about? Thales stopped laughing, exhaled and shook his head. Don't you understand? The prince walked to the center of the hall. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he looked at the vassals around him contemptuously. Looking at a bunch of self-righteous fellows, self-righteously discussing a fantasy that they can't even achieve. Chapter 328. This sentence caused a huge uproar in the hall, like sparks splashing on eternal oil. The vassals were enraged. This F***king. F***ck him. Guards! But before the vassals could vent their anger, Thales spoke again. His voice rang through the hall. You know, sometimes I miss Nuven very much. The prince sighed, but his words were devoid of respect. I want to say to him, Look, great Dragon Cloud City, this is what's left of you. Your pitiful inheritance. Nuven. Thales turned around and looked up at the stone carvings above his head. He spread his arms at the nobles on both sides and shook his head in a seemingly dispirited manner. Just a bunch of old fogies with rigid thinking, guarding a useless and cowardly little girl. For the sake of that little bone in Dragon Cloud City, they tear each other to pieces. I've listened for so long I've had enough. His expression changed and he said disdainfully, As Nuven's vassals, all of you are truly pitiful. Asterisk bang. Asterisk blasphemy against the late king? Count Cockagel smashed his chair coldly. You'll regret what you said. I swear. Thales shook his head in disdain. He did not respond at all. Wow! Ian gaped at Thales from his seat. I thought I was already going overboard. If this is your plan, madam, then it's best to stop him before anything happens. Nicholas' already pale face was now filled with anger beyond the situation. He whispered beside the Archduchess, "This is too much. If this goes on, no one will be able to save him in front of the angry Northlanders. Even if he has his father and Constellation's protection." But Saroma only stared at the prince in a daze and did not reply. "Thales. You? Thales took 2 more steps and brushed past Monty's shoulder. The Raven of Death gave him a faint, cold smile. His gaze was malicious. "Enough. Prince Thales," Count Hurst shouted angrily. "Madam tried to save your life, but you— Oh, speaking of this." Thales raised his voice, as if he had suddenly realized something. He calmly turned to the golden-bearded Count. "Saved my life? Huh." He shook his head with a ridiculous and disdainful expression, clicking his tongue at the seated Archduchess. "I knew it. It's not safe to bet on the so-called Archduchess." He shook his head and sighed, seemingly annoyed. "I advise you not to do that either. It's just as I thought. She's too weak and too stupid." Thales shrugged. "She can't even be a good puppet, much less protect me." The prince snorted. "Stupid little woman." Count Lisban looked at the prince in disbelief. He felt that he had never been so unfamiliar before. It was as if he was no longer the prince who had always been content with his duties. Saroma's expression changed. She stared at Thales in bewilderment, but she could not help but recall what the teenager had said before. "Don't care about others. Don't care about anything else. Don't hesitate or hesitate. I'll take care of the rest." "This is your way of solving problems? How dare you insult Our Lady?" Count Hurst clenched his fists. His face was contorted, and he enunciated each word to express his anger. "Not bad, Prince Thales. Your Highness, as a constellatiate, you really have guts. Then, let us see how long you can be stubborn." Thales blinked. "The Northlanders have said this to me more than once." The second prince exhaled, seeming very helpless. "In the end, 6 years have passed, and my head is still on my neck." Count Hurst roared furiously like a beast whose territory had been invaded. The Northlanders burst into deafening curses. The Archduchess guards even held down 2 vassals who could not help but step forward. "This is really interesting." Count Liner stared coldly at Thales. "My lady, it seems that your judgment of people is somewhat biased." Saroma, however, quietened down at this moment. She looked at Thales with a hint of sorrow. But she could only see a false emotion in the prince's eyes. "Thales, what do you want to do?" "Yes, the Alliance of Freedom was our doing. It was Constellation's premeditated plan." Thales took a deep breath, turned to the Northlanders in the hall, and shouted, adding fuel to the fire, "And what can you do? Northlanders? Dragon Cloud City? Hold endless hearings and quarrel in the castle? Then, use pretentious words to boast about your achievements that were never yours to hide your incompetence and foolishness? I've had enough," he sneered. "As if all of you have really contributed a lot to Dragon Cloud City." Countless angry shouts rang in the air, and the passionate Northlanders gave passionate suggestions such as, "Kill him." Count Nazir frowned and stared at Thales. He gestured to Lisban, who was sitting opposite him. "What's going on?" But the regent only shook his head. He did not know either. "And what annoys me the most is, your Archduchess is right about one thing." Thales sighed, and his expression turned cold. 6 years ago, if it wasn't for me, Dragon Cloud City would have long since ceased to exist. Since when did all of you have the right to shout and discuss how to deal with me? Thales spun around on the spot and took in every pair of gazes. He laughed loudly and raised his voice, drowning out the Northlanders' curses. "As if you can really do it." The voices in the hall grew louder. "Now if I say, chop off one of his hands," Count Liner said coldly and loudly, "is there anyone else who objects?" One-sided shouts of anger and agreement rang in the hall. Thales laughed without a care in the world. He turned around and faced the now speechless Archduchess. He spread his arms. "Come." Like a brave warrior who was ready to risk everything, he laughed angrily and happily on the battlefield. "Everyone from Dragon Cloud City, the second prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, is here right now." "Take me as a hostage," the teenager shouted, Chop off my hands or feet, it's up to you. 3 Archduchess guards held down the 5th vassal who was about to rush forward. Count Hudson. Thales could no longer remember whether he was Sunset Snow River or Hudson of Spear City. But it did not matter. Thales stared coldly at the enraged Northlanders. It's about time. Ian stared at Thales in the hall and furrowed his eyebrows tightly. What are you trying to do? This is Dragon Cloud City, and you're facing Northlanders. If this goes on, even if you want to be sent to the city of faraway prayers safely, it's impossible. Saroma stared at Thales, who seemed to want to challenge all the authoritative figures in Dragon Cloud City. That's right. At this moment, no one. Talk about marriage, talk about conscription, and talk about the Archduchess qualifications. But you, Thales. When she thought of this, she could not help but feel a lump in her throat. Thales roared angrily again. But all of you must remember. Thales waved his arms and glared at every Northlander who was gnashing their teeth. He raised his head and shouted angrily, on that day in the future, on the day I wear the 9-pointed star crown and receive the staff of constellation, every debt will be settled, and every hatred will be washed away. His words were like a bucket of cold water. The angry shouts in the hall immediately stopped. In the name of Jadestar. This is a promise from the heir to the throne of Constellation. Thales took advantage of the silence to lower his voice and soothe his hoarse throat. He said coldly, remember every single one of you. Remember. Extensions. He glanced coldly at the vassals in the hall and found that the anger in their eyes had slowly faded away, turning into hatred that could not be erased for years. Brat. Count Cotterson gritted his teeth so hard that he looked as if he wanted to chew Thales to pieces. Do you think the Northlanders will be afraid of your threat? Thales turned his head around like a thorn and met his gaze. Am I wrong? Look at how scared you were when you faced Constellation. The prince smiled and said with a sigh, the once awe-inspiring and famous Dragon Cloud City has now. You can only rely on hostages to fight. The angry shouts in the hall, which had calmed down, rose and fell again. Aside from the bewildered Lisban and the frowning Nazir, even the other 4 counts showed their anger. Count Karkagel clenched his remaining fist and said with an expressionless face, I doubt if you can live to be crowned. If it weren't for the Archduchess guards restraining you, you would have been torn to shreds by now. I doubt if you can live to see the day of your coronation. Thales laughed. That's why I said that you are a bunch of idiots. The second prince of Constellation sighed as if there was no one else around him. It doesn't matter whether I am crowned or not. Because someone will always be crowned. He narrowed his eyes and fearlessly met the count's gaze. When it comes to how to deal with me, you have never faced me, but, the prince slowly opened his mouth and finished his sentence, the entire constellation. Thales finished his words flatly, and was greeted by another wave of angry protests. But he was completely unaware of it. At this moment, when everyone's attention was on Thales, a servant hurriedly pressed his body against the wall and went behind Regent Lisban. He then leaned close to his ear. Some people noticed this, but their attention was immediately attracted by Thales and they shifted their gazes again. However, Lisban's expression changed. He lowered his voice and said, What? Now, he said. The servant nodded. After Lisban asked a few more questions, his expression became increasingly worse. Count Nazir noticed his old friend's expression and immediately cast him an inquiring gaze. Against his expectations, the usually steady old Lisban had a dejected and panicked expression. He shook his head at the puzzled Nazir. Lisban took a deep breath and stared at Thales in disbelief. He smiled bitterly. Is that so? Prince Thales. I see. A second later, Lisban waved his hand weakly, as if he had given up on something. The servant left, but the confrontation in the hall continued. We Extet, fear no opponent, Count Liner said coldly. Earl Liner coldly said, because of your foolish actions, kid, your fate today has already been decided. And it will be the same in the future. Do you think that you will be able to rest easy after you return to Constellation's tall city walls in the future? Perhaps you have forgotten, 18 years ago Thales cut him off mercilessly. Oh, you have no right to represent Extet. Don't talk about Extet, and we all the time. Thales chuckled. Don't think too highly of yourself either. Not everyone has the right to represent such a big country. Count Liner's gaze became more and more vicious. I will remember what you said. I will put the debt of provoking the alliance of freedom and constellation on your head. But Thales was not afraid, as if this was just a stroll in the backyard. Forget it. In front of me, it is not up to someone of your rank to speak so harshly. He shook his head in disdain. Count Liner, your rank is still too low to threaten the next supreme king of constellation. The king's vassal of a country. Liner's face immediately turned livid. At this moment, bang! The main door of the hall was suddenly opened. A deep and sonorous voice rang out in a low voice. I seem to have heard someone say that not everyone has the right to represent Extet? Even a count's rank is not enough to speak to a certain king's heir? The argument in the hall stopped. Most of the people stared at the door in a daze. They did not understand what had happened. Thud. 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 The sound of footsteps rang. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, a middle-aged noble with a frosty expression stepped into the Hall of Heroes, accompanied by a few Archduchess personal guards, as if no one else was present. The newcomer stopped and stood leisurely in the center of the hall. He calmly sized up his surroundings. He spoke softly, but his words seemed to contain a bone-chilling chill. What about me? What about a king? The hall instantly fell silent. Saroma, Liesban, Nazir, Nicholas, Carcagel, Hurst, Liner, Cotterson, Lord Justin, even Monty and quite a number of vassals, from the Archduchess to the vassals, and even the personal guards and envoys from the city of faraway prayers, all of them froze in an instant. Liesban even had a tired and sorrowful expression on his face. It was as if time in the hall had stopped at this moment and did not move forward. Their expressions were exactly the same as they stared blankly at the middle-aged noble who had just walked in. It was as if he was a dead man who had crawled out of his grave. Thales was the only one who looked at the middle-aged noble calmly. Under countless strange or shocked gazes, the middle-aged noble raised his head. The dark golden crown on his forehead shone, and a dark red gemstone was embedded in the middle. When they saw the gemstone clearly, many of them sucked in a sharp breath. In the next second, Chapman I, the 46th common elected king of Extet and the Archduke of Black Sand region, swept his gaze across everyone in the hall expressionlessly. He said softly, "Good morning." Chapter 329. Thales never thought that when a king appeared before his vassals, he would receive such an interesting response. At that moment, all eyes were on the king. In the silent atmosphere, Chapman Lampard clasped his hands behind his back expressionlessly and paced at a moderate pace. But he seemed to exude the solemn pressure unique to a king. He furrowed his eyebrows slightly, as if he was deliberately sizing up the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace, as if there were some patterns on them that were worth paying attention to. Behind the king, Viscount Kentvita and Croce stood on his left and right with indifferent expressions. Not everyone recognized King Chapman, so aside from Thales, there were only two kinds of expressions left in the hall. Their faces were solemn, and they were confused. There were also those who were both, such as Liesban and Nazir, and the Archduchess. Extet. Viscount Kentvita stepped forward solemnly. With a sonorous voice and the short, powerful and gruff tone unique to Northlanders, he announced to the entire hall, "Salute your king." Kentvita's voice echoed in the hall. In the next second, as if a storm had suddenly descended, the originally puzzled nobles instantly erupted into an uncontrollable uproar. What's going on? The Kinslayer is actually in Dragon Cloud City? How did he get in? Could it have been arranged beforehand? No, look carefully at that prince. There were those who were doubtful, those who were shocked, those who were solemn, those who were terrified, and those who were gnashing their teeth in anger. But the Archduchess and the 6 counts sank into a strange silence. Saroma's face was pale. Liesban closed his eyes and said nothing. Nazir could not hide the strange look on his face as he looked at the king, then frowned and looked at the indifferent Thales. Carcagel's eyes burned, and his breathing quickened. Hurst seemed to be seeing King Chapman for the first time. His solemn and scrutinizing gaze was fixed on the king. Count Liner and Count Cotterson were so shocked that they did not even have the time to exchange glances. Ian from the city of faraway prayers was dumbfounded. He blinked rapidly and sized up the common elected king in the center of the hall in disbelief. From time to time, he cast a puzzled glance at Thales. Is that the ambitious and terrifying Archduke of Black Sand region that my father mentioned? The culprit of the disaster in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago? How? Thales? Doesn't that mean? Ian's expression became more and more unsightly. At the center of the storm, King Chapman's expression was still calm, and his movements were casual. His left hand lightly rested on the sword at his waist, not caring about the atmosphere around him. The nobles' discussions grew louder and louder. At this moment, the king suddenly raised his head. The nobles, who were discussing among themselves, could not help but stop and hold their breaths. King Chapman's gaze was filled with coldness and deathly stillness. Wherever he looked, those who were swept by his gaze would shudder in fear. It was like falling into a bottomless glacier. A few seconds later, the king grinned and looked at the nobles of Dragon Cloud City. He chuckled in a mocking manner. Humph! Thales took a deep breath and calmly looked at Wuxia and Ralph, who had worried expressions on their faces. Behind Kent Vida and Croche, the two attendants of the Prince of Constellation lowered their heads. They stuck close to the wall and moved to the prince's side in a low-key manner. In the end it still came to this. The prince thought gloomily. The worst of it. He nodded at the two who had returned. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Malicious gazes shot towards him. It was the Star Killer. Nicholas was glaring at Lampard as if he was staring at an unforgettable enemy. The pain and hatred in his eyes were practically about to turn into flames and spew out. He then looked at Thales, his gaze filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Perhaps the Star Killer himself could not tell whether he hated King Chapman or Thales more at that moment. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head away as if he did not see the Star Killer's terrifying expression. Dragon Cloud City, are all of you deaf? In the hall, Viscount Kent Vida was very dissatisfied with the noble's behavior. He waved his arm and shouted angrily, in the name of the joint ruling pledge, to the common ruler of the Northlanders of the Western Peninsula, the 46th common elected king of Extet and Glacial Queeker, King Chapman Lampard. Salute! He swept his furious gaze across the hall. The hall quietened down again. The vassals frowned. Many of them cast their gazes at the Archduchess. Saroma took a deep breath. With great difficulty, she turned her head to look at King Chapman. Coincidentally, the king also turned his head around. His sharp gaze was directed at Saroma. The girl's face turned pale. Memories of the past surfaced in her mind. Count Leespan stared at the Archduchess with a solemn expression, then at King Chapman. Then he sighed and nodded. He is the king. This is the obligation of the joint ruling pledge, the regent whispered to the girl. After receiving Leespan's hint, Saroma gulped hard. She took a few deep breaths before she lifted her skirt, left her seat, and slowly walked down the stairs. She walked towards the supreme ruler of Extet. Your Majesty Chapman. She came before King Chapman, pressed her hand on her chest, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Welcome to Dragon Cloud City. I'm very surprised that you've come. As the Archduchess moved, countless sighs rose in the hall. King Chapman looked down at Saroma from above. He looked at the emblem of the cloud dragon spear on her clothes, and a barely noticeable hint of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. Yes, I didn't expect it either. But life is always full of surprises. He snorted softly, seemingly with a profound meaning. The ruler of Dragon Cloud City. The king shifted his gaze and looked around him. In the next second, the hall was in complete silence. All the extensions, whether they were nobles, vassals, soldiers, servants, counts with high positions of authority, or Viscount Ian of the City of Faraway Prayers, whether they were anxious or indignant, all rose from their seats. They knelt on one knee. They bowed to the king of Extet in the middle of the hall. Thales watched everything quietly. He felt as if he had returned to the day King Chapman was crowned 6 years ago. Seeing the vassals' actions, Kent Vida and Croche exchanged glances before they nodded in satisfaction and knelt down as well. However, Kent Vida immediately frowned. Not everyone has knelt down. Mute. Stand back a little. Wuxia pulled Ralph back and whispered in dissatisfaction. We're the only ones standing. It's a little too eye-catching. Ralph shrugged and pointed at a person in the hall. He frowned and gestured. We're not the only ones. Without waiting for Wuxia to react, Viscount Kent Vida's displeased voice rose again. Count Cotter's son. You're still standing. You didn't bow? Everyone's gaze turned to him at the same time. One of the 6 most powerful counts in Dragon Cloud City, Count Xiaofan Cotterson of Phelan Castle stood on the spot with an indignant expression. Compared to the vassals around him who were kneeling on one knee, he stood out. I still remember when we were young and fooled around together in Dragon Cloud City. At that time, you respected and feared King Nuvan. Count Cotterson said coldly. And now you come back to Dragon Cloud City to show off your might, Chapman? King Chapman's eyebrows twitched slightly. He snorted through his nose. He seemed to find this very interesting. Listen up, Chapman. We are the vassals of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. Cotterson did not show any weakness. He withstood the king's gaze and said in a gruff voice, We are also her vassals. We only salute her. Saroma stared in astonishment at Cotterson, who had been on bad terms with her before this. It was as if this was the first time he had met this earl who spoke harshly. All the people in the hall quietly watched the confrontation between Cotterson and King Chapman. But the king ignored him and looked away. He seemed to be indifferent. In this hall, only the Prince of Constellation does not have to salute the king, Count Cotterson, Kent Vida said flatly. This Viscount Kent Vida is probably still holding a grudge for the embarrassment from the last time we met. A malicious glint shone in the Viscount of the City of Halting Light's eyes. Why, are you also a Constellatiate? The moment he said this, Count Cotterson's face immediately turned livid. Many people furrowed their eyebrows. Kneel down and show your loyalty to the king, Kent Vida said coldly. Count Cotterson took a deep breath. He stared at the king in disdain, then at Kent Vida. He was about to open his mouth to retort, but someone grabbed his shoulder. Cotterson turned his head in surprise. Count Liner was holding his shoulder. His expression was unpleasant. Kneel down. He is the king after all. Etiquette is secondary. But if you do not want to be labeled as a disloyal, because you violated the joint ruling pledge the next day, and if you do not want to become the enemy between Dragon Cloud City and the king, there was a hint of warning in Count Liner's tone. Kneel down, don't cause trouble. Cotterson raised his head indignantly and looked at the king. He thought of something, and his expression was one of struggle. King Chapman continued to stare back at him with a dark expression. A few seconds later, Cotterson gritted his teeth. In the end, he closed his eyes and knelt down on one knee. His hand, which was holding his knee, trembled slightly, as though this was a great humiliation. The king's cold laughter rang in the hall. If you do not want to kneel down. King Chapman's expression became animated, as though he had suddenly come alive from a portrait. Then do not kneel. A true Northlander does not lie to himself. He cast a scornful glance at Cotterson. What do you say, Cotterson, my old acquaintance? Count Cotterson, who had already knelt down, immediately had an extremely unpleasant expression on his face. Get up and return to your seats, everyone. Especially you, young lady. King Chapman cast a cold glance at Saroma. The latter could not help but clench her teeth. She then looked around. Do not let me ruin the atmosphere. The vassals in the hall slowly stood up. What followed was the sound of many people clenching their fists. Below the Archduke's seat, Count Nazir said in a low and solemn tone, When did he arrive in Dragon Cloud City? You did not know about it beforehand? Opposite him, Lisban sighed. At this point in time, is this important? Nazir glanced at the king, who acted as though there was no one else around him, and snorted softly. I thought you would stop him, be it outside the city or outside the palace, and not allow him to enter as though there is no one around, your grace. I was thinking about it, Regent Lisban replied bluntly. Perhaps we could even add a sideshow like, Dragon Cloud City kills the assassin who broke into the palace. But Lisban's gaze then tensed up. If the news of the common elected king's arrival at Heroic Spirit Palace had not spread throughout Dragon Cloud City at the same time as his arrival, Nazir's gaze froze. Spread throughout Dragon Cloud City? Everyone knows that he is here. Lisban nodded cautiously and solemnly. In another morning, I reckon that all of Extet will know. Nazir furrowed his brows and retracted his gaze from the king's head. So, it is already impossible for us to seize the opportunity to attack him? Lisban nodded. They came prepared, so they have nothing to fear. The former prime minister's expression was stiff. We can only face them head-on. Nazir snorted softly and cast his gaze on the special teenager. It seems that we, all of Dragon Cloud City, have been played a ruthless trick. Lisban did not speak. But like his old colleague, he also locked his gaze on Thales. Thales just stood quietly on the spot and did not move an inch. He did not seem to care about King Chapman, who was not far away. Beside him, Ian from the City of Faraway Prayers looked at Thales hesitantly, then at King Chapman, who had suddenly appeared. He subconsciously shook his head. In the hall, Saroma, who had returned to her seat, took a deep breath and cast a worried glance at Thales, who was as expressionless as the king. She then asked anxiously, "May I ask why you are here, Your Majesty? After all, this is the day of Dragon Cloud City's State Affairs hearing. If you don't mind, we can." But the king interrupted her. "Of course." King Chapman did not hesitate. He strode forward and began to size up the 6 counts with different expressions. At the same time, he went straight to the point. "I'm here to help." The king's powerful voice echoed in the hall. The vassals frowned. "Help?" Saroma repeated, puzzled. "Yes." As Kent Vida whispered in his ear, King Chapman turned around and sighed. But before that, following the king's gaze, the vassals' gazes turned in puzzlement. In the end, they landed accurately on the air of the City of Faraway Prayers. "Ah, someone from the City of Faraway Prayers?" King Chapman enunciated each word clearly. He stared at Ian like a wild beast that had been lurking for a long time. What a surprise! Ian was shocked. His entire body stiffened, and an inexplicable anxiety rose in his heart. He never thought that he would have to face his worst opponent so early, so soon, and in such an embarrassing manner during his trip to Dragon Cloud City. In the face of the king's oppressive gaze, Ian instinctively said, "Your Majesty, this is the first time we meet. I've heard of you, Rocknee's son." The king waved his hand and did not let him continue. "Are you here to propose to the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City?" Ian was instantly rendered speechless. He had thought about the possible ways the king would open the conversation. Greetings, accusations, condemnation, probing. But, it's actually this? This is a bad idea. King Chapman snorted coldly. Your status is unworthy. It's more appropriate for your father to propose himself. Doesn't he love doing this kind of thing the most? Ian's face instantly turned pale. Behind the king, Croce chuckled softly, as if she had sensed something. Beside her, Viscount Kent Vida smiled. His Majesty has avenged you, Kent Vida whispered to the female warrior with a mischievous smile. Truth be told, when Rocknee proposed to you in Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago, without waiting for him to finish, Croce rudely replied with 2 words. Shut up. Kent Vida shrugged and did not say another word. After 2 seconds, Ian, who had lost his composure, composed himself. He pretended to be calm and replied in his usual relaxed tone. It's not very appropriate to say that. After all, I'm also considered the heir of the Rocknee family and the City of Faraway Prayers. Ian deliberately enunciated his words and said, Before you inherited the title of Archduke, didn't you have the same status as me? The vassals of Dragon Cloud City frowned. Is that so, heir? The same status as me? As he listened to Ian's sarcastic words, King Chapman snorted softly and said nonchalantly, Then why didn't you kill your sister? At that moment, the entire place fell silent. This time, Ian choked on his words. Thales looked at Ian and sighed. Yes, he knows this feeling. Everyone who crossed swords with Chapman Lampard would experience that kind of heavy pressure. The feeling of suffocation caused by his cold gaze and cold words corroding each other. And Lampard's attacks have always been about not moving. The king's voice rang again. If your sister is not dead yet. The king began to pace slowly and said flatly, Then what kind of heir are you? In that second, Thales felt as if he could hear a heavy hammer pounding into Ian's heart along with King Chapman's words. On the other hand, it was as if a block of ice had cracked inch by inch in Ian's heart. The Viscount of Dual Wind City did not speak for a long time. The hall was silent as everyone listened to the king's words. Ian's previous actions had made him a lot of enemies in Dragon Cloud City, so no one wanted to help him. No, there are. Your Majesty, Saroma said indignantly, perhaps you should return to the main topic. King Chapman raised his eyebrows. Oh, of course. For example, the City of Faraway Prayers, which rules the western part of Extet, sends a Viscount who doesn't even have the right of succession to ask Dragon Cloud City for a marriage alliance. These words made many people's faces turn stern. Ian, Monty, the Raven of Death reminded the absent-minded Ian in a low voice. Do something. Under the reminder, Ian shuddered violently. He suddenly realized that King Chapman came for the City of Faraway Prayers. He could not back down. The young heir of the City of Faraway Prayers forced a smile and said, "You have misunderstood. In the City of Faraway Prayers, according to the Northlanders' tradition, my sister has no right of succession." When he heard this, Thales sighed and closed his eyes. He saw it very clearly. Chapman Lampard and Ian Rockney. Just like the contest between the Prince of Constellation and the Star Killer. Whether it was a contest of swordsmanship or a battle of words, both sides did not. They were not on the same level. The king snorted coldly. At the same time, he cast a warning glance at Saroma, who had just interrupted him. No right of succession? Why? Could it be that you are hinting at the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, Saroma Walton, whom all the archdukes, including me and your father, acknowledge as a female, the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, Saroma Walton? King Chapman spoke slowly in a normal tone, but his words caused the expressions of all the vassals of Dragoncloud City to change drastically. No right of succession? Sitting on the Archduchess' throne, Saroma's breathing quickened as she stared at King Chapman in a daze. Ian was stunned again. In the face of the king's gaze and words, he was tongue-tied. His chin trembled continuously, but he could not say a word for a long time. Ian, who usually did not bother about trifles, was rendered speechless at this moment. There was no time to rest. The king soon spoke again, breaking the uncomfortable silence in the hall. Humph. Don't take it seriously. It was just a joke. Even if your father comes to propose. King Chapman glanced at Ian coldly from the corner of his eyes. Fortunately, you are not that stupid. If your families really become in-laws, I will not be here to help you. Ian looked at King Chapman. But for the future of Extet. The king glanced at the people in the hall. There was a deep chill in his voice. He is here to declare war. The atmosphere in the hall froze. The vassals became alert. Ian, who was usually eloquent, was rendered speechless, as if his tongue had been cut off. Ian turned to Thales indignantly. Damn it. Damn it. Thales. You and your father and the others. 6 years ago in Dragoncloud City, which was in a desperate situation. How did you play against an opponent like Chapman Lampard? And not be at a disadvantage? Lisban and Nazir looked at each other in unison. They saw the uneasiness and nervousness in each other's eyes. The City of Faraway Prayers can no longer be counted on. The situation is not good. Right. King Chapman raised his head again and sized up the decorations in the hall. He did not relax in the slightest when it came to Ian's question. I heard that Archduke Rockney has been very close to some of my restless vassals recently? The expressions of the vassals in the hall changed. Not very close. Ian took a deep breath and chased away the discomfort and loss of composure brought on by the king's pressure. He tried his best to force a smile. But under the joint ruling pledge, we pay attention to every noble of the kingdom, especially to ensure that their natural legitimate rights are not violated. Please forgive me. Thales closed his eyes gently. No. Indeed, they were not very close. But the City of Faraway Prayers is the mastermind behind the scenes. The City of Faraway Prayers wanted to rope in Dragoncloud City, end the war quickly, and defeat the Alliance of Freedom without any delay. It was also because they wanted to avoid falling into a quagmire. To ensure their influence over the vassals of Black Sand region, so that I can support them in defending their autonomy and fighting against King Chapman. The king's gaze was focused on the Soul Slayer pike behind the Archduchess. He seemed to be distracted and reminiscing about the past. He snorted softly in response, whether intentionally or not. But Thales knew that King Chapman was definitely not daydreaming. Is that so? Chapman the First seemed to have just snapped out of his daze. He said faintly, Yes, I almost forgot. Your father, Culgan, is such a generous and upright man. Ian furrowed his brows. He sensed that something was wrong. King Chapman sighed. So, when I heard that the City of Faraway Prayers was in trouble, I left my own troubles behind and came all the way here to help. The vassals of Dragoncloud City became alert. The war in the City of Faraway Prayers was related to Dragoncloud City's reinforcement. It was also related to the contest of power between the archdukes and the king. The City of Faraway Prayers is safe and sound. Ian raised his guard and spoke cautiously. He said cautiously, You don't have to. You don't have to worry. Ian fixed his gaze on King Chapman. Previously, Ian's imagination about Archduke Lampard and even King Chapman. His expectations and fixed impressions of him had long since been shattered by what he saw today and the few words they exchanged. This king was truly an extremely terrifying opponent. But Ian still underestimated this king who had been crowned for 6 years. Really? Don't worry? King Chapman's tone was raised slightly. He turned to the person he had never paid attention to since he arrived. What do you say? He was also the person who had been temporarily overlooked because of the king's arrival. Prince Thales. Everyone in the hall was shocked. What? That means? Lisban and Nazir's gazes were fixed on the prince. Their gazes were especially sharp. Under many people's gazes, Thales took a deep breath and opened his eyes. It's his turn. Since we've already come this far. His gaze swept past the vassals of Dragoncloud City and finally stopped on Saroma, who was at the highest point. Saroma stared at him in disbelief. Her gaze seemed to be asking him, "What's going on?" Thales smiled. "Remember what I said, Saroma. No matter what happens." She had to choose the path that was most suitable for the Archduchess. In the next second, Thales turned around in a steady and resolute manner. He faced the strange gazes that filled the hall and the seemingly calm King Chapman. Constellation thinks so. Extet is represented by the City of Faraway Prayers. You shouldn't rudely interfere with the internal affairs of the Alliance of Freedom. So we sent an army to observe the relationship between the Alliance of Freedom and the City of Faraway Prayers. Thales used the shortest and most appropriate words to share the information with King Chapman, who had just arrived. And regardless of whether it's the City of Faraway Prayers or Dragoncloud City, everyone here seems to be. I'm not very satisfied. After Thales finished speaking, he pursed his lips tightly. However, this sentence was like a powerful knock that echoed in the hearts of everyone who knew the truth. Saroma stared at Thales in a daze. The puzzlement in her eyes grew deeper. What was going on? Why does Thales want to stand against us? Why does he want to claim that his kingdom is against us? His situation was clearly already. In the face of Saroma's puzzlement, Thales' expression was as calm as still water. He did not respond. Ian of the City of Faraway Prayers opened his mouth in shock, but he could only speak halfway. Thales, you. What kind of joke is this? Didn't you say that you didn't know anything? But now you. In the face of Ian's questioning, Thales' expression was calm, as if he did not hear anything. On the other side, the Starkiller Nicholas stared at Thales with an increasingly dark gaze. There was even hatred in his eyes. Young prince, are you in cahoots with him? In the face of the Starkiller's angry gaze, Thales' gaze froze. He did not move an inch. Regent Lisban stared at Thales in shock. He furrowed his eyebrows tightly as he recalled the prince's previous deeds. Could it be that this prince and King Chapman knew Thales? Words also stirred up the anger of the vassals of Dragoncloud City again. Waves of condemnation surged forth and drowned him. Count Cotterson of Dragoncloud City gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, you little rascal," but he was interrupted. Count Nazir held him down with a solemn expression and shook his head. "Your Highness, is this your plan?" Wuxia, who came to listen to the council hearing for the first time, immediately whispered nervously into the prince's ear, "It doesn't seem too good." Ralph cast a scornful glance at the attendant. "This is considered bad? You didn't see it, but when the Northlanders were discussing how to dismember the prince." In the face of these people's gazes and discussions, Thales was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. He only waited quietly for King Chapman's response. King Chapman frowned slightly and paused for a few seconds. He seemed to be digesting the news. A few seconds later, he relaxed his brows again. His sonorous voice rang in the hall, cutting off the vassal's condemnation. The king turned around calmly and faced the entire hall of heroes. "This is what I meant by trouble for the City of Faraway Prayers." In the face of the king's pressure, the hall instantly fell silent. King Chapman sighed, as if he felt that it was a pity. If Constellation really interferes, it will not be so easy for the City of Faraway Prayers to get rid of the Alliance of Freedom. He pondered and said, "This is indeed a problem." Under the gazes of the people in the hall, King Chapman curled up the corners of his lips and revealed a rare smile. "Prince Thales, he said in a sonorous voice. "Why don't you come to Black Sand City as a guest?" The vassals and envoys were all stunned. Thales frowned fiercely. It was just as he had expected. Saroma was the first to react. She cried out involuntarily, "Your Majesty, what did you say?" The expressions of Lisban, Nazir, and the others changed. In the face of countless shocked and confused gazes, King Chapman smiled coldly. "I said, for the sake of the City of Faraway Prayer's interests in the Alliance of Freedom." He glanced at Ian, who had yet to react, and curled the corners of his lips in disdain. "I will reluctantly entertain Prince Thales and negotiate with King Kessel while I'm at it. After all, I am the closest to Constellation." Ian was stunned. "The prince is going to Black Sand region?" he murmured. But soon Ian, who had figured out what was going on, was shocked. "No." He stood up in a panic, his face pale. "No. Prince Thales cannot go to Black Sand." Behind the king, Viscount Kentvida snickered. "You are welcome, Sir Ian. After all, as His Majesty said, we are here to help." King Chapman put on a strange expression, like a cat who had caught a mouse. "Yes." Chapman Lampard stared at Ian, who had lost his composure. His eyes shone with a frightening cold glare, and he enunciated each word clearly through gritted teeth. "Kulgan Rockney is so enthusiastic that he doesn't forget to care about the vassals of Black Sand region, even though he is far away at the borders." Chapter 330. "No, Your Majesty, you can't take him away." Ian lost his composure and took a step forward. He had even forgotten how terrifying Chapman Lampard was. He was completely unaware that the man before him was the supreme ruler of the entire kingdom. "You can't take Prince Thales away." Count Nazir frowned slightly and whispered to Lisban, who was beside him, "Strange." "Yes." Regent Lisban also revealed a solemn and puzzled expression. "Once the hostage prince falls into the king's hands, the situation will be reversed, but Lampard is shrewd and ruthless. Why does he think that Dragon Cloud City will obediently bow to the king's might and obediently hand over the hostage? Unless..." Count Nazir narrowed his eyes. "He has something that he can use against us, forcing us to compromise?" No one noticed that Lisban's breathing froze for a moment. Or, Nazir was still thinking and did not notice his old opponent's loss of composure. "He thinks that Prince Thales' whereabouts are of no importance to the overall situation, and that's why he said it casually." This time, Lisban did not respond to him. In the hall, King Chapman cast a sideways glance at the anxious Ian, as though he was looking at a clown. "Humph. Prince Thales is related to the future of the two great kingdoms in the Western Peninsula." King Chapman's eyes were like frozen snow that would not melt. "If we want to use him as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Renaissance Palace directly, the king of the kingdom should step forward." The king turned around and faced the entire hall. His voice was loud and clear. "Don't you think so?" Ian took a deep breath and adjusted himself. No one made a sound. Everyone stared at King Chapman with solemn expressions. Thales' thoughts raced as he sorted out the clues in his mind. The prince knew that the storm he was facing, whether it was the envoy from the City of Faraway Prayers or the Archduchess' marriage, seemed to be happening in Dragon Cloud City, but the actual key was actually focused on Black Sand region in the south, the fight between King Chapman and his vassals. Just as Putray said, everything started with King Chapman's new enfeoffment decree for the nobles. The Archduke of Black Sand region's ambition caused his vassals to retaliate. While King Chapman was in a terrible predicament, he also revealed his biggest weakness. The City of Faraway Prayers seized the opportunity to attack him while he was down. Both sides of the chessboard had entered the game and began to gradually increase their stakes. In the first round, the external forces led by the City of Faraway Prayers made the first move. With Rockney as an example, the Archduke supported and instigated the vassals under the Lampard family from behind the scenes, giving them the confidence to continue fighting against the king's decree. They attempted to send the already infamous king of kinslayers into the abyss of complete disgrace and desertion. The second round began with Black Sand region's counterattack. The Alliance of Freedom's strange accident had caused the Rockney family's backyard to be on fire, causing the families of Black Sand region, who had vowed to oppose tyranny, to lose their confidence. Who would dare to count on Archduke Rockney, who was trapped in a long-term war, to fulfill his promise and send troops to support them at the most crucial moment? In the third round of this game, the City of Faraway Prayers revealed its next card in response to King Chapman. Under Ian Rockney's mediation, Dragon Cloud City, which was the most important city in the kingdom but had been weakened for 6 years due to internal discord, finally reached an agreement. The vassals of Dragon Cloud City gathered under the Archduchess banner and promised to use their powerful military force to launch an expedition to the west to solve the city of faraway Prayer's worries. They also used this as a gesture to join the list of those who would fight against the king, ensuring that the vassals of Black Sand region would continue fighting. After Dragon Cloud City expressed its stance, the balance returned to the side of the city of faraway Prayers. Thales, Saroma, and Ian's plan was at this step. Thales silently looked at the king, who was facing the hall. He looked at the silent vassals in the hall and felt that the king's power was increasing day by day. Just like King Nuvan in the past. Your Majesty. Ian was, after all, a viscount of a city. He adjusted his emotions and spoke resolutely and firmly. We will complete the negotiations with Constellation ourselves, the annoying viscount, who had just arrived in Dragon Cloud City but was already famous outside, said coldly. The same goes for the war with the Alliance of Freedom. We don't need Black Sand region's help. We don't need the king's concern either. King Chapman did not answer. He did not even turn around to look at Ian. For the first time, Count Cotterson, who hated Ian the most, spoke rudely at this moment, as if he was echoing Ian's words. Cotterson mocked him fiercely. You'd better mind your own backyard, Your Majesty of Black Sand region. I heard that Pine Sea Town's Count Mend is about to put up a notice denouncing the king in Sentry region. He snorted softly. We can't count on a king who can't even manage his own territory. Obviously, the words mocking Black Sand region's internal instability worked. When Viscount Kentvita, who stood behind King Chapman, heard this, he could not help but furrow his eyebrows tightly. King Chapman raised his eyebrows slightly. Your Majesty. Saroma, who had not spoken for a long time, had a tense expression on her face. She could not hide the nervousness in her heart. The ones who have a grudge against the Alliance of Freedom are, after all, Dragon Cloud City and the City of Faraway Prayers, the Archduchess said seriously. This is a battle that only belongs to the Walton family and the Rockney family. For the sake of Extet's victory, Prince Thales will be more effective in the City of Faraway Prayers than in Black Sand City. Thales nodded slightly, but his gaze was gloomy. You're right, Saroma. But the last thing King Chapman needed right now was probably a reason that was based on reason. The king stood quietly for a few seconds, as if he wanted to savor the air at this moment. Only then did he slowly turn around and show half of his side profile to the furious Cotterson and Ian, who looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He then looked at the Archduchess and nodded at Thales. All of you really like this boy, don't you? In the quiet hall, King Chapman's pupils shrank slightly, and he let out a rather uneasy voice. All of you are counting on him to force Constellation to intervene? In the face of the king's retort, Ian had no choice but to bite the bullet and reply. This is the City of Faraway Prayer's internal affairs. It has nothing to do with you. As he listened to the people in the hall fighting over him, Thales could not help but sigh. Be it himself or Saroma, they were now facing an accident that they had not expected. It could also be said that this was the 4th round of the chess game. The sudden entry of Constellation's army made the clear balance of military power uncertain again, and shook the City of Faraway Prayer's initial overwhelming advantage. Constellation's army was a threat that could not be ignored in the battle against the Alliance of Freedom. Their attitude determined how much trouble the Alliance of Freedom could bring to the City of Faraway Prayers. This put Thales at the heart of the struggle. Once Thales arrived at Black Sand region, it meant that the bargaining chip with Constellation and the initiative in the war in the West had finally fallen into the king's hands. He could make Constellation retreat and end the war as soon as possible, or prolong the war. This also meant that Black Sand region had the City of Faraway Prayers under its control. In the face of the undeniable failure of the Rockney family behind the scenes, the suspicious vassals of Black Sand region would lose their confidence and hope and give up resisting the king. Then, the scheme the City of Faraway Prayers set against King Chapman to ruin his reputation had basically failed. But what was worse was that because of Thales' decision to stay or leave, the prince could not help but sigh. A crack appeared in the relationship between the stubborn Archduchess and her vassals. It also made Dragon Cloud City, who had originally planned to send troops, become uncertain again. So, he could no longer sit by and watch. Thales stared at King Chapman, who should not be standing there. With a heavy heart he thought, I have to use this final trump card. A dangerous trump card with a price. But 20 years ago, King Nuvan used all of Extet to attack the Alliance of Freedom, didn't he? Chapman sighed. Now that the Alliance of Freedom has changed again, as his successor and nephew, I can't just sit by and do nothing. When the vassals of Dragoncloud City heard King Nuvan's name, they stared at King Chapman with increasingly hostile expressions. Why would the Alliance of Freedom change at this time for no reason? Count Liner's expression was cold. He continued to use his sharp tongue to hit the nail on the head. Just like 18 years ago, when your father, the former Archduke of Black Sand Region, lost his life in the hands of a few defeated soldiers of Constellation while he was surrounded by guards and under your watch. Don't tell me you don't know? A kin-slaying king who has no bottom line? At that moment, the stubble on King Chapman's face trembled slightly. When they heard Count Liner's extremely obvious and malicious hint, a sneer rose in the hall. Beside the king, Kent Vida and Croce's expressions turned cold. They were about to step forward and speak, but they were stopped by Chapman's hand gesture. Thales stared quietly at King Chapman, who did not say a word. Ever since this man was crowned as a kinslayer, especially after his coronation, no matter if it was a noble family or a commoner, the entire kingdom had never stopped talking about him, regardless of whether it was true or just pure malicious slander. Extet's kinslayer. Chapman I, the kinslayer. Other than power and power, this name would accompany him throughout his life. It would even be written in the history books, followed Chapman to his grave, and passed down to the future generations. But even so, this man... Thales stared at Lampard's eyes, which were as calm as still water. The wariness in his heart deepened. The lady has spoken very clearly. Our intentions are also very clear. This is just a local conflict. Count Carcagel's eyes were spitting fire. We did not ask you to come, Your Honorable Majesty. Don't flatter yourself. King Chapman's eyebrows twitched slightly. He nodded and did not say a word. As the three counts of Dragoncloud City joined the battlefield and joined forces with the Archduchess and Ian, the king seemed to have nothing to say for a moment. But Thales sighed. He knew that if Lampard was such an easy person to deal with, then the second prince would not be here right now. Ian raised his eyebrows and seemed to have regained some confidence. Now, Your Majesty, if there is nothing else. King Chapman turned his head abruptly and stared at Ian coldly with a pair of cold eyes. Ian was shocked. The air of the city of faraway Prayer's words seemed to have been choked, and he did not continue. The king sneered and shook his head. Local conflict? The king raised his head slightly. Thales noticed that the dark red gemstone in the center of his crown was slightly reflecting light. It reflected the light in the entire hall. But Constellation has already intervened, hasn't it? The king said softly in a relaxed manner. So let me confirm it again. King Kessel seems to have some complaints about the Alliance of Freedom, so he sent an army to the Alliance of Freedom. He turned his head slowly and looked at the Prince of Constellation again. Thales. Is that so? Everyone's expression changed. Thales took a deep breath. Once again, everyone's gaze was focused on the guests from Constellation. Many people seemed to have figured something out and looked at the prince nervously. Among them, Ian, Saroma, and Nicholas were the most nervous. But in the face of Ian's anxious gaze, Saroma's puzzled gaze, and the Star Killer's angry gaze, Thales' expression remained the same. Even the prince's eyes did not waver. As if he was in a trance, he calmly opened his mouth and uttered the only word. Yes. When he said that, Ian's expression was the first to change. Thales, the Viscount of Dual Wind City of the City of Faraway Prayer's breathing quickened, and he said in disbelief, Are you really on his side? Ian stared at the Prince of Constellation with anguish and anxiety. How is this possible? Thales did not speak. Ian seemed to be very indignant. His facial muscles twitched violently a few times. In the next second, Ian suddenly pounced forward and grabbed Thales by the lapel. Waya and Ralph, who were already prepared, rushed forward and stood in front of Thales to block him. Ian wanted to go forward, but Monty, who was behind him, only swung his hand and grabbed Ian's shoulder firmly. Calm down, Ian, the Raven of Death said coldly. Ian, who could not take another step forward, took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He rudely flung Monty's hand away, gritted his teeth and said indignantly, Answer me, Thales. Thales closed his eyes and sighed. The entire hall watched this scene in silence. I have always been on your side, Ian. The prince did not seem to see Ian's half-reprimanding and half-surprised gaze. He said faintly, Don't you think that handing this matter to King Chapman, to the king you both serve, is the best way to handle it? When they heard Thales' words, many people frowned. Ian stared at Thales in a daze and shook his head with a pained expression. You. Thales did not answer. There was no change in his expression, as if he had lost the ability to change his expression. He only stared at the air in front of him quietly. At that moment, even Saroma slowly lowered her head. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. Nazir's gaze was deep and cold as he whispered to Lisban, "It can't be clearer. We have this hostage, but he colluded with outsiders and played us in the palm of his hand." Lisban stared at Thales from afar and sighed slowly. So this prince is indeed the king's ally. How ironic. King Chapman laughed. His voice echoed in the hall again. So that is the country's action. This is no longer a local conflict. For the entire kingdom of the dragon, the Alliance of Freedom's disrespectful actions will not be easily forgiven. The king snorted coldly and no longer looked at Thales and the dejected Ian. This is not just about the interests of the city of faraway prayers, nor is it about Dragon Cloud City's reputation. With an imposing and sarcastic smile on his face, like a general who already had victory in his grasp, he waved his arms grandly at the nobles in the hall who had unpleasant expressions on their faces. This is my answer to you and your father, Thales, and I will definitely take action. King Chapman's voice was soft, but it carried a lot of weight. Thales closed his eyes and quickly opened them again. There was still not a hint of emotion in them. Very good. It was as though Chapman was not talking about the country behind him. King Chapman smiled again. He was usually stingy with his smiles, but it was as if he was going to use half of his smiles on this day. He paced towards the Archduchess and said slowly, "I'm not sure." Then, as the common elected king of all of Ekstedt, I hereby declare. His words made many nobles nervous again. What was he going to do? And the king did not let the people down. For the sake of stabilizing the situation in the Alliance of Freedom, intimidating our potential enemies, and for the sake of the everlasting friendship between the Lampard family and the Rockney family, King Chapman said loudly with delight and confidence, Black Sand region will send reinforcements to the city of faraway prayers to deal with the Alliance of Freedom. As soon as he finished speaking, cries of surprise immediately rose in the hall. Saroma looked at her regent in confusion, but Lisban only had a bitter expression on his face and tightened his lips. Many of the vassals looked at each other in confusion. They discussed among themselves, but none of them understood King Chapman's actions. Reinforcements? From Black Sand region to the city of faraway prayers? Ian muttered. Ian Rockney, who had already suffered quite a blow from Thales' unexpected betrayal, stared at King Chapman in a daze. His mind was a mess. What is he doing? Imitating Dragon Cloud City and righteously earning a reputation? No. What reputation can a kinslayer have? Harming oneself to benefit others and help us quell the Alliance of Freedom? Impossible. Or is he trying to conquer the city of faraway prayers with violence? That's even more impossible. Thales was also puzzled. Black Sand region will send troops to the city of faraway prayers? At that moment, Thales frowned and thought hard. His mind spun madly. Wait, what does Lampard want the most right now? What's the most pressing problem? Of course it's. In the next second, Thales, who had figured out the inside story, opened his mouth wide in shock. Very soon, he would not be the only one. Because King Chapman's sonorous voice spoke again, as I said, we are here to help. Very soon, from the northern plains to the tributary of Sunset Snow River, from the Sighing Hills to the eastern and western pine forests, every village, every castle, and every noble in Black Sand region will receive my summons. The king looked at every noble in the hall with a gloomy expression. He especially cast a special glance at Lisban and Ian. For Ekstedt, my vassals will stake their reputations, offer their wealth, recruit warriors, and send their children to the west to witness the unbreakable friendship between Black Sand region and the city of faraway prayers through the Alliance of Freedom's foolish actions and ultimate failure. They will also witness how we love this great kingdom together. When he said this, the shrewd and ruthless vassals, Lisban, Nazir, and the others were shocked. They looked at each other in shock. They already understood the king's plan. No way? The hall slowly quietened down. Ian took a few deep breaths before he frowned. Stake our reputations and offer our wealth? A surge of anger immediately rose in the Viscount's chest. Impossible. Ian's face contorted. He could not help but shout at King Chapman. Do you think that by using the name of assisting the city of faraway prayers, you can make the world believe that we have secretly made peace with you and are in cahoots with you? That you can make the vassals in Black Sand region, who have been opposing you, waver? That will destroy their confidence in fighting against your tyranny? That's impossible. The Viscount trembled slightly. The indignation in his eyes was plain to see. The entire Black Sand region despises you, spits on you, and opposes your Bull*T decree. Ian glared at Thales angrily, as if he still bore a grudge against Thales' betrayal. The Viscount of Dual Wind City turned to the king again and said rudely, "Assist us? Humph, at this moment, who can you order around? No one in Black Sand region will care about your summons. Tyrant who doesn't respect tradition." Beside the king, Viscount Kent Vida snorted coldly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the other's disrespectful tone. Thales frowned and stared at King Chapman. It's been 6 years. Your methods are still as terrifying as before. In fact, they're even more terrifying than before. Old friend. Regent Leespan coughed softly. Sir Ian, Count Leespan, who had seen through something, said solemnly, "Do you still not understand? This is exactly what he wants. Disobedient vassals." Ian was slightly taken aback at first. But then, he gradually came to a realization. Disobedient vassals? Ian looked as if he was struck by lightning. His indignant face first turned from red to white, then from white to green. Chapter 331. Asterisk clap, 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 clap. Asterisk a lonely but ear-piercing clap rang in the hall. The nobles frowned and turned their heads. The king was relaxed. He raised his hands calmly and clapped softly. It was as if he was enjoying a theatrical performance. Thales felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. He remembered the bloody dawn 6 years ago. At that time, Lampard was the same. He clapped softly, walked out of the murderous army, and walked towards Thales and Little Rascal with victory in his grasp. "Indeed, thank you for reminding me, Ian Rockney," King Chapman said flatly as he clapped. "My vassals have been a little restless lately. Many people have nowhere to vent their energy." The king inhaled and exhaled slowly. His gaze was cold. "So, this is the best opportunity, isn't it? I will provide them, who can't suppress their passion, with a chance to serve the country. This is the right time." Behind the king, Kent Vida crossed his arms and chuckled. Ian slowly came to his senses and stared at the king in a daze. He seemed to have expected it, but he still refused to believe the facts he deduced. What do you mean?" King Chapman did not speak. He only curled the corners of his lips and revealed a vulture-like cruel smile. Viscount Kent Vida, the second assistant advisor of Extet's Imperial Conference, stepped forward gently. Just as His Majesty said, from the moment the Prince of Constellation opened his mouth to confirm. No, it should be from the moment the Constellation Army appeared. This was no longer a local conflict. In fact, it's no longer about who the Alliance of Freedom, who broke the treaty, is loyal to. It's no longer as simple as a dispute between Extet and its tiny affiliated kingdom. He grinned and revealed a bright and relaxed smile, but his words contained a message that made the nobles frown. What the city of faraway prayers is facing is the honor and humiliation of all of Extet. It's our national dignity in the face of our mortal enemy, Constellation. As I said to the Archduchess in this hall a few weeks ago, Kent Vida said slowly, in the face of Extet's honor and humiliation, our internal disputes become insignificant. Saroma recalled the meeting a few weeks ago, and her face immediately turned pale. Kent Vida snorted softly and said, regardless of whether it's a small misunderstanding between archdukes or the vassals' small dissatisfaction towards the king, they should all be put aside, shouldn't they? He gently spread his hands. This is the supreme name, the war of the country, and the unavoidable righteousness of the joint ruling pledge. Some of the vassals of Black Sand region, in the face of righteousness, if they dare to reject His Majesty's conscription order, if they are unwilling to recruit soldiers, if they are unwilling to mobilize, if they are unwilling to obey orders, if they are unwilling to come. Viscount Kent Vida seemed to be very happy to see the people from the city of faraway prayers suffer. He shrugged and deliberately chuckled in a low voice. Heh heh heh. Bang! Behind Kent Vida was Croche, who had disliked him since a long time ago. She mercilessly knocked on the assistant counselor's head. Speak properly. Viscount Kent Vida rubbed his head indignantly and did not say anything else. But no one was paying attention to them anymore. King Chapman's voice rang out again, and this time, it was especially chilling. Northlanders don't need cowards. Especially those people. Those who refuse to put aside their internal disputes, their dissatisfaction towards the king, their passion to go to war, and their willingness to die in the face of the righteousness of the country are cowards. The king looked around at the people in the hall. His eyes shone with a cold glare. What other reason do they have to occupy the name of nobility, the benefits of titles, and drag out an ignoble existence in the world? And as their suzerain, what other reason do I have to be soft-hearted towards them? Sighs rose and fell in the hall, along with exhales of indignation. Thales watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. His heart was heavy. Using the name of defending against foreign enemies to eradicate dissidents. As a ruler, you're really straightforward, Lampard. At least the rulers of other places would put in effort to whitewash it a little. Saroma thought about her current situation, and then thought about the king's current situation. She could not help but be shocked when she understood something. Ian's expression froze for a moment. The next moment, he swayed violently, as if he was hit head-on by a carriage weighing 1,000 pounds. The Raven of Death frowned and supported him. No, no. Ian's breathing quickened. He was drenched in cold sweat. Why you want to use this war against the Alliance of Freedom to purge your vassals? Is this the purpose of issuing the draft order because of Constellation's interference? No, Ian thought in despair. It can't be. How can it be like this? At the other end of the hall, the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers was immersed in sorrow. The 6 counts of Dragon Cloud City stared at King Chapman. The cautiousness and wariness in their eyes had never been seen before. But in the next second, Ian suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with anger. Do you think you will succeed, Lampard? Your vassals, they are all nobles, elites among men. It is because of their support and loyalty that the Lampard family can sit firmly in the Archduke's position. He gritted his teeth so hard that he almost crushed them. He did not even care about how he addressed the king. But now you want to attack them. Do you think they will sit quietly and wait for the Lampard family's army to storm their castles, rob them of their wealth, and strip them of their titles? Do you think the warriors who are loyal to you can really handle the entire Black Sand region? However, what interrupted him was the king's faint sneer. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, King Chapman turned his neck slightly and looked at the Archduchess on the stairs. The Star Killer frowned. He blocked Saroma's path without showing any sign of weakness. The hatred in his eyes never diminished. When he saw that Saroma looked as if she was facing a great enemy, King Chapman narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He said in a mocking tone, "Didn't I tell you? The Archduke of Reformation Tower has already expressed his stance. If Constellation really interferes with the Alliance of Freedom, then he will definitely not stand by and do nothing." His words made many nobles tense up again. Porphyus Trentida is a man of great righteousness. He will be very willing to send troops to aid the city of faraway prayers. He and his army will come to Black Sand region and meet up with me and the warriors of the Lampard family. King Chapman spoke very slowly, almost enunciating each word softly. Then we will see which traitors in Black Sand region are unwilling to serve the country. Ian was stunned again. What? Reformation Tower and Black Sand region? That means that if Lampard wants to get rid of the nobles in my region, whether it's in name, strength or timing, it's already. Reformation Tower, Trentida? Ian remembered something and sighed. In the end, he closed his eyes in pain. That bastard. Reformation Tower is the closest to us, Kent Vida added with a smile. Of course, they will understand our intentions the best. He remembered the cunning noble with the bowl cut, the glint in his eyes, and the provocative words he used. The Archduke of Reformation Tower. Porphyus Trentida. Even during the most critical moment in Heroic Spirit Palace, when the battle between Rockney, Alcius, and Lampard was on the verge of breaking out, the Archduke only held a short knife and hid safely in the distance. Him. Has he already sided with Lampard? You've planned this from the beginning, haven't you? Ian's face was ashen. When you issued the new decree and the families of Black Sand region first objected, King Chapman and his 2 subordinates stared at him coldly. You didn't care how your vassals would object to your decree, and you didn't care whether they would contact external help like the City of Faraway Prayers. because you didn't want to waste time with them and play this political game with them. Ian said sadly. In fact, the Alliance of Freedom's move was not to hold the City of Faraway Prayers back, nor was it to weaken the opposition's confidence in external help. King Chapman stared at the people in the hall with a focused expression, as though he was watching an interesting play. You didn't even care whether Dragon Cloud City would send troops, didn't care about the outcome of the war, and didn't care whether the City of Faraway Prayers could end the war quickly. From the beginning, you made up your mind, Ian muttered to himself. You wanted to use the most direct, brutal and simple method to get rid of those disobedient old vassals. What you lack is just a name, a reason, a grandiose excuse written in the joint ruling pledge that will not incite the people's anger, and that will have the least consequences. He said his next sentence with a pained expression. Such as constellation. Ian looked at Thales in despair, but the prince only shook his head. The Viscount slumped into his chair in dejection and no longer looked at anyone. He was like a defeated fighter in a coliseum. We, the City of Faraway Prayers. We foolishly roped in the archdukes and prepared to condemn the king together. We naively made promises to the inferior nobles of Black Sand region, hoping that they would destroy Lampard's prestige and destroy the king's authority. We turned him into an empty king. Now, from the looks of it, we lost this game from the beginning? Beside Ian, the Raven of Death sighed softly. He glanced at Thales with a deathly still gaze. Lisban heaved a long and heavy sigh. So, if your vassals were to accept the conscription, it would mean a huge expenditure and countless manpower. And the expedition to the west would mean handing over the population, combat power, heirs, supplies, and rear to you. These nobles' lifelines would be handed over to you. Perhaps by the time they return, their territories will have been turned upside down. Perhaps they will never be able to return. Don't make it sound so bad, Viscount Kentvita said, as if he was having a headache. At the end of the day, His Majesty is only conscripting the army in his territory to go to the Alliance of Freedom to regain his dignity. Lisban shook his head. However, if His Majesty's vassals refuse to be conscripted, you have the right and reason to use the combined might and military power of the Lampard family and Reformation Tower to deprive them of their titles and even purge their families in the name that no one can object to. You will truly turn Black Sand region into your own territory. The regent sighed in a low voice. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? Thales looked at Ian's absent-minded expression and at Lisban's face, which seemed to have aged a few years in an instant. He felt dejected. Yes, I know this feeling. I have experienced it before, and I will never forget it. The argument earlier was just an appetizer for Chapman Lampard. But the truly terrifying thing about the Kinslayer was his methods. The bloody siege in front of Broken Dragon Fortress, the terrifying attack on the night of disaster. As always, he was as swift as lightning, direct, violent, cruel, decisive, and effective. What was left for the enemy was only shock and regret. King Chapman snorted softly. It's not that they don't have a choice. King Chapman turned his gaze and met the old Lisban's eyes. They can choose to be loyal to the king, obey the decree, choose to continue loving Extet, and everyone will be happy, the king said coldly. His sharp eyes seemed to hide an unstoppable blade. Wherever he looked, the nobles averted their gazes. Instead of secretly interacting with the forces of power other than their vassals, hoping to escape their inevitable fate. Of course, this is also a warning to those who stick their hands into my territory and meddle in other people's business. Know your place, or I will come for you. As he said this, King Chapman swept his cold gaze over the people in the hall again. He was like a fierce beast patrolling its territory. The iron fist emblem on his outer robe that represented the Lampard family was very eye-catching at that moment. Aside from the noble's indistinct breathing that varied in speed, the hall was silent. Thales quietly watched the dejected Ian, and a chill rose in his heart. Regent Lisban sighed softly before he said with a solemn expression, "You have no intention of holding back at all, and neither do you have the shame and bottom line of a noble, right?" Lisban, the former prime minister of the kingdom, faced the king's gaze, which was even more powerful than before, and called out his name without fear, Chapman Lampard. In the face of those traditional families who oppose your expansion of power, you not only faced the difficulty head-on, but also counterattacked. Mend, Devon's son, Peruno, I.K.A., these Northland families in Black Sand region that we are familiar with. These are illustrious surnames that have been loyal to the bloodline of the Rebellion King and the Lampard family since Rikera's era. They have a history of hundreds and thousands of years, Lispan said in a pained tone. They thought that they could force the suzerain to retract his decree by working together to force the king to abdicate, as they usually did. But times have changed. In the face of your cruel methods and your merciless conscription order, they either have to acknowledge your decree, lower their heads, compromise and obey your orders, or they have to shed rivers of blood and be reduced to ashes. With a hint of melancholy and hatred, Lispan's words also caused the nobles to feel anxious. Thales exhaled slowly and sank into deep thought. In Dragon Cloud City, Saroma trembled with fear because of her status as an archduchess. She struggled to maintain what little prestige she had in exchange for the vassals' cooperation and obedience. In Black Sand region, however, Lampard bore the infamy of a kinslayer and a reformer. He was merciless and used blood to clear his path, leaving the vassals to lower their heads and obey him. Which side is better? King Chapman's left hand pressed on his old saber and he sneered. There are many people who want to serve the country, and most of them do not have fiefs or titles. Even though it was midsummer, the king's voice seemed to be as cold as a cold wind. My right-hand man, Lord Tolja, told me. He faced all the nobles in the hall and said something that made them shudder. In this world, there are still too many people who occupy high positions but do not do anything. It's not without reason. Lispan closed his eyes and did not answer. The hall was quiet for a long time. The counts of Dragon Cloud City had solemn expressions on their faces. Even in the face of the Archduchess' willfulness and recklessness, they did not show even a hint of it. My God, what a king stands there, said the Earl of Hurst, pale. And what a king it is. The worst kind. Count Liner clenched his fingers tightly. The worst kind. Humph. Cotterson shook his head in disdain, but his eyes were filled with wariness. What a scum. Count Nazir stared at the king silently, but he would occasionally cast his gaze at Prince Thales in the corner with a contemplative look. Dragon Cloud City. Do you understand now? King Chapman did not care about the people in Dragon Cloud City discussing his words. If the City of Faraway Prayers really prepared an open letter and asked all of you to sign it, instigating some unwise idiots in my territory to continue opposing me. The king raised his head and looked at the highest seat. The girl who had been staring at him quietly without saying a word for a long time. What a pity. The corners of King Chapman's lips curled up in delight. Because it's meaningless now. Ian lowered his head and stared at his knees. He did not seem to notice the gazes around him. King Chapman shook his head. I even want to suggest that there is no need for you to get involved in this war. Black Sand region has already taken over. There is no need for you to send troops. At that moment, the three people from Black Sand region stood proudly in the hall, as if this was their home field. The vassals of Dragon Cloud City clenched their fists again. Indignation and indignation burned in their hearts. Because no matter how long the Alliance of Freedom's war lasts, the king's expression was a little ferocious. The outcome on the chessboard has already been decided. Thales shook his head. So, as expected, you seized the opportunity, Lampard. You got what you wanted. Then, from this moment on, Thales fixed his gaze on King Chapman. Where is your reward? In the next second, King Chapman seemed to have sensed Thales' gaze. He turned his head and looked at the prince, who gradually became more cautious from his expressionless face. He frowned slightly. Thales still stared at him coldly. The king pursed his lips a little. King Chapman exhaled a long breath. As for this prince, don't bother sending him to the City of Faraway Prayers. Send him to Black Sand region. As the person who truly mediates with Constellation, it is only natural for me to entertain Prince Thales. Thales closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At that moment, even though he was in the Walton family's heroic spirit palace and Rikuru's Hall of Heroes, King Chapman acted like a true master and arrogantly spoke to the vassals in the hall. Is there anything else? No one answered. Are we really going to Black Sand region? Wya's expression changed drastically as he looked at Ralph. This? Thales chuckled softly in the corner and comforted the two people behind him in a low voice. Calm down. It's not over yet. I called him here, the prince silently thought. I'm not planning to be a guest in Black Sand region. But he also noticed that Nicholas' gaze was getting colder and colder. Since just now, the Star Killer's gaze had never left the prince. It was as if he knew Thales' role in this. The hall was very quiet. No one spoke. In the chill brought by the king, everyone was thinking about the consequences of this sudden accident. The outcome of the game between the City of Faraway Prayers and Black Sand region seemed to be in sight. What should Dragon Cloud City do?
Then, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rose into the air.
Yes. King Chapman's expression changed slightly. He turned towards the direction where he originally thought there would be no accidents. Saroma Walton, the highest ruler of Dragon Cloud City in name, lowered her head and said weakly, "As you said, Your Majesty, I will not send Prince Thales to the west, to the City of Faraway Prayers." The vassals of Dragon Cloud City frowned. King Chapman put on an approving expression. "You are a smart girl." But in the next moment, the Archduchess suddenly stood up. "But listen carefully, Your Majesty Chapman. He will not go to the City of Faraway Prayers." Under everyone's puzzled and surprised gazes, the Archduchess' expression became stern, and her tone quickly changed. "But he will not go to Black Sand region either."
Thales smiled.
"Yes, she is a smart girl." King Chapman was slightly taken aback. "Thales is a guest of Dragon Cloud City. This is the common agreement made by the 6 archdukes in this hall 6 years ago," Saroma said coldly. "He will stay in Dragon Cloud City and will not go anywhere." "Anywhere?" King Chapman's expression turned cold again. "Just like 6 years ago." But against the king's expectations, the girl who still trembled under his gaze 6 years ago now had a steady expression and a determined gaze. In the silent confrontation, Viscount Kent Vida furrowed his brows, but Croche smiled. "The common agreement made by the 6 archdukes?" King Chapman snorted softly. "You are very mischievous, girl. You have a lot of ideas." "Not only that." Saroma shook her head without showing any signs of weakness. "You need to know one more thing. Regardless of the City of Faraway Prayers' attitude, regardless of your attitude, Dragon Cloud City will send troops to conquer the Alliance of Freedom, just like how my father and grandfather personally pacified the Alliance of Freedom 20 years ago. This is the responsibility of the Walton family, and it is the dignity of Dragon Cloud City." With a taut face she said unyieldingly, "It will not change because of one person, regardless of whether he is a king or a beggar." The atmosphere in the hall turned completely cold. The counts watched the confrontation between the king and the Archduchess with complicated emotions. King Chapman pressed down on his saber again and pursed his lips. Saroma, on the other hand, met his gaze without flinching. Finally, after a few breaths, the king laughed coldly. "An unmarried little girl is going to shoulder the honor of the dragon spear?" King Chapman looked around. "Do your experienced and powerful vassals also agree to this?" Saroma took a step forward. Her expression did not change. "My vassals, every single one of them, support my decision." Under the king's gaze, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City frowned and looked at each other. At this moment, Regent Lisban took a step forward without hesitation. "The Archduchess' will is our mission," Count Lisban said coldly. "She said that Prince Thales will not go to Black Sand region." "Then he won't go." His old colleague, Nazir, sighed softly. "The problem is solved." Count Kotta's son also snorted coldly. "The lady also said that we are going to help the City of Faraway Prayers, Kinslayer." Kotta's son grinned savagely. "Then we will sharpen our axes and bring our swords." King Chapman frowned. He raised his head to look at Saroma, who was standing high above. The Archduchess was still staring at him with a determined expression. Her gaze did not waver in the slightest. Count Hurst stared at the Archduchess and nodded heavily. "The lady's attitude is Dragon Cloud City's attitude. It doesn't matter what kind of bullshasterisk tea order that bullshasterisk tea king gave us. If that king has the guts, he can bring his army and his lackeys to Dragon Cloud City to deprive us of our titles," Count Liner said sarcastically. "Who knows? Maybe I will obediently hand it over." Carcagel's gaze was cold. His words were short and clear. "Welcome to Dragon Cloud City, Your Majesty." As the Archduchess and the Count spoke, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City reached a consensus as they stared at each other. With the same cold and hostile gaze, they stared at the king. "You heard what they said." Saroma still stared at King Chapman coldly. "Do you have any questions, Your Majesty?" For the first time, King Chapman looked at the young girl seriously. It was as if he was sizing up a weapon. "Not bad at all, girl," he said softly. With a deep chill, King Chapman said softly. "But regarding the agreement made by the 6 archdukes 6 years ago, you are still wrong about one thing, girl." In the next second, King Chapman turned to Thales and revealed a strange expression. Thales could not help but tense up. Saroma was stunned for a moment. What? King Chapman swung his arm, turned around abruptly, and faced the puzzled gazes of the entire hall.
Why do I remember?
The king's bone-chilling voice echoed between the pillars. 6 years ago in this hall, the truly legitimate, reasonable and legitimate archdukes. What if there are only 5? Saroma's expression froze. At that moment, Thales' cheeks stiffened. His pupils slowly shrank. Chapter 332. What do you mean by this? Count Hurst stared at the king with an unfriendly gaze. He was not the only one. All the nobles in the hall were enraged by the king's provocation. Except for a few. Thales pressed down on his slightly trembling fists and stared at King Chapman's terrifying gaze. What is he trying to do? Exposing Saroma's identity at this time. Does he not want to be king anymore? When he thought of this, Thales glared at King Chapman. His eyes were filled with warning. King Chapman noticed Thales' gaze. Before the angry or puzzled expressions of the nobles in the hall, the king snorted softly with an ambiguous meaning. No. When he saw this, the prince suddenly understood. Thales saw King Chapman carefully scrutinize the few people at the top of Dragon Cloud City. Saroma, Lisban, Nazir. The king took in their expressions and revealed a mysterious smile. No, he doesn't look like he's going to fight to the death and injure both sides, Thales thought to himself. As he stared at Saroma, who was puzzled and nervous on the stairs, Thales suppressed his desire to speak and interrupt the king. His identity was sensitive to begin with. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make, and it would only attract unnecessary suspicion. Because the 6th person left is not an archduke. King Chapman said coldly, but his words strangely stopped there. In that second, everyone's face in the hall was reflected in the king's eyes. A few seconds later, King Chapman showed a satisfied expression. He changed the topic at the perfect time. But an archduchess. Saroma frowned, not knowing how to react. It felt like a person who was usually so serious that his jaw almost fell off suddenly trying to be humorous. Thales' tensed heart relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the teenage prince swore that aside from himself, the sin of Hell's River had given him extraordinary hearing ability. There were at least 4 breaths of different speeds that exhaled in a barely noticeable manner after the king's words. Saroma, Lisban, Nicholas. Wait, who's the last one? But Thales' attention was immediately captured by another matter. Lampard isn't trying to fall out with me. He's testing all of Dragon Cloud City, and he's warning me. The disdainful snorts of the nobles rose in the hall, showing their displeasure at the king's senseless joke. The archduchess stared at the king stiffly. Her lips trembled slightly, but she eventually fell silent. Archduke and archduchess? This joke is not funny. Count Liner's expression was gloomy. It only shows that our king lacks respect for Raikaru's bloodline. Be careful, Chapman. Regent Lisban had been wearing a cold expression just now. As the most suitable person to speak at this moment, he retorted rudely, if you make too many jokes, one day, you will die because of one of them. King Chapman gently caressed the hilt of his sword by his side. He was clearly speaking to Saroma, but he cast a glance at Thales, whether intentionally or not. Girl, as the first female suzerain in the history of Northland, you are stepping on a path that has never been seen before. Every word, action, and every move you make will shock Northland and Ekstedt. Ian, who was immersed in his failure, couldn't help but raise his head. Many people frowned. The king said faintly, as the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, your marriage is different from that of an ordinary archduke's marriage. It involves the succession of many families and the balance of power in Ekstedt. Thales looked at the king in puzzlement. But in just a few seconds, he figured out the king's intention. The prince desperately hid his worry and tried his best to look at the archduchess with an indifferent expression. Under the gazes of countless people, the king said meaningfully. For example, this time, the Viscount of the City of Faraway Prayers came all the way here to propose marriage. This makes me very worried. What if you marry someone you shouldn't? This is a major event that can shake Ekstedt's foundation. The 6 counts of Dragon Cloud City looked at each other worriedly. Saroma inhaled slowly and spoke with a cold expression. I have already declined Sir Ian's request, the Archduchess said coldly. You can rest assured. King Chapman sneered disapprovingly. I don't think you understand what I mean, girl. On my way here, I heard a lot of rumors.
The king sneered and waved his hand in Thale's direction.
For example, how you protected this prince of constellation for 6 years, accompanied each other, helped each other. You lived and grew up under the same roof with him. You even ate together, attended classes together. The Archduchess revealed a stunned expression.
Thales put on a stern expression and fixed his gaze on Saroma.
Calm down. Saroma. You must calm down. Think about what I said.
Saroma.
The next moment the king narrowed his eyes and said softly, You and him you. Don't tell me you slept together. Once he said that, there was silence. The Archduchess' lips trembled slightly, but she could not say a word. She could only clench her teeth in embarrassment and anger. Until... Lampard. As everyone's expressions changed drastically, the first to react was the former commander of the White Blade Guards, who was in charge of protecting the Archduchess. Nicholas could no longer care about being addressed as king. He could no longer suppress his hatred for Lampard and lost his composure as he shouted angrily, You shameless coward! Your impudence on the day of the state affairs hearing ends here.
My brothers and I are very happy to. But he was stopped by Lisban, who had a cold expression on his face.
Calm down. The regent suppressed his anger. Any act of anger is meaningless. Not only that, the hall, which had been slightly quiet, exploded again. What did you say?
Duel with him, my lords.
Bull **T. Can the king do whatever he wants? Under countless people's strange gazes, Thales tried his best to maintain an unchanging expression. His hands under his sleeves grabbed his knees tightly, his knuckles protruding. Among the suzerains of Dragoncloud City, Count Hurst's golden beard trembled violently as he panted. He could no longer hold it in.
In the name of the Count of Flatiron County, Brookenhurst, Hurst leaped up from his chair in rage and stared at Lampard with eyes full of hatred. For the honor of the ladies, Chapman Lampard, I issue you a sacred duel challenge. He swung his arm, pointed it at the king's nose and cursed, Let blood wash away the humiliation you have brought us, kinslayer.
This sentence made the people in the hall, who were burning with anger, even more so. Lampard's words had probably angered the crowd.
Even the Archduchess guards glared at him with hatred.
They had no intention of protecting the king. Crocia's expression froze. She dutifully pressed down on her weapon and stood in front of King Chapman. Viscount Kent Vida also frowned and was about to step forward, but she pushed him back. But King Chapman only snorted loudly.
It was as if there was nothing in front of him.
The king simply swung his left arm and pointed it at the agitated Hurst from afar. It was as if he was going to answer the latter's challenge. The noisy crowd in the hall instantly fell silent. However, in the next second, the king gently retracted his arm, pushed Croce aside, and pushed her sword back into its sheath, which had been drawn a few inches. In the name of the common elected king of Extet and Archduke of Black Sand region, Chapman Lampard, the king stared coldly at the trembling Hurst. His tone was steady and unhurried. With the power of the king, I reject your meaningless challenge, Hurst. Only then did he put down his arm and look at the Archduchess again without any nervousness. Ah! The furious Hurst roared indignantly. You despicable coward! Be at ease, Hurst. Count Nazir snorted coldly. He patted Hurst's shoulder and pushed the livid Hurst back. Your Majesty, because of your rude words and actions, the old Nazir also stared at the king in a hostile manner. In the next year, Rubble Hill and Harding County will impose heavy taxes on the merchant groups and farmers heading towards Black Sand region as a form of protest. King Chapman's relaxed attitude finally changed a little. The light in his eyes flickered. His gaze on Nazir clearly became hostile, and the slight curl of his upper lip indicated his current mood. Thales lowered his head and smiled at an angle that no one else could see. Yes, I can feel it. Even though the anger is directed at the king, but more doubts, worries, dissatisfaction, wariness and hatred are directed at him. This so-called king is becoming more and more unscrupulous. Count Kakagel, your territory is the closest, Count Kotterson whispered to his colleague with a frosty expression. I'm thinking, if the king were to meet with an accident on his way back from the city. Calm down. Although the one-armed count's eyes were filled with resentment, he still shook his head. If the king dies within the jurisdiction of Dragoncloud City, no matter who did it, the unlucky ones will be Dragoncloud City. Next to him, Count Liner nodded. Do you think the other archdukes will be filled with joy and gratitude for our righteous act? Count Liner stared at King Chapman. There was a deep chill in his eyes. I swear to you, they will mourn the king's misfortune while discussing how to seize the opportunity to slaughter Dragon Cloud City. After Black Sand region, it will be our turn. Li Span remained the calmest in the chaos in the hall. He patted Saroma's arm gently. My lady. The Archduchess took a deep breath and managed to suppress her emotions with great difficulty under the regent's cold gaze. Your words just now are enough to bring about generations of hatred between the Walton family and the Lampard family, Your Majesty. King Chapman shrugged. Look at your vassals' reactions. This is what I am worried about. Sometimes, a marriage between two people is enough to destroy two countries. The king looked around and said slowly, some things have serious consequences, and they must be stopped before they happen. He turned around and his gaze became stern. Otherwise, with the age of all of you here, I am afraid that many years later, Dragon Cloud City, and even all of Extet, may not have the ability to stop a supreme king of Constellation from assuming the position of Dragon Cloud City's regent. These words made many of the vassals' breathing become heavier. Thales snorted coldly and rudely, attracting a few hostile gazes. This was the condition King Nuvan gave him back then. But now, it was being used as a means and a bargaining chip by Lampard. Your vassals might be ashamed to speak up, but as an elder who personally watched you ascend to the Archduke's throne, I can no longer pretend to be refined and polite. King Chapman stared at Saroma, who was so angry that she could not speak. As a king, I must act while I still have some power, and my words still have some effect. Saroma was so angry that she could not even speak. Saroma took a deep breath. You mean? Saroma Walton. A fierce glare flashed in the king's eyes. In the name of the common elected king, I hereby order you to hand over Thales Jade Star to me. For Extet, and for your Dragon Cloud City. The hall became silent again. Saroma stared at the king with widened eyes. King Chapman raised his head and said softly, So, what is your answer? My answer? The Archduchess sensed that everyone's gazes were directed at her. But unlike before, this time, their gazes were exceptionally different. Saroma furrowed her eyebrows tightly. She bit her lower lip and exchanged a few glances with Li Span. She could only feel the burning sensation on her face getting stronger. But she did not dare to meet the teenager's gaze. She did not dare. At this moment, a long sigh suddenly rose from the crowd. You're such a busybody, Chapman. Under everyone's gaze, Thales stood up slowly. With weariness and exhaustion, he yawned. You think I'll like this lady? He stared at the people in the hall with a disdainful expression and gestured rudely at the Archduchess with his chin. This immediately attracted a few Northlanders' passionate greetings to their Jade Star ancestors. The Archduchess was slightly startled when she saw Thales stand up. What is he going to do again? Don't you think things are messy enough, young prince? In a terrible mood, Nicholas clenched his fists in exasperation. Be a good boy and shut up. But Thales only gave him a nonchalant glance. This made the Star Killer even angrier. You like her? Not necessarily. King Chapman stared at Thales with interest. But if you like Dragon Cloud City and use her to your... Thales raised his eyebrows and put on an expression that suggested he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ha ha ha. He laughed helplessly. Hey Saroma, if that's the case. You like me, don't you? Saroma stared at Thales' teasing expression in disbelief. She parted her lips, but did not know what to say. She had a premonition of what Thales was going to do. Under the gazes of all the nobles in the hall, the girl felt her face burn. Are you going to ask me to be your husband? Thales seemed to be amused by his own words. He even ignored the angry glares and curses of the nobles in the hall. He crossed his arms and chuckled as his shoulders twitched. Saroma knew that her expression at the moment was definitely unpleasant. He was definitely acting. Yes, I know. It's for. But at that moment, the girl felt waves of indescribable discomfort. Ha 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 ha. As his laughter continued, the Northlanders looked at the prince with increasingly terrifying gazes. It was probably already very difficult for anyone to tell who was the most unpopular person in the Hall of Heroes at that moment, Thales or Lampard. Dragon Cloud City protected you for 6 years, so-called prince. Count Hurst took a deep breath. His eyes were burning. This is your repayment?
Thales stopped laughing.
Protection?
The prince ruminated on this word, and his expression slowly changed.
How dare you say that? My greatest enemy in the 6 years I've been here. Isn't it you Northlanders who use me as a bargaining chip? Saroma's breath froze for a moment. But the prince's words immediately changed. He put on that disdainful and sarcastic expression again. But since your Archduchess has taken a liking to me, ha ha ha, perhaps I have a way to repay her.
Ha ha.
Everyone in the hall stared at Thales with cold expressions. Nicholas was so angry that his entire body trembled. The red flush on his face did not fade. The Archduchess pursed her lips.
Her expression was mournful as she ignored the countless gazes directed at her both openly and secretly.
This is your determination? Your backup plan? You want me to choose the path most suitable for the Archduchess? Is this what you mean? On the other hand, King Chapman's expression as he stared at the prince became more and more amused. Only Nazir sighed softly. Lisban, who was sitting opposite him, saw it. He only frowned and shook his head. I understand. Saroma raised her head and straightened her face. With great difficulty she said, Prince Thales, you want to go to Black Sand region, don't you? Thales stopped laughing. Why? The prince's expression returned to normal. He sighed softly and said provocatively, You can't bear to part with me? Saroma shuddered slightly. Bah! Count Hurst turned his head away. He seemed to be disdainful of even cursing. The young girl closed her eyes. Her expression was one of struggle.
My lady, as long as you say it, Kotterson said angrily, we should still be able to make it if we keep one of his hands.
Karkagel snorted coldly. Shame. Count Liner shook his head coldly.
You little brat, I don't care what you and the Kinslayer did behind my back in a pathetic. At this moment, enough everyone.
The Archduchess abruptly spoke and interrupted the conversation. Saroma's voice echoed in the hall and spread. The silence lasted for a while.
Then, the female voice rang out again in a low and clear voice.
Then, I wish you a smooth journey, Prince Thales. Saroma opened her eyes. Her expression was cold.
At this moment, the Saroma in Thales' eyes finally put away that hesitant and mournful look on her face.
Thales' tense nerves slowly relaxed at this moment. Very well, Saroma. He sighed in his heart. Choosing the path that suits the Archduchess the most is the right choice. He's yours. The Archduchess' voice became firm, just like when she was forced into marriage by her vassals. King Chapman. No one spoke. It seemed that the opinions of the suzerains of Dragoncloud City were unprecedentedly unanimous when it came to this decision. King Chapman raised his eyebrows slightly. He took a deep breath and snorted softly. Very well. The king's gaze had regained the awe-inspiring look he had when he first arrived in the hall.
The Archduchess pressed down on the armrest tightly and said firmly, With him in your hands, please ensure that Constellation will not bring unnecessary losses to our expedition to the west.
It's my duty. King Chapman shook his head in disdain.
He fearlessly responded to the pairs of malicious gazes.
Of course. Thales stood where he was and looked at the indifferent Archduchess from afar. The corners of his lips curled up. At that moment, Thales' gaze met the Archduchess. One was calm and relieved, while the other was indifferent and cold. Next time if you have any plans to get married, please be sure to inform us in advance, the king and the archdukes, so that we can take a look at it for you, King Chapman said in satisfaction. After all, if your marriage is done hastily like this time, I can't guarantee what kind of chaotic abyss the kingdom will descend into because of this. Lisban said solemnly, Dragoncloud City's own matters do not require Black Sand region to worry about it. The Archduke's attention is not up to you to decide. The king shook his head. If you still care about Dragoncloud City, remember this. The Archduchess raised her head and glanced at him coldly. King Chapman frowned slightly. The state affairs hearing is almost over.
We will choose another day to discuss the matter of the expedition to the west, the Archduchess said quietly.
Your Majesty, you don't have to stay here anymore. The vassals looked at each other and exchanged their complicated emotions. King Chapman narrowed his eyes slightly.
Listen, girl, the king said meaningfully. As I said, as a person who has never been seen before in history, you are walking on a path that has never been seen before.
This path is difficult to tread. Obstacles and dangers are everywhere, and there will always be people who don't like new changes. So, I advise you to stay away from those people. Their creed runs counter to your existence, and in the end, they will part ways with you. These words made many of the nobles of Dragon Cloud City uncomfortable. Saroma's expression was unpleasant. Is that so? But there is a first time for everything. The Archduchess swept her gaze over the people in the hall. She hesitated for a moment before she spoke. After a moment of hesitation, she said, 400 years ago, when Queen Erica ascended the throne of Constellation, no one expected that a kingdom ruled by a woman would have the ability to take away our cold castle. 300 years ago, when Lacey and Lenzo became the Countess of Longchant City, no one believed that the beautiful Archduchess would be able to build the first duchy in Dragon-Kissed Land. 40 years ago, when Empress Dowager Yao Hua became regent of Su Yi, no one could foresee that she would one day become King Yao. The people in the hall listened quietly to the Archduchess' words. Such things happened in Constellation, in Su Yi, and even in Anlenzo Duchy. Saroma's voice was very soft, but there was an indescribable force in her words. As for Northland, I believe that the people will eventually get used to it. Thales noticed that behind the king, Croche was staring at the surprised and bewildered Archduchess on the stage with a complicated expression. King Chapman seemed a little surprised. But a few seconds later, he nodded and revealed a satisfied expression. I will remember today. Of course. Saroma nodded and avoided Thales' gaze. She said in a low voice, just like how Dragon Cloud City will also remember today. The vassals furrowed their brows. The feelings in their hearts were indescribable. In the next moment, the Archduchess slowly stood up. Everyone, let's call it a day. With different expressions and breaths, more than 20 vassals of Dragon Cloud City also stood up. With complicated emotions, they looked at the Archduchess on the stage, then at King Chapman and Thales. Today. The Archduchess lowered her voice and sighed softly. Meeting adjourned. The vassals raised their right fists respectfully and hit their chests together. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, but this time, compared to the start of the meeting, this dull thud was unprecedentedly uniform, as if it was made by a single person. The door opened. The vassals bowed and left one after another. King Chapman, who stood in the middle of the hall, ignored the gazes the vassals cast on him before they left. Thales, on the other hand, lowered his head and looked at the floor, completely unbothered. It's over. At least, this round ended. Chapter 333. That's it? So, Your Highness, did you succeed? Waya glanced at King Chapman from afar in disbelief. And, are we really going to Black Sand region? Only this time, Ralph, who disliked him, did not retort with his actions or snort. The prince raised his head and forced a smile. But he was not done yet. You've surprised me again, Your Highness. Li Span walked straight up to the prince with a solemn expression. Thales exhaled, closed his eyes and said, Me too. Li Span snorted softly. You already knew that the king is in Dragon Cloud City, the regent said with certainty. The regent said with certainty, when you boarded the Black Sand region's carriage, you knew. Thales did not speak. Li Span stared at him with a sharp gaze. But you did not tell us or Dragon Cloud City. You just waited quietly for today. Li Span cast a glance at King Chapman, who was still standing leisurely in the middle of the hall and receiving all sorts of gazes, as if he would only stop after he finished touring the hall. You and him. Thales remained silent. Li Span sighed. As the lady said, Dragon Cloud City will remember everything that happened today, Your Highness. Thales finally spoke. Yes, me too, the prince said in a low voice. I will remember and watch you, Your Highness. Li Span gave him a profound look. In the end, the count did not say anything and turned to leave. He was not the only one. The acerbic Count Cotterson did not say anything. He only gave Thales a warning gesture of slitting his throat before he left, along with a hateful gaze. Thales responded with a faint smile. You have guts. You colluded with Black Sand region and betrayed all of Dragon Cloud City? This was the cold Karkagel. You know, people with guts usually die faster. Congratulations, Your Highness. When Count Liner passed by, he said softly, Do you think Lampard is a good person? Bah, ungrateful and repeatedly treacherous. Count Hurst spat in disdain as he left. A coward of the Empire.
Thales could only smile in the face of these gazes and words. It was as if he did not care. But another person's words were exceptionally different.
Is she worth it?
Thales was slightly startled.
It was Count Nazir.
The doddering count stood a step away from him and sighed.
Is it worth your sacrifice?
Thales furrowed his brows slightly.
I do not understand you, Count.
Humph, I'm old, but I'm not blind.
Nazir smiled and shook his head.
Perhaps what others saw was you colluding with Lampard, betraying Dragon Cloud City, and fleeing to Black Sand region, but what I saw... He cast Thales a profound glance with an unclear meaning. You cooperated with the City of Faraway Prayers beforehand so that she would not be forced into marriage. You interrupted us 3 times during the meeting, but each time, you saved the girl from her predicament.
Thales' face stiffened.
As for your collaboration with Black Sand region, that girl...
Nazir paused and said softly, Is she really worth it? Thales' face was livid. He did not speak. When Nazir saw this, he only sighed wordlessly.
He patted Thales' shoulder gently and left slowly.
Thales watched the old count's footsteps with complicated emotions. Was she worth it? At this moment. *slap.
Thales was shocked. His shoulder had already been unceremoniously grabbed by someone. You. It was Ian.
Lampard is the backup you mentioned, isn't he?
At that moment, the Viscount of Dual Wind City's eyes were bloodshot.
He gritted his teeth and looked at Thales with resentment and anger.
Thales stared at the person in front of him in a daze.
He had never seen Ian like this.
It was as if the young Rockney, who had been chatting and laughing with him, was already dead. Thales sighed and waved Ralph and Waya away, who were about to step forward.
From the beginning to the end, did you look like you were watching a show? Ian's breathing quickened.
His gaze was resentful.
You cooperated with me on the surface, but sold me out like a clown behind my back? It's very interesting, isn't it?
Thales was silent. After a long while he forced out a sentence. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Ian seemed to be angered by this sentence. His lips trembled.
The City of Faraway Prayers.
The City of Faraway Prayers was betrayed just like that.
Wait, you, traitor.
Ian's gaze became more and more terrifying. His grip on Thales' shoulder also became stronger.
You think this is very smart? You have the king's protection, and the Archduchess has the support of the vassals?
Thales did not speak. He turned his head away unnaturally to avoid Ian's gaze.
I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice.
His attitude seemed to have angered Ian. The latter growled hatefully. No. You can't run away.
I promise that one day, all of you will regret this. Ian gritted his teeth.
His expression was a little crazed as he vowed. One day, all of you will pay the price. Ian turned to the motionless Archduchess on the stairs and threatened sternly. Especially your little girlfriend.
You take good care of her, huh?
Very well, then I will. Thales tensed up. He flung Ian's arm away abruptly, causing the latter to be stunned. Before you threaten me with something senseless, you'd better take care of yourself first, Ian Rockney. Thales' expression turned cold. He met the extremely resentful Ian's gaze.
You and your sister.
Ian was slightly startled.
You know, even if your sister got 0 points in Defense City.
Thales said softly, it's still better than a certain someone getting negative points in Dragon Cloud City?
Ian widened his eyes.
His expression became more and more unpleasant. You.
That's right, Ian. A long time ago, a terrifying and ugly old witch taught me.
Thales' gaze became sharp.
Betrayal is the true meaning of an alliance.
Ian glared at him, as if this was the first day he met Thales.
Today, I will teach you this sentence. Free of tuition. Ian's expression changed.
He was about to flare up, but his shoulder was held down tightly by another person. A loss is a loss. Monty, the Raven of Death, stood behind Ian and said coldly, Ian, at least act like a man.
Ian glanced at Monty in disbelief.
This isn't over.
Finally, Ian gave up on pestering Thales.
He approached him and stared into his eyes.
Thales Jadestar.
Now I know.
Lampard isn't the only opponent I have.
And you. Thales continued to stare at him coldly, not showing any signs of weakness. In the next second,
Ian angrily flung Monty's hand away.
With a dark expression, he brushed past Thales and turned to leave.
Thales stared at Ian's back and sighed in his heart. What an honor. Ian. Monty snorted softly.
He glanced at Thales and flashed a somewhat ferocious smile.
His malevolent gaze made Thales feel uncomfortable. The Raven of Death walked past him and said lightly, "As expected, you live up to your reputation, Your Highness." Thales gulped uncomfortably.
But the complicated gaze he saw next made Thales feel uneasy.
Accompanied by Nicholas, the young girl silently walked towards the main door. When the Archduchess passed by Thales, the rhythm of her footsteps paused slightly. Thales closed his eyes.
A furious voice traveled into his ears, but it was not her.
"How did you do it?" Thales took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The Star Killer stood in front of Thales.
There was no longer any anger in his gaze.
There was only coldness and hatred. "You've lied to us about Lampard for so long, but from Axe District to here, there are at least 3 layers of guards."
Nicholas sneered. How did Lampard arrive at the entrance of the hall without any obstruction, and then appear at the right time to cooperate with your act? Thales had no choice but to wave his hand again to signal Wuxia, Ralph, and the others not to come forward. Saroma stood not far from them and did not turn her head around.
Thales exhaled. At this moment, he truly felt a heaviness in his heart. "The diplomat group from Black Sand region has been in Dragon Cloud City for a long time," Thales said flatly. "Viscount Kent Vida came in the name of meeting the Archduchess.
As long as no one knows the king, they can smoothly pass through the patrols at the first gatehouse.
As for Heroic Spirit Palace, today is a special day. The elite Archduchess guards are all around the Hall of Heroes to protect the nobles. So the palace guards are in charge of guarding the palace gate, and they have to receive the suzerain's attendants who are waiting outside." Thales said quietly, "So as long as we know their shifts in advance, Ralph's psionic ability and Wuxia's identity work together.
Lampard can avoid the palace guards and reach the entrance of the hall, leaving only your Archduchess guards in front of him."
Nicholas narrowed his eyes. "The palace guards' shifts?"
Thales nodded with a gloomy expression.
"The Archduchess guards can't avoid them, but Lampard doesn't need to face them directly.
He only needs to have Kent Vida find the herald at the entrance and have him inform Count Liespan in the hall that the king is here."
Nicholas furrowed his brows.
The Archduchess was already at the end of her rope at that time.
Thales sighed. "What I need to do is to intensify the conflict and push the terrible situation in the hall to a point where no one can handle it. Count Liespan, who knows how to judge the situation, will know what to do. He's very good at making choices." Not far away, Saroma's shoulders trembled slightly. Thales finished speaking. Nicholas stared at him coldly. "The palace guard's shifts?"
Nicholas' voice became more and more terrifying. Every word he uttered was laced with danger.
"That's a secret that is rearranged every month. Which rat betrayed us?"
"There's no need to disturb the others." Thales shook his head.
"That head chef's son, Joseph. Do you remember him?"
Nicholas furrowed his brows, as if he was trying hard to search for this name in his mind.
"He's very lonely in the palace."
Thales flashed a bitter smile.
"I often practice my sword skills with him when he comes to the courtyard to deliver food." Nicholas seemed to have figured something out. His face turned pale. "The scullery? Of course I can't get my hands on the monthly shift arrangements." Thales nodded slowly. "But the palace guards also need to eat. The scullery's daily cooking arrangements are fixed. For example, when they need to make bread for a small team, where exactly to send it?" Nicholas' expression became more and more unpleasant.
"Don't make things difficult for Joseph." Thales shook his head.
His tone was flat.
"He's still young.
He thinks it's just idle chatter during sword practice."
"So, some of your actions in the palace over the past 6 years, whether it was skipping classes to read books in various corners, talking to animals out of boredom, lowering your status to meddle with the servants' work, or chatting with the servants and guards in a friendly manner."
The Star Killer let out a faint sneer, but for some reason, it made people feel a chill run down their spines. Were they all to gather information, or to test our defenses? "And you've behaved yourself for the past 6 years. All of it was an act?" In the distance, Saroma's back stood still.
The Archduchess guards waited respectfully around her.
Thales' breathing froze for a moment. Nicholas and Thales were silent for a few seconds. Most of the nobles in the hall had left. Only the stern King Chapman, accompanied by Kent Vida and Croche, was watching from afar with interest. I talked to animals because I was really bored.
As for the rest, the second prince inhaled and squeezed out a gloomy smile.
I have no choice. No choice? Thales turned around and stared at the Soul Slayer pike on the shelf. He could not help but sigh as he reminisced. It's been 6 years in Dragon Cloud City. Every letter I wrote had to be opened and checked. Every destination I went to had to be searched beforehand. Every person who spoke to me had to be interrogated 3 times. Even the paper I used in class had to be inspected. Every book I touched had to be recorded by someone specially assigned to record it. If there was anything wrong with my daily schedule or actions, you, Li Span, or Madame Gings would interrogate me.
Then I would be grounded. Saroma's back trembled slightly.
Thales sighed and said, my every move was under your surveillance.
If it weren't for the Archduchess' special permission, I wouldn't even be able to step out of Heroic Spirit Palace.
As for Waya and Ida, every constellatiate who leaves the palace, not only do they have to be searched, but there are also scouts following them. Even if they throw a copper coin to a beggar, you will catch the beggar and lock him up for 2 months.
Even the diplomatic groups from the kingdom who come to visit me are restricted and monitored. Nicholas still stared at him silently with a terrifying gaze.
I know that you used King Chapman's name to lock me in this palace, cut off all contact with the outside world, cut off the normal education I should have received, and expect me to muddle through a meaningless life, to become a canary that can only cry in a cage. Nicholas was silent. Thales lowered his head and said dejectedly, Constellation, the Secret Intelligence Department, and I did bring you great trouble and even disaster 6 years ago, but at least we fought side by side. Is this necessary? This time, the silence lasted for a long time. Nicholas let out a cold laugh. Not only is it necessary. In my opinion, this is far from enough, he said resolutely. Justin is still too lenient with you. He should never have let you come into contact with the people from Black Sand region. That's why you got the chance to betray us. You betrayed all of us. Did you think that you would be safe after escaping to Black Sand region? Nicholas' gaze was cold.
Remember this well, little prince of the empire.
Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. With just you? Forget it. The prince shook his head slightly. Don't overestimate yourself just because someone calls you the Star Killer, dead face. You and I were never on the same level. Nicholas' expression froze. Very well, the Star Killer said hatefully.
Be careful, you better not fall into my hands.
When that time comes, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Nicholas gave him a fierce glare, caught up with the Archduchess team, and strode away. Thank you, dead face. I will be careful. As always. The Archduchess did not stop. Her figure stepped out of the main door. She did not look back. As he listened to the footsteps leave his ears, Thales sighed. There was an indescribable heaviness in his heart. Aren't we leaving?
As he watched wave after wave of important people make harsh remarks, Waya, who came up to him, did not even dare to breathe loudly.
Your Highness?
Thales shook his head.
No, there's still one more. Finally, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Waya and Ralph immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. How do you feel? King Chapman's deep and slightly hoarse voice rang out. Compared to his earlier awe-inspiring tone, his tone was now less domineering and more playful. But Thales did not answer directly. He gestured for Waya to step down. You reacted very quickly.
Thales turned to the king and sincerely sighed with emotion.
I only mentioned a little about Constellation sending troops to the Alliance of Freedom, and you seized the opportunity. King Chapman snorted in disdain. Same here. The prince faced the king and took a deep breath. But just now, you said that you have already won against Black Sand region and those vassals who oppose you? The king's gaze shifted slightly. Why? Thales narrowed his eyes. You also said that Archduke Trentida will send troops with you to deal with them? King Chapman raised his eyebrows.
Thales stared at him, his gaze unwavering for a long time.
After a while, the prince laughed out loud. Stop joking. Thales shook his head and said, We all know him, Trentida of Reformation Tower. Will he help you? What's the big deal? King Chapman snorted softly. Everyone knows that Porpheus Trentida has always been indecisive, treacherous, and cunning.
Thales ran his fingers through his hair in resignation and recalled the Archduke with a bowl cut who had a glint in his eyes.
That's right, but let me put it this way. If you invite Trentida to hunt deer with you, he will definitely not agree.
Thales sighed and said, unless he knows beforehand that the deer he wants to hunt is already dead, and all he needs to do is to drag the venison back. Only then will Trentida look forthright, generous, tragic and generous. Like a hero who will never return. He will carry his bow and arrows on his back, and ride out on his horse.
The two of them stared at each other in silence. After a while, King Chapman laughed. Ha 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 ha, a hero who will never return. This time, Lampard laughed in an exceptionally carefree manner. Contrary to his previous sneer and mockery, it was as if he was truly happy at this moment. I have to say, it's very vivid and appropriate. Thales laughed as well. His shoulders trembled slightly. But his smile disappeared very quickly. So, even though Trentida makes it sound nice, he will never go out with you. The smile in Thales' eyes was replaced by graveness and seriousness. If your vassals gather together, shed all pretenses of cordiality, and fight to the death against the Lampard family, it will be hard to tell who will emerge victorious between you and them. King Chapman's laughter also stopped. Thales stared at him coldly. Your claim that the outcome of the chessboard has already been decided is just empty talk. That's why you came here personally. Just like 6 years ago. King Chapman neither denied nor admitted it. He only stared at Thales with a mysterious expression. Thales looked in the direction of the door and sighed. Ian is still a little too young. He still lacks the experience to face you. That's why he was so easily frightened by you. If it were his father, that resolute, stubborn, and callous warrior come Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, Kulgan Rockney, King Chapman sneered. You have quite a high opinion of him. Thales snorted. Looking at Lisban and Nazir's expressions, I'm afraid that they have doubts in their hearts. The prince exercised his aching shoulders and said softly, it's just that they're wary of your relationship with Constellation and don't have confidence in Trentida. They're afraid that you'll really promise him something he can't refuse. That's why they don't dare to bet with you. King Chapman shook his head in a seemingly casual manner. Not everyone has the wisdom to see through the bet and have the courage to make a bet with me. Thales shook his head and snorted softly. But very soon, everything that happened in this hall, whether it was the City of Faraway Prayer's great defeat in the confrontation with the king, or the news that Dragoncloud City did not join the alliance to denounce the king and handed over the Prince of Constellation to the king in the end, will spread throughout Extet, especially to Black Sand region. Thales suddenly felt exhausted, as if the morning meeting had drained his energy. The moment the Archduchess agreed to hand me over, you truly won, he said, a little dispirited. What happened before was just a bluff. Are you satisfied now? The two of them stared at each other silently in the middle of the hall. Their delay also caused the Archduchess guards who were still guarding the hall to frown, but Kent Vida's smiling face and Crocia's cold expression effectively stalled them. But you did not leave empty-handed, Thales. After a while, King Chapman said quietly, first of all, you yourself. Not only did you avoid the fate of being dragged into the war, you also broke free from Dragoncloud City's evil clutches. Is that so? The prince yawned as if he did not care. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't tell what a good thing this is. But the king ignored him. He only said in a slightly cold tone, and according to the conditions we agreed upon, I also gave that girl a chance to cultivate her prestige so that her vassals would no longer be her enemies. This sentence instantly caused Thales' unfocused gaze to focus. Under the pressure of a certain terrifying king, the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City will not lose their support, at least for the short term, and will not be forced to marry. Under external forces, they will instead be more united. Isn't this what you want? Thales furrowed his brows. But she is still a girl, Thales said after a few seconds. No matter what, her existence will make many people in Dragoncloud City feel uneasy and indignant. King Chapman raised his eyebrows. Then I can't do anything, unless you turn her into a man? Thales looked up. So? The prince stared into King Chapman's profound eyes with certainty. You must help her gain a firm foothold, no matter what method you use. The king seemed to be a little amused. Must I? Thales nodded. As the king of Extet, he said calmly, it is in your interest to let an archduchess who is controversial and a girl who subverts tradition continue to rule Dragoncloud City, which is full of capable people and has a strong foundation. You also don't want to see an Archduchess of Dragoncloud City who is as watertight as Lisban, as cunning as Nazir, and as unyielding and upright as Carcagel, right? King Chapman's expression froze for a moment. Thales stared at him without blinking. A slight ripple appeared on the king's rugged face. Indeed, we don't need a second King Nuvan. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. For this, you even have to help her obtain a considerable amount of power. The second prince's tone became heavier and faster. Don't forget, as an archduchess, the obstacles she faces are similar to the problems you face to a certain extent. For example, the tradition in Northland that has lasted for thousands of years. When King Chapman heard this, the interest in his eyes grew stronger. Moreover, she is the archduchess whom you acknowledge, and you are also voting for her. Thales suddenly stopped talking. Moreover, you still have a trump card that can kill her. Her throne is tied to your crown. Thales put on a stern face and did not speak again. King Chapman exhaled slowly. I have a feeling, Thales. The king curled up the corners of his lips. Coupled with his gaze, it gave people a slightly prickly feeling. During the time you are in Black Sand region, we will get along very well. Thales' expression darkened. Is that so? Both of them sank into silence again. After a long while, King Chapman said meaningfully, the same old question. How does it feel? Thales responded with a cold snort. How does it feel? King Chapman took a deep breath. His expression was joyful, as if he was enjoying the beauty of Dragoncloud City at this moment. From the city of faraway prayers to Dragoncloud City, from Lisban to the Archduchess, you are a traitor who betrayed everyone, or at least, that's what they think. Carrying everything on your shoulders and moving forward alone? King Chapman's gaze became sharper as he stared at him. His words were forceful. How does it feel? Thales was silent. He lowered his head and did not speak for a long time. The prince suddenly remembered how he sat in the carriage of the Marquis from Camus Union 6 years ago. When he angrily questioned the then Archduke of Black Sand region, who later became King Chapman, the other party's cold reply. Child, you don't know anything. Black Sand region and I are already beyond redemption. King Chapman stared at him and shook his head in what seemed to be disdain. He turned around and left. The moment he turned, the Prince of Constellation's voice came from behind him. But it was gloomy, and cold like never before. This feeling. Thales stared at the ground. Without raising his head, he said hoarsely. This feeling is like Chapman Lampard. The king's body froze in the middle of his stride. In the quiet air, Thales snorted softly. With his usual expression, he called for Waya and Ralph and walked towards the door. When the prince reached the entrance of the hall, he paused for a moment. He stared at the rough floor tiles, which were slightly uneven, and curled up the corners of his lips. 6 years ago, he met the born king, whose name shook Northland for the first time in this place. 6 years later. In the next moment, Thales resisted the urge to turn around. He took a deep breath. Damn it. Thales lifted his foot without hesitation. 6 years later, my foot. Chapter 334. Accompanied by his attendants and guards, Thales walked on the way to the stable. When the few palace guards standing guard at the palace gate saw the Prince of Constellation, they snorted in disdain. It's him. He worked with Lampard from the inside and outside. One of the guards looked at Thales from afar with a gloomy expression and whispered to his colleague. He caused him to lose his position and the right to join the personal guards. All because he did not notice the king at the palace gates. The guards cast hostile gazes at him. Thales inhaled and pretended not to see it. The prince and his group walked past the guards. The palace guards bowed to the deputy commander of the Archduchess Guards, Lord Justin. Hey! When they walked past him, one of the guards could not help but say in a loud and vicious voice, I hope our king loves your little ass. I hope our king loves your little butt. People of the Empire. The others did not bother to hide their laughter, including the Northlanders who were guarding behind Thales. Their eyes were full of disgust and indignation. But Thales did not seem to hear them. His expression did not change and he continued walking. Lord Justin pursed his lips and did not say anything. Hey, Northlander, are you not going to do anything? At the back of the group, Ida, who had been missing for a long time, tugged at her cloak and protested to Justin in front of her. My duty is to protect the prince's safety before His Majesty's white blade guards rush over to escort you out of Dragon Cloud City. Justin's tone was cold. When he mentioned the white blade guards, he raised his tone in a sarcastic manner. He gestured at the group of guards who spoke rudely. Unless they draw their swords and charge at me, reasonable protests are not part of my duty.
You call this reasonable? Wuxia was about to retort, but Ralph, who was beside him, stopped him in time and shook his head.
Humph. Northlanders. Ida turned her head and distanced herself from them in dissatisfaction. Thales still did not say a word. His expression was solemn. It had only been a few hours since the meeting that decided the outcome of the battle in the morning, but some news had already spread. Thales could clearly feel that the atmosphere in Heroic Spirit Palace had plummeted the moment he walked out of the Hall of Heroes.
From the guards to the nobles, every single insider who entered his line of sight seemed to want to eat the Prince of Constellation alive.
This included Justin, who had protected him for a long time and was somewhat easy to talk to. The prince sighed in his heart. At last they came to the stables, and Jenny's loud neigh sounded cheerfully. But Thales was slightly stunned. Someone was already waiting for them. Justin calmly nodded at the people in the stable. Boss. The star killer Nicholas was carrying the black-hilted saber Tolja had given him. He crossed his arms and leaned against Jenny's stable, staring at them coldly. Just like so many times in the past, Thales turned his head around in resignation and exhaled. It was him again. You're in a hurry to find Lampard? As the group of Constellations frowned, Nicholas stared at Thales with a hostile expression. You can't even wait for the people from Black Sand region to come and fetch you? Thales shook his head. As you said, I'm going to Axe District, to the courier station in Black Sand region, the prince said calmly. I'm also going to talk to His Majesty about the future arrangements. This time, it was Nicholas' turn to frown. He snorted in dissatisfaction, then laughed disdainfully. You're really unscrupulous after falling out with me. The Star Killer's mocking tone was filled with indescribable anger. Why? You feel that Heroic Spirit Palace is no longer safe, so you quickly hide behind Lampard? The sooner you leave, the better? Thales stared at Nicholas in silence. He raised a hand and stopped Wuxia, who was about to speak. Nicholas put down his arms, slowly walked to Thales, and stared straight into his eyes. Listen, treacherous little prince. Forget about meeting Lampard. Nicholas enunciated each word slowly. His words were filled with a chill unique to the commander.
As long as I'm still here, before the people from Black Sand region come to fetch you with a warrant, you will stay in Heroic Spirit Palace obediently.
Behind Thales, the people from Constellation stared at the Star Killer with vigilant expressions. Nicholas bent down, his forehead almost touching Thales' hair. His gaze became sharper. You don't have to go anywhere. Hey, pretty boy.
Ida fiercely made a gesture of rolling up her sleeves and moved closer. Do you believe that I won't beat? Nicholas put on a strange, cold smile. He turned his body sideways, revealing the hilt of the sword behind him. On his back, the golden saber reflected a wondrous light. The temperature around them seemed to have risen a little. When she saw the saber, Aida's voice instantly became softer and weaker. That. Thales shook his head and pulled Ida behind him. Ida, let me do it. The female elf, who was usually wild and unruly, was now very obedient. She followed Thales' arm and was gently pulled back. She did not forget to make a fierce gesture at Nicholas that said, I'm not afraid of you. She slit her throat. Thales stepped forward and stared at the Star Killer quietly. Nicholas snorted coldly and leaned against the pillar again. He shook his head at Justin. Bring him back. Make sure he doesn't come into contact with anyone else. But at this moment, Thales suddenly exhaled and shook his head slightly. Do you hate him? Nicholas was slightly startled. What? I'm saying that you must hate him very much. Thales took a deep breath. He remembered the White Blade Guards who sacrificed their lives to protect them 6 years ago. He raised his head and his gaze was clear. I'm talking about Chapman Lampard. Your king. Nicholas' gaze was focused on Thales' face. His expression became more and more terrifying. His gaze slowly drifted away, as if he was looking into the distance. I have only one king. And that is definitely not Chapman Lampard. A few seconds later,
Nicholas' gaze slowly focused. His words were sonorous and forceful, regardless of the past or the present. As for Lampard, the only reason why he is still alive is because he appeared in Dragon Cloud City. The Star Killer's enunciations were clear and short, but Thales could feel the hatred and anger behind each of Nicholas' words. I'm still worried about the city left behind by the late king. That's why I didn't cover my face, bring my sword, and send him straight to Hell's River. So, you better choose carefully. Whether it's talking to him or standing beside him, it's not a good idea. Thales fixed his gaze on Nicholas and nodded in all apparent seriousness, as if he had understood something. So, you told Lisban, right? Nicholas was stunned again. Thales raised his hand and gestured for Wuxia and the others to step back. He took a step forward and faced Nicholas alone. You told Lisban about the fact that Lampard already has something on Dragon Cloud City, the Archduchess identity.
Thales sighed and spoke softly at a volume that only the two of them could hear.
That's why Lisban was so restrained in the hall this morning. He didn't want to see Dragon Cloud City destroyed in the internal strife between the archdukes. It's the same for you.
Nicholas' gaze on Thales became more and more displeased.
I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore.
He gestured in the direction of the blood court with his chin. Now go back to your... But Thales suddenly raised his head. But this is far from over.
The sudden increase in his voice surprised Nicholas slightly. But what made his expression even more unpleasant was what Thales said next.
Lampard and I talked for a while after the meeting ended, Thales said coldly. I can tell that he is not satisfied with the current benefits.
He wants more, and he needs more. As long as he was still in Dragon Cloud City, he would never be willing to stop at a neutral Dragon Cloud City. Just like 6 years ago, he was not willing to stop at a dead King Nuvan. The prince looked at the Star Killer with an unusually serious expression. So, do you know what kind of predicament the Archduchess and Dragon Cloud City is currently in? Do you know what he's going to do next? Thales continued speaking solemnly. And now, I'm going to talk to that terrifying king again and try my best to convince him to stop for now. The Star Killer was silent for a while. His frown deepened. What else does he want? He asked softly. Thales shrugged. When he recalled the king's methods, he felt a headache coming on. It's obvious that he's very dissatisfied with me keeping the threat of Black Sand region from the Archduchess. The prince lowered his head, looking rather gloomy. I think he'd rather meet the Archduchess directly and place his bargaining chips and threats in front of her so that he can turn Saroma into his puppet. Nicholas did not speak, but his already frightening face became even paler. Thales raised his head. His gaze was burning. And I'm going to convince him that there's no need to force the Walton family to pick a side, that there's no need to secretly contact the restless vassals of Dragon Cloud City, and that there's no need to be greedy enough to tear off another piece of meat from Dragon Cloud City. I'm going to convince him that the Archduchess's position is not in conflict with his interests. I'm going to convince him that there's no harm in giving the Dragon Spear family some support when necessary. I'm going to convince him that Dragon Cloud City will not be a threat to him in the next few years. With every word Thales said, Nicholas' expression became more unpleasant. I'm also going to convince him that I'm the only person who will be negotiating with him. There's no need for him to look for the innocent Saroma, and then, cruelly and mercilessly place that matter in front of her to coerce her into making a choice. Now, sorry Nicholas, the Star Killer who guards Dragon Cloud City, you can let me go to Lampard now. Thales raised his head and took a step forward. He stared at Nicholas with a piercing gaze, almost touching the other party. Or you can think of ways to delay my schedule and cause me trouble. And then wait for him to personally look for Saroma again. To look for Dragon Cloud City. The prince finished speaking. The air became quiet again. Nicholas' gaze became colder as he stared at Thales. Under the canopy of the stable, the Star Killer and Thales stared at each other in silence. The others, whether it was the attendants of Constellation or the guards of the Northlanders, all quietly waited for the results of their negotiation. The atmosphere was tense. Then, Nicholas sneered and shook his head. As he smiled, the air, which had almost reached the freezing point, seemed to have become much warmer. You know, you have to thank Count Lisban, Nicholas said faintly. Even though you lured Lampard here and almost destroyed the day of the council hearing, he still seems to believe that you have no ill intentions towards Dragon Cloud City. Thales was slightly startled. Lisban? The Star Killer continued,
Even though you slandered him and said that he secretly colluded with the Red Witch and Lampard to betray Dragon Cloud City.
Thales slowly exhaled. Is that so? Also, you have to thank her. Nicholas sighed. I believe that she is also one of the reasons why Lisbon believes in you.
The moment Thales raised his eyebrows, Nicholas turned his head and looked in another direction. Thales was stunned as he followed his gaze. In the distance, accompanied by guards and maids, the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City stood quietly under the setting sun. She looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. Golden light shone on the girl's body, making her look even more dazzling. Thales could not help but sigh deeply.
She's waiting for you.
Nicholas turned and walked away. Before he left, he looked at Thales with a profound gaze.
Don't be too slow when you say goodbye. Know your limits.
Staring at Nicholas back, Thales closed his eyes. Complicated emotions filled his heart. The next moment, he opened his eyes abruptly and took a resolute step towards the Archduchess.
Saroma's expression was calm. She also walked forward slowly.
Gings, the female official, followed behind her.
The prince and the Archduchess finally faced each other again.
Thales forced a smile and nodded at the female official.
Thank you, Madam Gings.
However, Madam Gings did not move in the face of the hidden meaning behind his words. She continued to stare at him coldly and did not say a word.
Then, Saroma smiled at her reluctantly and nodded.
The female official's almost frozen face moved a little. She bowed to the Archduchess in a standard manner, turned around respectfully, and left.
Even at this time, she still doesn't like me.
Thales scratched his head in a very unnatural manner.
How sad. Obviously, his lousy opening did not have the desired effect.
Saroma still stared at him. The inexplicable emotions behind the pince-nez made Thales rather uneasy.
So, you're going to Black Sand region now?
She asked very directly. Thales exhaled, avoided her gaze and nodded.
Yes, I want to get used to it sooner.
But at that moment, Saroma seemed to be very calm.
You didn't expect it either, did you?
Thales raised his gaze with a slightly puzzled look.
I thought about it later.
You said that you wanted me to choose the path that was most suitable for the Archduchess, and that you would solve the rest of the problems.
Chapman Lampard.
The Archduchess' expression was calm. He should be the solution to your remaining problems, and also your last and worst trump card, right?
Thales did not speak.
He exhaled through his nose and nodded. The Archduchess' expression was a little gloomy. If everything had gone smoothly, if I had chosen not to be so stubborn, if I had chosen to disregard your life and death, and calmly obtain the vassal support, if Dragon Cloud City could successfully dispatch their troops, if we could form an alliance against the king.
Her voice trembled slightly.
Then you wouldn't have gone to Lampard, and you wouldn't have betrayed Ian, and you wouldn't have sold yourself to Black Sand region, right?
Saroma seemed to want to smile, but in the end, she failed.
You know, the moment you spoke up in support of Lampard, I kind of didn't know you anymore.
Thales wanted to say something, but stopped. So, just like 6 years ago.
The Archduchess turned her head and no longer lingered on this topic.
You took the risk and took the final step to save me.
Thales could only close his eyes.
You shouldn't have been so stubborn, Saroma.
There's no need to, for a hostage. Put yourself in a dangerous situation where you're deserted by everyone.
The Archduchess suddenly raised her head.
Her gaze was resolute, as if she wanted to argue.
But you're not a hostage, Thales.
No matter what others think, at least in my eyes you're not. She seemed to have remembered something and immediately lowered her head. There was an indescribable sadness in her voice.
I'm sorry, Thales.
At that moment, Thales' mood, which had been extremely gloomy since the State Affairs hearing, suddenly fluctuated slightly. He was like a mountain climber in the winter snow who welcomed a ray of sunlight after climbing over the top of a slope.
At least she understands. She believes in me.
As always. Apologizing to me for protecting me.
Thales inhaled forcefully.
He felt that the air today was exceptionally refreshing.
I can't accept this apology. But you're going to Black Sand region. Do you still remember Lampard's soldiers?
They fired arrows at us without hesitation. The girl's voice was a little sad.
Can you imagine what you'll have to face in that man's territory?
If I want to count on Lampard's help, then this is the price I have to pay.
Thales sighed. Wish me luck. Is there anything worse than being tied up on the battlefield or being chopped into pieces? But Saroma's expression was still very stiff. Thales opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Hey, listen to me. It's not your fault, Saroma, all right? It's Constellation who interfered. I mean, it's my father. The second prince shrugged. He caught me off guard, and I could only adapt to the situation. Both of them were silent for a while. That's great. Saroma forced a smile and forced herself to joke. I've never known what it feels like to have a father. The prince looked at the bitter expression on the Archduchess' face and flashed a bright smile. So, do you want to exchange identities with me? Thales seemed to be in a good mood. Anytime, Princess Saroma of Constellation. Both of them laughed. But Saroma's laughter only lasted for a few seconds. Princess, she subconsciously repeated. Princess Saroma, Princess Selma? Thales realized that something was wrong. He took a deep breath, turned his gaze away, and coughed loudly. Then, the prince's expression became serious. Listen, at least in the next few years, Lampard will not be your primary threat. The fight between the king and the archdukes will only become increasingly intense, and the extent and methods used will gradually exceed our expectations. Saroma looked at him quietly and nodded quietly. It was as if both of them were back in the library and in the classroom. Under the rule of the Archduchess, Dragon Cloud City, which appears weak on the surface and is internally divided, will instead be ignored by them, whether intentionally or unintentionally. You may even become the target of their enticement. You can even stand in the position of a third party and reap benefits from both sides during their confrontation. Just like this time, be cautious when they extend their hands, but do not place your bets rashly. Thales was extremely serious. At this time, sit firmly in your position. This is your top priority. Be a competent, qualified, and even outstanding Archduchess, Saroma. The Archduchess smiled. Her expression was a little forced. King Nuvan left you a good entourage. Thales recalled the scene during the hearing. Nazir is wise, astute, and skillful. Karkagel is a man of few words but has quite a bit of prestige. Even the seemingly annoying Cotterson and Liner, and even the people who are not part of the 6 counts, they will all be useful to you. If you show them the boldness and skillfulness that an archduchess should have, prove to them that you are indispensable to this territory. As for Lisban, when Thales said this, he could not help but pause for a moment. In the end he sighed and said, he is an excellent regent, but perhaps you should consider the feelings of the other vassals, and the balance of Dragon Cloud City. Saroma frowned. You don't like him? Why? Thales shook his head. Your enemies will still be within you. When the prince thought of this, his heart became a little heavy. Perhaps they will appear in various forms. The dissatisfaction of the vassals, the contempt of the people, the obstruction of tradition, sinister rumors. But at the end of the day, the biggest enemy is yourself. Saroma snorted softly. Her gaze was still fixed on Thales. It was as if this was the last time they would meet. She smiled and said, the biggest enemy is yourself. Humph. It sounds like the pretentious, empty rubbish encouragement in a knight's novel. Thales could not stand her gaze. He had no choice but to lower his head. Because you are a girl, Saroma. Saroma was slightly taken aback by his words. Thales let out a long sigh. There was a strong sense of sorrow in his words that could not be dispelled. You are a girl. That means that in most games in this world, not just in Northland, but also in Northland, you have to pay a higher price than men. You have to work harder than men and achieve better results than men. Only then will you be able to obtain rewards, results, and recognition from the outside world that are comparable to theirs. In other words, if the Archduchess can't come up with a better answer than the late King Nuvan, or even just be on par with King Nuvan. The prince gritted his teeth and looked at heroic Spirit Palace, which was boorish, imposing, thick, and gave off a heavy, oppressive feeling. Then you will forever be that little girl. Saroma was silent for a long time. Her mood was gloomy. Finally, the Archduchess sneered expressionlessly. It's really not fair. I know it's not fair. Thales frowned and looked at her. He could not hide the worry in his eyes. That's why you can't give up. Do you know what will happen if you don't fight back against the beggars who beat you when you're surrounded by beggars? Saroma raised her eyes. They will continue to bully you, beat you, ridicule you, and isolate you. Thales seemed to have thought of something. He unconsciously tensed up. They will repeat this scene over and over again, forming the impression that you deserve to be bullied. The Archduchess thought of something. She remembered the story of the prince who was born in the lower city district that Thales had told her before. I know. The prince stared at her. His expression was unpleasant. But this is not the worst. The worst is that other people, everyone, whether they are new or old, whether they beat you up or not, will gradually get used to this scene. They will take it for granted. Thus, as they live and eat among the beggars, this impression will be deepened and spread into everyone's consciousness. Until, intentionally or unintentionally, they treat this situation as part of the rules. They make up and derive **t reasons such as born this way, the strong prey on the weak, there will always be bullies, and there will always be people who will be bullied, so that everyone, whether they are new or old, strong or weak, and even the bullied yourself, will subconsciously believe that this is the environment, this is the rule, this is the norm, and you can't change it. So, the best choice is to accept it, adapt to it, acknowledge it, and go along with it. Then, when you are beaten up again, you will suffer less. This idea of everyone subconsciously getting used to the environment and the rules is the worst. In the prince's mind, the hazy sea of memories rippled slightly. At that moment, Thales' gaze became a little unfocused, as if he was staring into the distance. It will make you forget that individuals in society are united and inseparable. Your actions are also one of the factors that shape the environment and the rules. He exhaled and brought his thoughts back to reality. It may be a little complicated, but... Thales looked at the girl in front of him, who had a puzzled look on her face. He pursed his lips. If you don't dare to change and choose to respond in silence, or even exile yourself, then the unfair environment will never change. The prince said softly, "Girl." Thales looked at the gradually silent girl and sighed softly. "You're right, Saroma. I shouldn't have treated you as a weakling waiting to be rescued." He smiled again. "And you have to learn to grow on your own, learn to believe in yourself, learn to listen to the old crow's lessons," Thales said quietly. "Even without me." "Your Excellency, Archduchess. Take care." Once he finished speaking, Thales could not bear to look at the girl's expression anymore. He turned around and left. At this moment, "Thales!" the girl suddenly cried out involuntarily. There was great worry hidden in her voice. "Be careful." Thales' footsteps paused slightly. He did not turn around. He only smiled. "Yes, I will." But Saroma interrupted him regardless of the consequences. "No. On the eve of the council hearing, Count Lisban came to me in private." Saroma seemed to be very anxious. She subconsciously looked around. "He came to advise me that it would be best to stay away from you and the ominous Jade Star family. In order to convince me, he told me some secrets in advance." Thales was stunned. He turned his head sideways. "What secrets?" In the next second, the words that came out of Saroma's mouth made his heart tremble. "Calamities." Thales' expression froze slightly. "What?" At that moment, no one knew what exactly he felt in his heart. He slowly turned his head around, maintaining a normal expression. Saroma's tone was a little hurried. Her expression was the same as when she secretly skipped class when she was young. In the countries built by the people who participated in the Battle of Eradication, such as Extet, even though each family's inheritance is different and has different versions, at least the descendants of the 10 knights and at least the heirs of the 10 archduchy families will be told some secrets about the Battle of Eradication when they come of age. Thales completely turned around and stared at Saroma in a daze. The Battle of Eradication. Saroma pursed her lips and hesitated for a few seconds. Then she made up her mind and said, "After the war more than 600 years ago, we became more vigilant, and the remaining calamities became smarter. With a more complicated, secretive and dangerous relationship, we lurked on both sides of the world, maintaining a careful balance in all kinds of situations." The Archduchess raised her head. The Archduchess raised her head. Her voice was soft but resolute. "But the Battle of Eradication has not ended. And they and we are still enemies." Thales' breathing gradually quickened. He could not help but clench his fists. The young girl fixed her gaze on him. Her gaze was filled with worry and vigilance. "Thales, 18 years ago, during the bloody year of Constellation, the reason why you were attacked from all sides, ran out of ammunition and food supplies,
Why Exted invaded the south without any qualms, why the Baron Bone tribe and the orcs were also in a great uproar. Even your rebel army and the tragedy of the Jade Star royal family. All of these are related to the calamities.
In that second, Thale's pupils shrank abruptly. He could not help but raise his voice. What does it have to do with this? But the Archduchess shook her head. I can't go on. Seal only told me this because he trusted me.
Saroma's expression was mournful and hesitant.
This is a secret that only the Archduke of Dragoncloud City knows.
She turned her head away.
Don't forget, I am now an Archduchess. Thales was stunned. After a while, Thales tried hard to adjust his breathing and snapped out of his daze. Is that so? A secret that only the Archduke of Dragoncloud City knows? Then, that means the previous Archduke of Dragoncloud City, that King Nuvan who decided to invade the south 18 years ago, that King of Exted who told him that there was an inside story behind the Jade Star calamity, he stared at Saroma in a daze. But I think you will find out in the end, Thales. Saroma seemed a little guilty. After all, you are the Jade Star family. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He hid the lingering haze in his mind deep into a corner. Thank you, Saroma. I know. 6 years ago, a man and a woman. The calamity came to you, Thales gulped. Saroma's voice trembled a little. I won't ask you anything unnecessary, but no matter why they came to you. It's definitely related to that, and it's definitely not a good thing. Not a good thing. You know, the young girl said quietly, I might not be happy in Dragoncloud City, but at least I can protect you. Nicholas has a legendary anti-mystic equipment, and the Soul Slayer pike in the Hall of Heroes is always on guard. But in Black Sand region, both of them fell silent. A breeze blew past them. Behind them, Jenny let out a dissatisfied hiss and broke the silence. After a while, Thales sighed deeply. I will remember. In the distance, Nicholas coughed loudly and said without hesitation, My lady! His urging made Saroma snap out of her daze. She seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Also, that man with the black long sword, although he saved us, Saroma said hurriedly, as if she wanted to finish talking about all her worries in these few minutes. Since he participated in the 18 years, then he must be related to these things. As your family's enemy, I can't think of any reason for him to let you go or even protect you. Unless he has other motives, and his plans are far-reaching. Thales stared at the ground without saying a word. The sword-wielding figure and countless doubts rose in his mind. The young girl continued speaking, Nicholas and the Archduchess guards, but the furthest they could find out was that the man's nickname was Black Sword, and that he was related to a foreign gang called the Brotherhood. Thales sucked in a sharp breath. He turned his head. Saroma, I understand. The prince said rather bitterly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for not asking why. At that moment, Saroma saw the prince's bitter and terrible expression clearly, and she could not help but be slightly stunned. Nicholas was urging them on again. Don't. Saroma. In the next second, Thales closed his eyes, turned around, and left. Light panting came from behind him, as well as faintly discernible sobs. The sky was very blue and very clear. The few clouds were gradually dyed gold by the sunlight. Gings, the female officer's orders came from behind him. The Archduchess' footsteps rose and gradually faded away. Thales resisted the desire to turn around and walk towards Jenny, the black horse. He forced himself to smile at Waya and the others. But he paused slightly. Nicholas slowly pulled out another horse and tidied up his equipment in a nimble manner. Although we're not going to the chess room, he ordered Justin, the rules are the same. The patrol team will clear the way, the Archduchess guards. Hey, you're going too? The prince asked, puzzled. Nicholas turned his head around. As the Archduchess ordered, young prince. The Star Killer snorted coldly with a hostile expression. I'll send you to Lampard. To you. He flashed a sinister smile that harbored malicious intentions. The last journey. Thales rolled his eyes. The last journey. This dead face. Chapter 335. It was still an empty road after the patrols cleared the area. Passers-by would consciously stay away or be chased away by the patrols who quickly arrived. The Archduchess guards were still on the left and right, while the patrols opened the way from the front and back. It was still a journey that was completely surrounded, however, When Thales rode on the streets of Dragoncloud City again, he had a different feeling. It was not just because the route he took to play chess was different, nor was it because the Star Killer was following closely behind him with covetous eyes. After all, this might be the last time he walked in Dragoncloud City during his 6 years as a hostage. Nicholas probably knew this as well.
Hence, when Thales acted out of character and did not tug on the reins to gallop at high speed, this always made the Archduchess guards around him grumble when he went to play chess in the past, and instead let the veteran Genid, the only person other than Thales whom Jenny, the violent black horse, did not dislike, hold the reins and slowly moved forward to Axe District as if they were sightseeing.
The Star Killer only pouted in dissatisfaction, but did not say anything. Genid. Thales stared absent-mindedly at the buildings moving backwards on both sides. You have been in the diplomat group for more than 6 years, starting from the birch tree forest in the Northern Territory.
Genid turned around and cast a glance at the prince.
Yes, your highness. Thales sighed and said, after being trapped in Dragoncloud City for so long. It's not as exciting as when you charged and broke through enemy lines under Duke John's command. It's probably not as comfortable as when you were in Eternal Star City's city defense team. It must be boring.
As he listened to Thales' words, Genid gazed into the distance.
This veteran of the Starlight Legion, who had served under the Starlight God of War and the Fortress Flower and experienced the disaster 18 years ago, became a little more spirited after 6 years in the north. The numbness and lifelessness of his time as a city defense team was gone.
Even though he had always felt guilty for becoming the Duke of Iris Flower's tool in the birch tree forest in Constellation, leading the Blood Clansmen to harm the prince's diplomat group.
Compared to the hardships you went through, this little bit of boredom is not even worth mentioning. Genid sighed. And compared to the bloody war in the Bloody Year, this little bit of boredom is not even worth mentioning. Thales did not speak. He could not help but frown. The Bloody Year. A bloody war. The group moved forward slowly.
Even though this might be their last journey, the patrols formed by the Northlanders and the Archduchess guards were still dutifully clearing the path and guarding the surroundings.
Thank you, Genid.
The second prince turned his head around and stared at the veteran Genid, who had followed him all the way from Eternal Star City with a profound expression.
Your service over the past 6 years has actually far surpassed the favor you owe Duke John.
No, your highness.
Genid nodded respectfully. I should be the one thanking you.
As for the favor I owe Duke John.
His expression darkened, and pain that could not be erased rose between his brows. He subconsciously turned his face away. No, that's something I can never repay in my entire life.
Thales stared fixedly at the back of the veteran leading the horse in front of him.
The prince took a deep breath and remembered the small stone urn he saw in the Jadestar family tomb. The Duke of Star Lake, John Jadestar. I've heard you talk about him before. He's humorous and approachable? When he heard the familiar name, Genid could not help but feel slightly refreshed. Yes, your highness.
But the Duke's approachability is quite different from yours. It seemed as if Genid's expression and spirit would become lively at the mention of that person.
I still remember the day of the conscription.
Even though the Duke was middle-aged, he did not have an overly dignified or arrogant demeanor. His martial arts skills were terrible, but his eyesight was pretty good.
His singing voice was even better, and he could play the lute. He could always get along with all kinds of people, be they nobles, farmers, merchants, craftsmen, soldiers, or even prostitutes and prisoners of war. It was very easy to find John in the military camp, because the Duke would definitely be at the place where the laughter was the loudest.
Genid was immersed in the memories of the past, and he could not help but laugh.
Most of the time, I even thought that he was a little silly. Silly. Thales cast him a puzzled look. It's not that I'm being disrespectful, but... Genid furrowed his brows. I don't know how to express it.
Anyway, all of us in the personal guards talked and laughed with him, and we subconsciously treated him as one of us, not as a commander with authority, or as the Duke of Star Lake, the younger brother of the King of Constellation with a noble background.
The more Genid spoke, the more energetic he became. 18 years ago, during the military conference of the Starlight Brigade, the Duke was always absent-minded, or he would snore or even drool when he was asleep. The nobles who were present were all very embarrassed. Because of this, Captain Sonia apologized pitifully, and at the same time, she would clench her teeth and hit the Duke's head in front of everyone until he woke up from his sleep, or knocked him unconscious. Vice Captain Kenya even had a record of using ice water to wake him up from his slumber. The veteran laughed out loud.
even though the Duke looked aggrieved every time, and he would explain pitifully that he was not sleeping, but thinking of countermeasures in his dreams.
What? Sleeping during a military conference?
This is the Starlight God of War who quelled the rebellion? Thales was stunned when he heard that.
He could not help but scratch his head.
It sounds really, special?
Of course, it just sounds ridiculous.
After all, if he was really an idiot, he would not have the title of Starlight God of War. Janet cast Thales a profound glance and sighed.
Thales frowned slightly. What about you, Willow?
Willow, a soldier with a long gun and a short gun strapped to his back, walked behind Thales' horse. He was caught off guard when his name was called.
He was shocked. Me?
Over the past 6 years, this new recruit, who was saved by Thales from the gallows in Broken Dragon Fortress, had mostly gotten rid of his childishness after going through the trials from Black Sand region to Dragon Cloud City. Even though the veterans in the team still liked to make fun of him. How did you feel during the past 6 years in Dragon Cloud City? To be honest, when I came out of the fortress 6 years ago, I didn't think that I would have to stay in the enemy country for so long. Under Jened's reminder, Willow quickly adjusted his expression.
But, he frowned.
Uncle Jened said that it is because you are here that the people in the Northern Territory can enjoy peace.
So, this is probably worth it. Thales was slightly stunned. Willow raised his head.
There was a slightly bitter expression on his face. That's right. You know, sometimes I think.
Willow sighed.
If you had been here 18 years ago, and used yourself as a hostage to go to Extet, perhaps the war would not have happened, and my sister would not have died of illness. Thales lowered his head and sank into deep thought. Is that so? He said faintly, as if he was talking to himself. The team moved forward again and walked past a junction that separated Spear District and Axe District.
Wuxia.
The prince on the horse raised his hand. He moved past the heavy guards on both sides and pointed at the 3-story building with a balcony not far away.
That house is the chess room that we go to once a month, right?
Yes, Your Highness. The attendant observed it carefully and answered cautiously.
Thales stared at the familiar outline of the building and felt a little sentimental for some reason. In the past, we always went straight to Spear District. We have never seen it from this angle.
He stared at the chess room that was specially decorated with a profound look and remembered the few times he and Asda had lessons in it.
I probably missed the time we played chess in there. Actually, it is not too far away. If you want, why don't you go and take a look? Wuxia estimated the distance to the house. There is no need.
Thales shook his head and pointed at Nicholas beside him. He sighed and said, "Look at his expression. He probably wishes that an assassin would jump out of nowhere and kill me before we go to Black Sand region."
These words made Wuxia frown deeply. He subconsciously looked around.
Ralph made a mocking expression at him, and as expected, it attracted the attendant's angry glare. Nicholas turned his head, snorted coldly in disdain, and urged his horse forward. "Where is that vice diplomat of yours?" The Star Killer asked coldly. "Why didn't I see the cunning put Ray Nemain with you to Black Sand region?" Thales' expression darkened and he shook his head.
We have not seen each other for 6 years. To be precise, Put Ray is no longer part of my diplomat group. 6 years, and the moment he appeared, he accompanied Constellation in attacking the Alliance of Freedom? Nicholas' expression was tense, and his words were stiff. Perhaps I should have arrested him a long time ago. That man is not simple. He might be the middleman between Constellation and Lampard. Thales raised his eyebrows. According to Put Ray, you have been watching him in Dragon Cloud City. Thales sighed and said, "Shouldn't you know his every move better than I do?" Nicholas gritted his teeth and gave him a warning glance. "Speaking of which, you know," the Star Killer said coldly, "I have confirmed that the person who leaked the Archduchess' secret to the secret room was not Lisban." Thales was slightly startled at first. The prince took a second to remember something. Then, the corners of his lips curled up and he secretly exhaled. "You still need confirmation?" But Nicholas' expression immediately became terrifying. "But you were the one who lured Lampard here. So if it wasn't Lisban, was it you, young prince?" The Star Killer's expression was cold, and he looked as if he was about to beat him up at any moment. "You took the initiative to leak the biggest secret of Dragon Cloud City to Black Sand region and the secret room. That's why the king came here and joined forces with you, right?" "What? It took Thales 2 seconds to snap out of his daze and figure out what Nicholas meant.
The next moment, the prince widened his eyes and his voice suddenly rose.
What?
Nicholas ignored his astonishment and continued to speak coldly. Answer me.
Were you the one who gave this information to Lampard?
Thales stared at the Star Killer in a daze. He remembered the lie he had casually made up to test the other party.
The Star Killer was still staring at him with a burning gaze.
When he saw that the Star Killer was not joking at all, Thales, who did not know whether to laugh or cry, felt a headache coming on.
This guy is really serious.
The next second, Thales took a deep breath and let the air stay in his lungs for a while before he exhaled weakly.
It's still the same old saying, Nicholas.
He shook his head rather helplessly. When it comes to certain things, you and I, Thales looked into the Star Killer's eyes and said with great sincerity, we're really not on the same level.
After he said this, Thales no longer cared about Nicholas' extremely unpleasant expression.
He gestured for Genid to urge the horse to move past him.
Behind Thales, the nimble elf protector quickly followed. The half of his face under the cloak stuck out his tongue at the livid Star Killer.
At this moment, whoosh! An ear-piercing sound suddenly came from afar.
The group seemed to have been pressed down by an invisible hand, and they were forced to a stop. Many people's expressions changed drastically.
Thales' face turned pale, as if a certain scene in his memory had been awakened. The moment he recognized the sound, he anxiously shouted, "It's a crossbow bolt!"
The patrols on the outer perimeter quickly formed a formation. The Archduchess guards consciously surrounded the inner perimeter. The Constellations reacted with the prince as the center. Ida lowered her body and slid past Jenny's horse's hooves in 2 steps. She leaped to Thales' side.
Genid habitually stood in front of the black horse.
Willow gritted his teeth and pulled out his twin pistols.
Waya instinctively wanted to pull Thales down from the horse, but he was held down by Nicholas, who was beside him.
Everyone calm down.
The Star Killer pushed Waya away with an unpleasant expression and reprimanded his attendant impatiently. This is just a signal arrow from Dragon Cloud City. And it's not nearby. The tensed Nicholas nodded at the people beside him. The Northlanders who had formed a protective formation immediately spread out in a well-trained manner. They had a clear division of labor and were ready for battle. A few soldiers from the patrols in front of them nimbly climbed onto their horses and set off towards different streets to gather information. Only then did Waya snap out of his daze. He looked at Thales, whose face was also pale.
What's going on?
Thales was bewildered.
Listen to the sound. It's in front. It was Ralph's sign language. This is the whistling arrow from the patrols.
Nicholas stared at the empty street in front of him.
They need reinforcements.
Thales frowned slightly.
Reinforcements?
Boss. Lord Justin stared into the distance with a serious expression.
His tone was very nervous. The direction of the whistling arrow is in front of us. It's our destination, the courier station of the diplomat group in Axe District. The Northlanders, especially the patrols who were not as well trained, immediately burst into an uproar. The troops, who were originally vigilant of their surroundings out of habit, immediately shifted their gazes and looked at the street in front of them. Nicholas hummed in acknowledgement.
His expression was calm as he stared in the direction of the sound.
What?
Thales was shocked.
The courier station of the diplomat group?
Isn't that Lampard?
Enough! Nicholas shouted loudly, interrupting everyone's restless guesses. The patrols are under the jurisdiction of Garrison Officer Lysden's main disciplinary hall. Reinforcements from the patrols in other districts will arrive soon.
He spoke coldly, and his tone was filled with the authority of a commander.
And that has nothing to do with us. What we need to do now is to stand guard and wait for the next moment.
Whoosh! Another urgent sound cut off Nicholas' words.
Boss, the second shot.
Justin spoke in a hushed voice beside Nicholas, but he could not suppress the anxiety in his tone.
Looks like the situation is urgent. The breathing of the Northlanders and Constellations quickened at the same time.
Thales stared at the street in front of him and felt the tension in the air grow stronger.
Nicholas furrowed his eyebrows tightly and gritted his teeth. Where are the scouts? What about the report from the front?
Thales pursed his lips.
If something big really happened in front, they might be held up.
The prince did not care about the Star Killer's expression. He turned his head and hurriedly spoke to a short person under the cloak.
Ida, I know you can see it. Ida pouted and snorted in dissatisfaction. She said something that Thales did not understand. But her movements were not the least bit sluggish. The elf protector sprinted to the side of the street, grabbed a window pane, and jumped to the top of a 3-story house in a few steps. In everyone's eyes, she was as agile as a gecko, attracting many amazed gazes.
On the roof, Ida gently raised her right hand and stopped in front of her forehead, which was covered by the cloak.
At that moment, the elf seemed to be very relaxed, as if she was enjoying the breeze. But the people on the street were all staring at her nervously. The star killer snorted in dissatisfaction and muttered to Justin in a low voice, "That's why our stalkers can't keep up with her." A few seconds later, Ida turned her head. Her expression also darkened. "I can't see the specific situation, but I can see the fleeing crowd."
Faced with everyone's nervous and expectant gazes, Ida muttered and reported in a field of vision that normal people could not see. "Oh, there are sounds of fighting in the air, at least a dozen pairs." Thales narrowed his eyes.
The fleeing crowd? A few pairs of fighting? But the elf did not need to continue talking. "Lord Nicholas." As the sound of horse hooves rose, one of the cavaliers from the patrol team rushed back. He panted rapidly, and there was a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Up ahead. Black Sand Region Station. Lampard. The King's Post House. Has been attacked." Everyone was shocked at the same time. The King's Post House? Attacked.
The cavalier continued to report anxiously. The guards at the post house seemed to be in a bad situation.
The patrol team in Axe District was caught off guard. 2 disciplinary officers and 3 squads are fighting. I saw a few corpses. Many people frowned.
"Stop,"
Nicholas said firmly, interrupting the cavalier's incoherent report. "Just 2 things. What's the enemy's situation? What's the current situation?" The cavalier was stunned for a moment. Only then did he recover a little from his panting.
"It's very chaotic."
The cavalier scout who went to gather information shook his head. "The enemy has launched surprise attacks from more than one place. The number is unknown. They look like Northlanders. Not only do they have swords, but they also have bows. As for our side, the people from Black Sand Region and the patrol team are fighting. The disciplinary officers at the perimeter are sealing off the area and setting up defenses. But there are fleeing civilians everywhere. There are even people who are hot-headed enough to pick up weapons and join the battle." When he heard this, Justin's expression tensed. He moved closer to Nicholas' ear. "Today is the day of the state affairs hearing. There are too many nobles in Axe District.
Their private soldiers and guards are troublesome." Thales furrowed his eyebrows even deeper. Nicholas' expression looked as if it had just been covered in a layer of frost.
He nodded. "Continue to investigate. Send people to report to the palace and Regent Leespan." The star killer turned his head around. He first glanced at the Archduchess guards. When he saw that most of them were calm and collected, he nodded in satisfaction.
"Humph, they actually dared to attack in a noble district like Axe District on the day of the state affairs hearing."
Nicholas looked at the sky in front of him and snorted softly. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his words. "No matter who the enemy is, they must hate the king to the core." He turned his head around and clicked his tongue at the prince, who had a worried expression on his face. "Looks like we'll have to postpone our trip to Axe District to seek refuge with Lampard, young prince." Without waiting for Thales to reply, Nicholas gave a loud order. "Everyone! The patrol team who will open up the path, when the next wave of scouts returns, immediately stop advancing. Set up a defense line and seal off the flow of people coming from Axe District. No one is allowed to pass through, be it our own people or others." The patrol team immediately took action when they heard the order. Ever since the accident 6 years ago, the patrol team in the first gatehouse had been like the palace guards.
From then on, they listened directly to the orders of the Archduchess or the Archduchess guards.
Nicholas' voice was very decisive. As for the Archduchess guards, archers, spread out on the spot and fill in the defense. Clear the high ground on both sides of the street to ensure visibility. Kill any unidentified targets moving at high speed in this direction. As for us, change our direction and return to Heroic Spirit Palace. Justin, lead the 4th team and form an intercepting formation. You'll be in charge of bringing up the rear. Watch out for any threats coming from that direction. The Archduchess Guard's actions were faster and more efficient than the patrol teams. They immediately moved from the rear to the front and retreated. Lord Justin's team almost formed a human wall and sealed off the path leading to the chaotic district.
Many archers climbed up the houses on both sides of the street, drew their arrows, and aimed in that direction vigilantly.
When he heard the other party's orders to seal off the area and retreat, Thales sighed. He knew the Starkiller's attitude now. Hey!
Thales turned around and reminded the Starkiller indignantly, I know you want to see him die, but if Lampard dies here today, are you sure this is a good thing for Dragoncloud City?
Nicholas shook his head in disdain. My current responsibility is to transport you back to Heroic Spirit Palace in one piece. I don't care about anything else. Thales took a deep breath. All right.
The prince spread his hands. Think about it, King Chapman died mysteriously in Dragoncloud City, which is under the Archduchess rule. If I were the City of Faraway Prayers or Defense City, I would definitely righteously criticize Dragoncloud City, which did not protect me well and was even more suspicious of me. Then, in the dirty deals of the King's Selection Congress, the Starkiller froze for a moment. He turned his head to look at Thales with a cold expression.
Thales shrugged in resignation. For Dragoncloud City? At this moment, the sound of the third whistling arrow came from afar. The atmosphere became even more tense. After a few seconds, Nicholas snorted angrily and turned around while he cursed.
Son of AB*TCH, he yelled in dissatisfaction. Gale, bring the 5th and 6th teams to the post house to reinforce the patrol team over there.
We've practiced this kind of situation for the past 6 years. You know what to do. A veteran Archduchess personal guard nodded and smiled with pity on his face. He brought half of the Archduchess personal guards to reinforce them. Nicholas was obviously in a bad mood. The rest of you, retreat according to the original plan. In the terrible atmosphere, the group of people turned around with complicated feelings and went back in the direction they came from. They hurriedly retreated for a few minutes until they returned to the border between Axe District and Spear District. When they saw the familiar chess room, the tense atmosphere in the group slowly subsided. Damn it. Waya's expression was tense as he spat. Why do we always run into this kind of thing?
Calm down, Waya, Thales said with a gloomy expression.
Remember my words. Don't panic. But Thales was also adjusting his breathing on the horse's back as he thought about what happened just now. On today's State Affairs hearing, in Axe District, where nobles gathered, attack, no, assassinate Chapman Lampard? Who is it?
And, if Lampard dies here. When he thought of this, Thales clenched his fists and gripped the saddle tightly.
He stayed in the middle of the retreating group with a solemn expression. Hey, young prince.
The Starkiller rode to Thales' side and said coldly, You know, if we had maintained our usual galloping speed and arrived at Axe District earlier, we might have been caught up in that attack.
Thales frowned. What do you mean? Nicholas shook his head. I mean, your head might not be as valuable as Lampard's life. Thales thought of something and felt his skin crawl. You're saying that group of people might have wanted to intercept me? Nicholas snorted in disdain. The second prince subconsciously looked around. The streets were quiet. Ida was running on the rooftops vigilantly, observing the surroundings from a high vantage point. The Northlanders group was also normal. Thales turned around and said with a face full of suspicion, I'm not that unlucky, am I? Chapter 336. Wait. While Thales and Nicholas were talking, Ida, who was watching from the rooftop, suddenly lowered her head and exclaimed, I'm below. In the next second, a loud sound was heard. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the wooden roof under Aida's feet suddenly shattered.
Amid the elves' cries of surprise, she fell from the roof into the house.
Everyone in the group on the street changed their expressions.
Thales looked worriedly at the house where Ida had disappeared, but the furious Nicholas tugged at his reins to retreat. Guard formation.
Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sound of something heavy falling could be heard.
Amid the Northlanders' nervous but orderly footsteps, the elven protector's indignant roar came from the house. Who are you? However, before Ida could finish her sentence, the sound of weapons clashing against each other rang out in haste.
Asterisk ding, clang, clang, ding, ding, clang, clang. Asterisk Thales' expression changed abruptly. Within 1 second, the sound of metal clashing rang out continuously for more than 10 times. They did not even have the time to breathe. They sounded like wind chimes ringing in a gust of wind. At the same time, Nicholas and Justin were also shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. 15 times?
That means within 1 second the two people fighting.
Asterisk ding. Asterisk as the last sound faded away, the sound of weapons clashing came to an abrupt end. Asterisk bang.
Asterisk before Thales could react, as the sound of the wind blew, an unfamiliar black figure instantly broke through the window.
It went straight for Thales. Thales' expression changed abruptly. Ida lost?
From the moment Ida fell into the house to the moment the black figure broke through the window and ambushed him, it was less than 4 to 5 seconds. Moreover, from the moment the sound of weapons clashing started, it was only 1 second of contact. Ida lost? A chill rose in Thales' heart. At that moment, he remembered the terrifying assassin who broke through the layers of encirclement 6 years ago. Bonnet Charlton. But there was no time for Thales to think. Under Nicholas' angry roar and the Archduchess Guard's orderly formation, the figure who ambushed him landed on the ground. Since they had already cleared the perimeter before they came, Nicholas placed most of the guards at the periphery. Instead, he relaxed his guard against the intruder who popped up on the way back. The black figure staggered when he landed, but when he stood up shakily, he was only a few meters away from Thales. His body was long and narrow, and he was even a head taller than Nicholas, who was of average height. His entire body was wrapped in a dark black robe. His face and skin could not be seen. It was like the purest night. However, he was holding 2 narrow swords in his hands. The blades were not even 2 fingers wide. Do it! Nicholas got down from his horse resolutely and was the first to attack with a shout. The rising sun saber was unsheathed from his back and he slashed with all his might. Justin, who had rushed over from behind, also had a weapon in his hand and attacked furiously. The 6 Archduchess guards who surrounded Thales blocked his way. Right at this moment, following an explosion, thick gray smoke suddenly emerged from the intruder's body. It's an alchemy ball. Back off! Nicholas' enraged roar came from the gray smoke that obstructed their vision. Protect the prince and seek cover. I'll deal with him. The surrounding Northlanders surrounded the assassin and surrounded him. Some of the Archduchess guards protected the prince as they retreated to the other side of the street. As the smoke became thicker, Thales felt his vision blur. He could barely see the black figure and Nicholas back. Your Highness! Waya used all his strength to pull Thales off the horse. Together with Ralph, he dragged Thales backwards. Willow, Genid, and the other Constellations blocked the front and stood firmly behind the Archduchess guards. Thales' feet were firmly planted on the ground. He broke free from Waya's grip, which was too tight. Get into formation first. At this moment, through the blurry vision of the smoke, the prince could barely see the black-robed intruder raise his 2 swords. At that moment, Thales only had one feeling. Is it raining? Asterisk clink, clink, clink. Asterisk it was as if an endless storm was violently beating against the fragile eaves of a house in a terrifying gale. Asterisk clink, clink, clink. Asterisk it was pleasing to the ears. It was hair-raising. The storm-like clashing sounds almost drowned out the angry shouts of the Northlanders who pounced forward. However, at that moment, in the center of the thick smoke, no one was more shocked than Nicholas himself. There was no other reason. He had been suppressed. The moment he drew his sword and engaged in battle, Nicholas had just swung his first slash and parried the enemy's slash. Asterisk clink. Asterisk the enemy's sword immediately rushed forward and delivered the next strike. There was no pause. Nicholas' heart clenched. The unique twist of fate instantly surged from his joints. At the critical moment when the momentum of the attack was exhausted, he immediately bent his blade upwards and blocked the second strike. Asterisk clang. Asterisk but it was not enough. Because the enemy had just withdrawn his first slash, and without the need for a buffer, he delivered the next slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the twist of fate was activated again. Nicholas' face turned red as he blocked the third slash. Not enough. The enemy's fourth slash broke through the thick smoke from his other hand and came at him again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Still not enough. Nicholas almost felt like he was suffocating. The fifth slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sixth slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk within a second, the enemy's 2 swords attacked alternately at an unbelievable speed.
and Nicholas realized to his shock that he could not keep up with the speed of the enemy's attacks. The 7th slash. The 8th. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk all the Starkiller could do was to continuously use his power of eradication to suppress his body and try his best to keep up with the speed of the enemy's swords in the thick gray smoke. In the gray smoke which already affected his vision, his face contorted. He could barely see the enemy's movements. Asterisk clang. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as he listened to the multiple sounds that traveled into his ears at the same time, Nicholas was suddenly shocked. No, he was not the only one. At that moment, Justin was also fighting against the invader in the thick smoke. He was on the other side of the enemy, and just like Nicholas, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Nicholas and Justin were two of the Archduchess guards who had been through hundreds of battles. One of them was even in supreme class. But they were suppressed by the enemy's alternating sword speed, which was as terrifying as a rainstorm. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk the sounds did not stop. And with each swing of the black-robed man's swords, the speed became faster and faster. How is this possible? Asterisk clink, clang. Asterisk in just 2 seconds, Nicholas was forced to take a step back from the enemy's 9th slash. His heart trembled. How can there be such a fast sword speed? This was something the Starkiller had never encountered in his entire life of fighting. His bones were groaning, his blades were trembling, and his muscles were roaring. But Nicholas knew that his blocks and interceptions were reaching their limits. But the enemy's swords did not stop at all. Instead, they became faster. Asterisk clang. Asterisk in the 3rd second, Justin gritted his teeth. His legs trembled, and his body swayed. He did not manage to catch up with the enemy's next slash. The black-robed man instantly seized the opportunity. He stomped on the ground with his right leg and leaped over Justin's head. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk along the way, he delivered 3 swift slashes, parrying Nicholas and Justin's attacks, and even counterattacking with 1 slash. The Starkiller's heart trembled. In his frustration and dejection, he finally understood that he had encountered an enemy he could not withstand. It might be a power of eradication that he had never seen before. In just 3 seconds, he broke through the joint blockade he and Justin had set up. 3 seconds. He could only block, block, and block again, but he could not retaliate. How is this possible? Nicholas stared in astonishment at the black-robed man who flipped over Justin in the air. He saw the man's body rise to the height of 3 men and gradually disappear into the thick smoke. He flew towards the sky above Thales. The Starkiller gritted his teeth. The rising sun saber in his hand emitted a terrifying heat along with the anger in his chest. He was already prepared to use the legendary anti-mystic equipment to defeat his opponent. At this moment, Ayaha! The elven protector, Aida's unique and delicate cry, which was filled with anger and displeasure, suddenly rose in the air. Come down! Nicholas' pupils shrank. He saw a flash of light from a blade flash through the indistinct smoke. The black-robed figure who flew up from the thick gray smoke shuddered violently. As the flash of light from the blade flashed, the black-robed man looked as if he was struck by an invisible hand in the air. Not only did he lose his momentum, but he also fell towards the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with a muffled sound of the blade piercing through his clothes, the black-robed man fell to the ground. He did not move. He was pinned to the ground. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the enemy's twin swords fell to the ground along with the sound. They were kicked away by Ida, who landed with him. The elf's cursing voice rose. Damn it, so what if you're fast with twin swords? It was only then that Nicholas exhaled. Thank goodness. I stopped him. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew. Ralph used his psionic ability to blow away the smoke that obstructed his vision. The thick smoke gradually dispersed. Nicholas furrowed his brows tightly as he looked around. The Archduchess guards, who had yet to recover from their shock, surrounded the black-robed man and Aida's position with full vigilance. They surrounded them tightly. Surround him! Nicholas ordered in displeasure. Don't let him touch the weapons. Boss. Justin held a wound on his arm and looked at him in disbelief. That guy's sword speed was so fast. How could he do it? Nicholas stared at the surrounded figure in the thick smoke and pondered solemnly. I remember now. A long time ago, when Caslin was still in the guards, he demonstrated it to us. Nicholas frowned. He pulled Justin up and walked towards the black-robed man. It's a double-handed quick sword style that almost surpasses the speed of sound. It's called Rainstorm. Caslin? Surpasses the speed of sound? Rainstorm?
Justin mumbled to himself in confusion. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned his head in astonishment.
But isn't that unique to, yes, the Rainstorm-like rapid dual sword style? This skill is unique to Caslin's contemporaries from the Tower of Eradication. The Star Killer nodded solemnly. He recalled the feeling when they exchanged blows just now. The legendary Valkyrie from the bloody battle at Rearden, the flag leader knight appointed by the Hanbol royal family. With a tone of disbelief, he said quietly, "Heart of the Rain, Jasmine Lorraine." "You mean, the female knight, Lorraine?" Justin's expression changed.
He quickly turned to the black-robed man and said in shock, "How is it possible?
Heart of the Rain, didn't she die 30 years ago in Hanbol in the Eastern Peninsula?" Nicholas patted his assistant's shoulder and shook his head. "We'll know what's going on soon." In the smoke, they walked towards the black-robed man lying on the ground. "Hey!" After the smoke dissipated, Aida's short figure appeared in their field of vision, which gradually became clearer.
She had her hands on her waist and pointed at the black-robed man who was pinned to the ground by her machete.
She kept nagging, "With your skills, it's one thing to bully a pretty boy, but you even wanted to ambush me." Looking at Aida's expression, Nicholas could not help but furrow his brows. But in the next moment, the elven protector's nagging stopped abruptly. "Hey, hey." Aida stared at the person on the ground. She opened her mouth wide and looked at the people around her with an innocent and terrified expression. This. Nicholas' expression changed. He did not care that the choking smoke had not completely dissipated. He rushed forward in a few steps and pushed the personal guards aside. Nicholas grabbed the black-robed man with his own hands, then his entire body trembled. He realized that something was wrong.
Nicholas pulled out the machete Aida had planted on the ground, scooped the person on the ground, and stood up with a solemn expression.
The soldiers around him burst into an uproar when they saw what he was holding. The Star Killer was holding a black robe in his hand. It was an empty black robe. The hem of the robe hung down without any support, swaying back and forth in the air. There was only a black robe. There was no living thing.
Nicholas stared at the black robe in his hand for a few seconds before he widened his eyes and cast an inquiring look at his assistant.
"No, boss." Justin knew what he wanted to ask, and shook his head in shock as well. "We just surrounded this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. No one could escape."
"What the hell?"
Aida said while trembling. She pressed her hands tightly against her chest and looked around nervously, as if she had seen a ghost. "I clearly threw it. Why is it gone?" Nicholas widened his eyes in disbelief.
He looked at the black robe, then at the confused and surprised faces of the soldiers around him.
He lowered his head and kicked the pair of rapiers on the ground as if he was testing the waters. The rapiers were obediently kicked away, showing that his existence was not an illusion. Nicholas sucked in a deep breath before he spoke hesitantly. "Justin, the one who fought against us just now, is really a living person, right?" Lord Justin opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something but hesitating. No one spoke. Only the black robe was still swaying. Together with the rapiers on the ground, they created a strange atmosphere. At that moment, "Your Highness, Your Highness!" a shrill cry rang. Nicholas was shocked and quickly turned around. It was Wuxia. Not far away, beside Jenny the Black Horse, Wuxia Casso, the prince's attendant, was frantically pushing away the people around him like a madman. He desperately searched for every figure in his field of vision. There was an uncontrollable panic on his face. "Thales! Prince Thales!" "What?" The shocked and bewildered Nicholas only managed to say one word before Wuxia, who noticed him, pounced towards the Star Killer in panic. However, he was stopped by an Archduchess personal guard beside him. "Hey, Northlander! His Highness! Where is His Highness?" The attendant asked everyone fearfully, "Has anyone seen His Highness?" "What?" As the smoke dispersed, the Star Killer subconsciously turned towards Jenny the Black Horse. However, he could only see a group of panicked constellations, as well as the personal guards who were also at a loss. Willow crouched down and anxiously searched the corners of the crowd. Jennid moved through the crowd, stopping a person from time to time and sizing him up with a frown before letting go of him in disappointment. One person is missing. Missing. This thought flashed in the Starkiller's mind. He immediately froze on the spot. At that moment, whether it was Justin, Ida, or Ralph, everyone's expressions changed when they realized what was happening. Huh! This was Ida, who was at a loss. Ralph, on the other hand, widened his eyes and grabbed Waya tightly. He faced Waya and started signing frantically. However, the Starkiller was even more violent and straightforward. He pushed Ralph away and grabbed Waya's collar with both hands. With a ferocious expression he asked, "What happened?" "The prince. Where is the prince?" However, Waya looked as if he was about to break down. He shook his head while trembling. His tone was filled with fear and worry. No, the assassin came too quickly. The smoke was too thick, the noise was too loud, it was too chaotic. I pulled His Highness down from the horse and went to catch him, but I could only catch Jenid. Jenid's expression was unpleasant. Impossible. When you fought, the prince was still by my side a moment ago. How could he? Nicholas suppressed his anger and growled. He pushed Waya, who had lost his composure, to the ground. However, no one had the time to deal with the relationship between the Northlanders and the Constellatiates. Was he abducted by that assassin? Ida said to Nicholas in fear. When he jumped up, he avoided my throwing knives and abducted Thales from the air. With a pale face, Nicholas raised his head abruptly and looked at the roof closest to them. There stood one of the Archduchess guards, who had climbed onto the roof earlier to keep a lookout for the surroundings. He held a crossbow in his hand. No, boss. The personal guard stood on a high spot and said with a puzzled expression, "From just now until now, even when there was thick smoke, whether it was the streets, alleys, roofs, or any slightly higher place, I swear on the honor and life of the White Blade Guards that I did not see anyone leave. The same goes for the others." Nicholas clenched his teeth and turned his head to look at the Archduchess guard who rushed over from behind. The personal guard only shook his head. The entrances and exits on the ground are well watched by the sentries we just set up. From the moment the assassin appeared until just now, no one went in or out. We matched their passwords and faces, and no one pretended to be one of us. Nicholas was completely dumbfounded. How could that be? There's no one in the sky, on the roof, on the ground, or in the alleys. There's no one going in or out of the surrounding hundreds of meters, and no one disguised themselves. The prince was abducted out of thin air? On this street, all the Northlanders and Constellatiates were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and were at a loss of what to do. The Starkiller turned to the warriors around him. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered in his mouth. He ordered in exasperation, "Form up, search. From here to our outermost perimeter, every wall, every alley, every house, every ditch, and even the backs of every single person. Intercept every suspicious person. Our sentries and blockade line are still here. It's impossible for anyone to leave here without a sound." In the solemn and strange atmosphere, the patrol team and the Archduchess guards, who also had unpleasant expressions on their faces, answered loudly. They took their positions and executed their duties in a well-trained manner. Move, form up, spread out, search. Everyone looked around anxiously and nervously, searching for their target. They refused to let go of any corner. The Constellatiates, led by Waya, were also ready to move, but they were blocked by a few cold Archduchess guards. They could only wait anxiously. They waited for the results of the Northlanders' search. But a few minutes passed. There's nothing in the 4 alleys on the east. The surroundings of Lu Lake Mansion are very clean. There's no one at the intersection between Axe District and Spear District. We've searched both inside and outside the chess room. We've searched all the houses in the south. There's no clue in the ditch on the left. We've almost torn down the house where the assassin appeared. Other than the broken roof, there's not even a fly. Neither the patrol team nor the Archduchess guards found anything in their search. As he listened to his subordinate's report, Nicholas' expression became more and more unpleasant. Finally, Justin walked out of the last alley with his men. He shook his head at the livid Nicholas. When the assassins appeared, our sentry posts and blockades were still in good condition. The area from the highest point to the main road on the ground was completely watertight. The assassins' smoke did not affect them either. Justin's voice sounded very strained. But they did not see anyone break out of the encirclement. Anyone. Nicholas' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at his deputy in a daze, petrified on the spot. Everyone was silent. The situation was very clear. There was no one around, and no one outside. They could not find that figure. That 14-year-old figure. That figure who could affect the future of the two big countries in the Western Peninsula. It was as if he had disappeared for no reason. F***CK. Nicholas panted heavily. There was a fierce glint in his eyes as he stared at the buildings around him, as if he was suspicious of what was behind each wall. What's going on? What's going on? Waya and Ralph looked at each other worriedly and shook their heads. Impossible, Ida said solemnly. This is too strange. Beside her, Lord Justin frowned deeply. Leader. With a twisted face, Nicholas turned to his deputy. The latter stared at the ground in a daze. Heart in the Rain, who died 30 years ago, suddenly appeared and disappeared into thin air. Now with Prince Thales. Lord Justin's face was pale as he stared at the empty black robe. He then looked at the two swords that kept swaying on the ground. He blinked violently, as if he could not believe his own eyes. Are we really? You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.